And before I dive into what we're talking about today, I'm going to show you actually what I just was looking at because it was so funny. This kid is telling people how to set up a thumbnail for a video. Follow this out with me.
So we're back with another video. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to change a thumbnail / add a thumbnail to your live streams. Because I know it's kind of complicated. It's not as easy as just changing it on your videos. And one more thing before...
It's not. It's really not. And the workaround that he comes up with is like, you got to go here, you got to go here, you've got to go to your own live stream, then you've got to comment on that live stream, and then you've got to go somewhere else, and then you've got to click on something, and you've got to click on something else. And it's all this workaround stuff that's not in the actual like studio. And so anyway, I'm in the midst of trying to change the thumbnail for this stream. I guess, oh, look at that. Hey, that's not bad at all. I thought it was going to be the generic one from before. Okay, that's not too bad. So the name of this stream is Vlog-Theory-Streaming. Or, actually, sorry, Vlog-Theory-Streaming? Debate Bro streamers versus Essayists, Breadtube versus Theorytube, etc. So that's just all recap from yesterday. Actually, I'm going to be playing a lot of that recap while I go get myself some coffee and some food and everything like that. This is my new favorite thing to do with when I'm streaming, because I'm not actually just trying to entertain people who don't give a fuck about theory or about my life. I care about people who care about those two things. And so what I'll be doing is recapping the stuff that you missed from yesterday, because you probably almost definitely missed the stuff from yesterday. Thanks. Oh, hearing myself. Oh, look, it was one viewer. What was the thing that we said in chat yesterday? I said, yo, if you're going to be AFK, here, I'm going to go ahead and post it and pin it just like I did yesterday. Yo, if you're going to be AFK, which means away from keyboard a lot during the stream, just take a second. Tell me you're here and what you're up to. Press 1 if playing games, 2 if working, and if neither, please elaborate. Thanks. Yeah, just what are you up to? Tell me about your day. Genuinely, I don't think that you're a part of lurk culture as long as you introduce yourself and kind of just give me your, like, where you're at. So I guess it's just like vibe check. I want to know. Oh, look, someone already liked it. That's really cool. Someone already liked it. Someone else just popped in. We're getting this thing going. I can feel it. I can feel it. All right. So now, what are we going to be talking about? Well, I said yesterday that I was going to show you all some clips from this trip. Ann and I went on to Twin Peaks, Washington. Just kidding, it wasn't Twin Peaks. It's North Bend, but it's where Twin Peaks was shot, and that's why we went there. I mean, really, we just needed to go on a long car ride and, you know, have conversation, you know, and also be doing a lot of the planning that we're working on right now for New Symbolization Publishing. And so a lot of that stuff is, I can't really talk about it just yet. It's all under the hood. It needs to stay there for the time being. We're going on another very long car ride tomorrow. And so today is the one stream that I get to do for the next week. And so we're going to kind of recap yesterday. I'll finish out on that. People will be able to tell me if I missed anything, if they have any questions or criticisms of the framing. There are so many ways of critiquing the way that I've been framing this thing between video essayists and streamers and between Breadtube and Theorytube. And there's also other really interesting things, like how does alternative political news coverage factor in? And how is it that there are people who aren't really on the left, like on that spectrum that you'll see there, and what's it all about? And so we're getting into all that stuff. And oh my gosh, look at all these people in the chat. It's like 6 people, 7 people. Wow, hey, I've already got more people than I did at my peak yesterday because I was streaming super late. Michael Poorman says, saw the topic and really think it's an interesting divide in the discourse. Absolutely. And I know exactly what video I want to like play you all as a sort of like just to kind of whet your appetite. And I think I have time to do. Yeah, I think we have time to do that as well. But first, I'm going to play. The recap from yesterday, which is to say probably I don't know how long I'll be playing from yesterday, because I don't know how long it will take me to go get my coffee and eat my food and everything like that. But I'll be in the chat shooting the shit with Michael Poorman and everyone else. So get in the chat if you can. If you're just working or playing games or whatever, you got hands off the keyboard, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that at all. All right. So is this really where this was at? No, I want to be playing it from here. Yeah. All right. Well, I know I just like interrupted myself a second ago though, and so I just want to finish up what I was saying. I think I was talking about, Ann and I are going on a road trip tomorrow. So we were just on a road trip a few days ago. Now we're on another one. But this other one's for a work. Well, the previous one was like a passion trip. Like we've been, New Civilization's like just like some shit we're doing because we want to. I do want to go on this road trip tomorrow, but the work on that trip is going to be work for a farm, my parents' farm, and I'm going to be helping my dad with building a loft in his shop, and then he's going to come down to where I live currently on this farm, where I'm going to be building my production studio, because I have an amazing patron / funder for a production studio. And it's going to be very, very useful for all the New Civilization stuff that I want to be doing. So we don't fuck around over here, okay? We're building and we're not fucking around. We're going to build the fuck out of this farm. And we are building, it's like, building a channel? No, we're building buildings. We're planting food. And we're listening to books. And we're talking about theory. And we're streaming about it, and we're doing essays about it, and we're doing vlog stuff about it, and we're doing it all because we're talking about oh my gosh, can I even say it? HYBRITERACY. Hybrid literacy is a lot easier to say, so I changed it from how I was talking about it yesterday. Hybrid literacy, though, is just not getting stuck in one form of media that cultivates a specific kind of demographic. And we'll have to talk a lot more about McLuhan in the future, but I think psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, and everyone else will be talking about this period of media history probably for the rest of time. Even if we have like a nuclear war and most of us get blown off the face of the planet, whoever rebuilds society will still be telling stories around campfires in like 300 years. They'll have like extra arms and tits and shit because they'll be all radioactive and everything, but they'll be like eating whatever people with extra arms and tits in the radioactive future are eating. I don't really know. And they'll be like, oh yeah. People, and they'll be like, people used to be able to communicate with each other instantly all over the planet, and it was a nightmare. And they'll probably call it like Babel, like the story of like the Tower of Babel. They'll be like, everyone was able to communicate, and but they got, you couldn't communicate without getting instantaneous feedback from thousands of people if you caught any attention, but you couldn't catch any attention unless you stayed in a rut that only appealed to a certain kind of consumer demographic that really only cared for like a certain kind of media and a certain kind of skill set and a certain kind of rhetorical style that also this audience happens to privilege rhetorical flair over, or aesthetic flair. Aesthetic flair becomes rhetorical flair. Prioritizes that over, substance and being a human who's trying to develop oneself and just use the media and not be used by the media and not be a part of a scene so much as a person who might go to a convention sometimes or whatever, but ultimately understands how to be able to use these means at our disposal, these open source means at our disposal that are free and like every child should be able to learn how to use just so that they can have an intellect and creative like outlet for the development of their voice, because voice without concepts, voice without theory, voice without media literacy is just noise. And so all this talk about, I want to have a voice. Fucking yeah, me too. That's why I'm trying to learn all these things. But it's kind of crazy to me that that's not a more it's not more common. It should be more common. I would think that this hybrid illiteracy thing would be way more of a thing already, but it's not, and so we're going to make it one. So that's what we're doing here, and that's what we'll be talking about. And I'm really excited to talk to you about this like vlog theory streaming thing, but we're not going to get into it right now. I'm going to be recapping the stuff we were doing yesterday. And you'll notice while I was talking about this stuff yesterday that I was teasing along the way. I was like talking about stuff I was going to be showing you. And a lot of that stuff that I was teasing along the way is stuff that we're going to be getting into today. And I have to wrap it all up in this stream, which will probably be a 5-hour stream. So buckle in. I hope that, you know, if it's a 5-hour stream, you can listen to it in 2.5 hours if you're double speeding. And I'll try not to always talk so fast because I know that makes it like unbearable if you're like stocking shelves or driving trucks or whatever. And you're like, you know, double speeding because I'm talking slow, but then all of a sudden I'm double speeding, or all of a sudden I'm like quadruple speeding because I was all of a sudden talking fast. And then here you are. And it's like listening to debate spreaders or like auctioneers. Not trying to do that. One time somebody was trying to catch up on one of my videos and they're like, you sound like Ben Shapiro when you talk that fast. I'm like, okay, I'll try to slow down. But anyway, let's get to it. I'm going to step away and get my coffee and food and everything. Make sure to answer the question in the chat if you have a second. Let's get to it. Zoom out. So for people who aren't able to see what's going on here on screen, Audacity is a audio recording software.
Narrative character of human life, white, but also Chinese.
And he's saying
rationality, 3 rival.
Yeah, so I've been on this After Virtue bender, getting into this book, After Virtue by Alistair McIntyre. I never read it in my bachelor studies of philosophy, which is a real bummer. I would have thought that I would have read it. But I also didn't take a meta-ethics class, and so hopefully if I had, they would have taught it. But then again, it's kind of a critique of meta-ethics, and I could see that certain analytic philosophers just wouldn't even care for what he's doing. And they probably are not capable of understanding the implications of his project, because the analytic people are usually not very good at understanding population scale implications of things, or cultural phenomena for that matter. But they're really smart about logic and math and stuff. So anyway, let's get to it. All right. So this is a really, really interesting book where I think his name's Alistair McIntyre is like taking to task like everybody in academia and philosophy. And he's kind of... I'm boomering out over here. I didn't realize that you couldn't see. Sorry about that. Getting that fixed right now. But yeah, if people didn't have eyes on screen, it didn't matter, right? But basically, the recap from yesterday, you want to be able to see the stuff, so I'm going to put it on the top here. All right, continuing.
Critical and constructive discussion in a wide range of languages, not only English, Danish, Polish, Spanish, Portuguese, French, German, Italian, and Turkish, but also Chinese and Japanese, and from a wide range of standpoints has enabled me to reconsider and to extend the inquiries that I began in After Virtue, and continued in U7 Holds Justice, U7 Hit Rationality, 3 Rival
All right. So this is a really, really interesting book where I think his name's Alistair McIntyre is like taking to task like everybody in academia and philosophy, and he's kind of focusing on analytic and phenomenological camps. And he's saying that basically none of their opinions or any of the shit that they have to say about virtue has anything to do with anything real, and or basically just that everything that they do, like, or have to say, or the ways in which that they appropriate concepts developed by either like Aristotle or Aquinas, or if they critique these things, people like in the field from analytic to phenomenological schools of philosophy have no idea what they're talking about. And so it's a boss-ass book. It's a mind-blowing book. It's a groundbreaking book, and it changed the world. So it's one that I've been paying attention to, that I've been flirting with, that I've gone on a couple of dates with this book. I am being thoroughly mind-fucked by this book, actually. It's ravishing. So, like, see, that's the thing. I can't say that shit if I know that there's kids listening. Don't let kids listen to this. Well, I mean, if it's fine if they're like not innocent or like in the story. But if you're trying to like, if you're like, oh no, I don't want them to hear about that. It's your own judgment. I just want you to know I'm not going to stop. So anyway, after virtue. Speaking of which, you know, he's the dad of the family that we're talking. What a weird thing to say, but I realized that you are all coming in on this like not having seen the context, and so just really quick, like the context for that statement was just that the people I lived with had popped in on the stream and were hanging out until I started cussing, and then like the kids overheard and they were like, "We didn't know that Dave knows cusses," and so anyway, just yeah, that's what I was referencing. It turns out they don't really care. They cuss around their kids sometimes, but at the same time, like there's certain things that they try to avoid. You know, my content probably should be avoided by certain kids. Other kids probably not. That's what I was trying to say. Talking about right now, and he's reading After Virtue with a couple of my favorite people in the Dead Parrots Philosophical Society in Boise, and so yeah, it's actually like a spin-off reading group from the Dead Parrots Philosophical Society. The spin-off group is just like 3 people that have been, each one of them takes a turn saying what they're going to read next, and they've just been going hard, and it's really interesting because one is like a super progressive Christian philosopher guy. When I say progressive, I also mean like socialist, and then one is more of a traditionalist, kind of former libertarian, kind of I don't fucking know anymore, Christian philosopher guy, and then one is a meta-modern he's not a new atheist in the sense of like part of new atheism, but he's like thoroughly over church at this point and is into meta-modernism, and meta-modernism's dope and interesting, and that guy and I are going to be taking a 4-week course on meta-modernism coming up here in like a week. It starts, and Anne is going to be joining in on that, and so that's going to be a great time, and I'll tell you all about it as it goes on, so you'll get to know about that. People, oh, what's meta-modern? We can't get into those weeds. I haven't even talked about what the difference is between Theorytube and Breadtube yet, so I can't get too out there in the weeds. Now that Anne updated us all, and we know about this amazing meal that she prepared, and sounds so good, and I'm so proud. That's awesome. Good job. Now that we've kind of covered all of that ground, I said I'd play a segment of Duolingo. I also said that we were going to do I was going to show you a few of the clips from North Bend, and also I mean, part of the stream's name is hybridicity or whatever. Gosh, it's a terrible neologism that I just made up. Well, that's the definition of a neologism, is that you just made it up. But yeah, hybridicity. No, not hybridicity. What is it? How did I say it? Oh God, I forgot my own word. Here we go. So literacy. This is so annoying. I know. I'm sorry, everybody. And hybrid. So yeah, I take out the D and the LI. Okay, so it's HYBRITERACY. I hate it. HYBRITERACY. I hate it too. I hate it as much as you do. But, you know, talking about video essays and streams, HYBRITERACY is fucking using multiple kinds of media to communicate with people, all right? Books and videos, streams, podcasts, you know. But it's knowing how to write a poem, knowing how to write a video essay, like knowing how to like develop yourself, critique all of these forms of media. And when I say critique them, I don't mean like critique the fact that people are saying dumb things through these forms of media, but I mean like understanding the way that these forms of media are change the messenger. They change the message, and they work within structures and systems that cannot be understood just by, I don't know, only being literate in like one form of media or 2 forms of media. And, you know, to be fair, I would also think that you should be able to code your own website and all these other things that I can't do. And I would also think that you should be able to speak at like 5 to 15 languages like I can't do. But hybrideracy is like, oh, there used to be people called polymaths. They were also called gentlemen. They were people who had leisure time. They were part of a ruling class that had what was called an aristocracy or a nobility. And some of them were just fuck-offs. But, you know, some of them were like really, really into this shit. And the dream is to be able to still have that, but for the workers, so that the people who think that they hoard the knowledge. Sorry about that. I'm trying to fix the resolution because knowledge and virtue in society and need to tell us how to live. I'll put it down to 720. That should work. That should be fine. By the way, really good questions in chat. Really, really, really good questions. Stupid in comparison to just your average person. And then, you know, it'll just like raise the overall like level, not just of the working class, but like of society. But I think genuinely, as technology gets better, we'll all be like, oh, you know how like there's like this distinction between like manual labor and shit jobs and like desk jobs, bullshit jobs, you know, that there's entire sectors of the economy where the jobs are like parasitic fucking bullshit, making up value at other people's expense, like that those things could be eliminated and we could just fucking, I don't know, you know, like redistribute the shit work and just like all be polymaths or friends with polymaths, which is really just a polymath. What's poly? Multiple. What's math? I mean, it really means like fields in this kind of context. It means like being proficient in like lots of different fields. You know, it's just like what people with actual privilege have always done. But you know, in capitalism, those people have to do meetings all day, and so they don't even have time and energy. So, yeah. Anne said, "Oh, Dip, I just realized how late it is, and I have to work at 4 a.m. tomorrow. This leg's killing me." But anyway, this is all just recap. I'm just building up to like the important stuff. So, you know, just bear with me as I get this all figured out. The reason I went so far back in this video is because I just wanted to make sure I wasn't already in the good stuff when I was like sitting here messing with the resolution. All right. Bro. Oh shit, it's almost 10. She said, "I'm gonna dip out so I can start winding down. Fun hanging out. See you all soon." See y'all soon. Marvin and Soda Cabbage said bye and good night, Anne, with a smiley face. Emojis are good. All right, so God, I didn't realize when I was doing this I'd have to give a definition of Theorytube, but a lot of people on Breadtube don't know the difference between political theory and critical theory / continental philosophy, and so I mean that's kind of the difference. And so like they talk about theory, but they're talking about Lenin and Mao. Because they're just, they're leftists. And so they're like, that's the area of theory that they're reading in. That they're interested usually primarily in action and revolution or something like that. Or they are policy wonks and doing like commentary on like current events. And this is all legitimate and interesting. And I'm there for it. And though I've done it, and I kind of did it for Bernie and stuff like that, it's like I don't see myself as someone who will ever do that as my norm. Like the Humanist Report and Jackson Hinkle having their like they're talking shit about each other, and it's like there's a sort of spectrum painted there between sort of like a news person and a sort of like edgy debate bro, and it's like I don't even know where am I fucking going with this. I guess what I'm trying to say is, yeah, so I said that this is an experiment stream. And I meant it, and so when I bear with me is basically what I'm trying to say. Where the heck did I go? What's going on here? I completely lost. Uh-oh. Well, you can all hear me at least. What the heck is happening? See, this is the problem. Like, you want to start streaming. You want to be able to just go back to streaming. You want to be able, or, you want to be able to just turn on a camera and stream, like, when you want to. But then there's always so much bullshit. And it's because we are not trained in this stuff. And the software, in a lot of cases, isn't as streamlined as it's going to be. So, I don't know what's going on. But anyway, I'm going to just let it play at a lower resolution and go get my coffee. Because I'm officially really like needing my coffee. I'll get a headache soon if I do not get my coffee, because it's like probably like, well, that's the situation with me and coffee right now. And I put the chat on the screen, and I decided to take this chat off the screen because I realized I don't have any mods in chat, so I'll just be kind of checking in on the chat while I'm doing breakfast, or brunch at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's lunch. It's 1:26 here. What time is it where you're at, everybody in the chat? Let me know. All right, here we go. I legitimately just lost my train of thought. What they're doing is not theory, in the sense like if you go to college, you study, if you do debate, or if you go to college and you do sociology, you go to college, you get into, yeah, I mean, philosophy people even, like, they know what theory is, like, they know people who are into theory, but then you got, like, literary criticism people, in English classes, and they're reading Derrida and Foucault. Okay, what is that? It's radical, man. It's radical, but it's not the same thing as, like, reading Lenin and Mao. So what's going on here? And some people will be like, well, yeah, actually the CIA liked the fact that people were reading Derrida and Foucault, and the CIA was relieved and thought, oh, this is actually good. Yeah, why not? And universities in the United States were like, oh yeah, let's just give them like tours through universities in the United States, so that everybody in literary criticism classes and in doing debate in high school will be like referencing these guys or Baudrillard or whatever. And it's like, yeah, there's an article, I read it. I don't know if it's true, but like it's saying that that's the case. Okay, so it's a baseless claim. It's not necessarily a baseless claim, but me kind of saying it as though it's a fact, that's bullshit. And so you should be skeptical of that. But it is. You can see why the CIA would be relieved that people are reading Foucault instead of Marx or Mao or something like that. Like, it's pretty obvious because Foucault's like doing a really like granular historical sort of analysis thing, and he's not like coming to like these conclusions where he's telling people, now you need to go make all the people who work bullshit jobs work in the fields, and anybody who's going to hold a role in the old society or like defend the old society needs to like be punished or whatever. And we're not calling for like let's have a like an actual revolution. It's like, no, these guys were like in Foucault and Derrida, like they're formed in 1968, not the 1930s or 20s or earlier, right? They really are kind of like working in the aftermath or actually through they're working through the Cold War. And like it's crazy times to be a critical thinking person, much less a social theorist, and people think that they're obfuscating and all this stuff. I don't think that's true. That's a whole other thing we could talk about later. But what I'm trying to say is that these guys are not Lenin and Mao, and so like or Kropotkin for that matter, right? Or Malatesta or any of these other people. So yeah, there's like this. The Breadtube side, you can expand the term, so it's not just Breadtube, because Breadtube can be considered like a pejorative. You could say instead LeftTube. And then people would go, well, like one time Epoch Philosophy, Janusz Chekhov, like these, Theory and Philosophy is another one of these channels, Theory and Philosophy. No, these are, yes, I mean, they might sometimes talk about like one of these old revolutionaries. And they might talk about the left this or the left that. But most of the time they're talking about theory, right? This like academic field, theory. So it's not, so what gets called theory by like Breadtubers is more like political strategy, and it's like totally legitimate, but it's political theory or it's political philosophy. Well, it's not. I wouldn't call it political philosophy, but and a lot of them aren't very well schooled in political philosophy or statecraft, which is a bummer. And if I was doing a better job at this, then maybe they would have the resources for that. But I've got to live, and I've got to do the things that I'm interested in, and I'm just going to keep experimenting. And right now it's not my job to educate everybody, but it is. I am, I would like to eventually have like 101 courses. Like I did a 101, an intro to theory 101, and I did an intro to philosophy 101, and then I never continued either one of those, right? I've done a few other of these lectures where I do basically the intro day, and then I never get back to it because I have to work, I have to move, my life is crazy. We live in a burnout society. People think I have ADHD. Blah, blah, blah. Soda Cabbage says, seeing memes lately, complaining about why do I have to learn X in college when it doesn't have to do with my end goal, and advocating further narrowing of fields. Yeah, Anne is teaching classes right now where that is a constant refrain from students, and she will be talking about it all the time. So actually what I would really love, Soda Cabbage, is that when you see Ann and I are streaming in the near future, we're going to be calling it probably like NSP Presents DNA for Dave and Ann. Pop in on one of those streams and bring this up, please. I don't want to start talking about it too much because it was kind of what I was talking about at the end of the last stream I was doing, and then at the beginning of the stream. And part of what I was getting into is like stop reading and the new mindset and all of this. Stop reading, HYBRITERACY. I've got a lot of exciting stuff to say about HYBRITERACY. I'm going to play a little bit more of the stop reading video in a bit when I need a bathroom break, so that you can actually all get through it. But yeah, so anyway, folks, the difference between Theorytube and Breadtube is that one side reads Lacan and the other side doesn't. Put it that way. Okay, one side respects Michael Downs for what he's done on the Dangerous Maybe blog and on my channel for the absolutely singular, priceless contribution that we've made to the history of this world with that Lacan series. Some people get it, and then there's Breadtube. And it's okay that they don't get it. It's fine. They don't respect, they don't know. But the reason that they're going to keep failing in life is because they don't understand Lacan. I would say Fanon is right in the middle, and that all of post-colonial shit is right in the middle between those two things. It's kind of like Fanon, because the thing is like Fanon studied under Merleau-Ponty, who studied under Heidegger. Fanon hung out with that pedophile Jean-Paul Sartre. Okay? It's not fair to say that. I don't like to judge people in a different time and everything. And the 60s were crazy, but Sartre was crazy. Everyone was like, Sartre, you fuck a lot. You fuck a lot, dude. And Fanon was just like, if you'll write the foreword to my book, Sartre, I won't cancel you for fucking, like, 15-year-olds all the time. And Sartre was like, all right, dude, I'll write a foreword to your book, The Wretched of the Earth. I think I have it right here. So anyway, post-colonial theory, though, actually has this concept of hybridity. And so I'm not going to get into hybridity right now and relate it to what I'm calling HYBRITERACY. They're different, though, so leave it at that. Swoltariat's in the house. What up, Swole? This has been a really good stream so far, Swole. Actually, this is one of those streams, Swole, where I'd go back to the beginning. I don't think there's any point in just joining right now and just hanging out right now, unless you're just looking to, like, hang out and be in the chat. But if you're not looking to be in the chat and you're, like, doing something, like driving somewhere or working or playing a video game, I would, because it's YouTube, take it all the way back to the beginning and then just speed it up to catch up. You said Big Brain stream? That's what Swole said. Swole, fuck, you're a mod. You're in the mod chat. I already played Anne over the... So you know what? Actually, Swole, here's what I ask you to do. I don't know if you have the time or energy for that matter, but just saying, if you go back to the beginning and then like speed through, then you could, you know, through the mod chat on WhatsApp, you could like, I'll have a Solitariat segment where I introduce you to everybody. Because this is kind of this is a stream where I'm talking about Breadtube, Theorytube, video essayists versus streamers, and why they're all wrong. And so I'm calling out ContraPoints of PhilosophyTube and Thought Slime and Peter Coffin and One Dime and Epoch Philosophy. And actually, no, sorry, I'm not calling out One Dime, Epoch Philosophy, Jonas Cheka. I'm not calling out anybody on Theorytube. I'm just calling out people on Breadtube. But like, because the debate thing is on LeftTube. And yes, One Dime and Epoch and all these people are part of, but they're on like a corner of LeftTube that's overlapping with Theorytube. And Theorytube is not reducible to LeftTube. Telos Bound is no leftist by any stretch of the imagination. Telos Bound is like a little Catholic boy. Like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's disrespectful. I shouldn't say boy. I think he's a man. I don't know. But he believes in, you know, like tradition and all this stuff. And so it's like, Telos Bound, if you watch this, I've got a question for you. Do you believe that, well, you know that our society doesn't have objective criteria for like achieving manhood or whatever. There's no rites of passage that are like universally agreed upon. And so it's like, you know, if you're experiencing life as a male in the society, you're like a person who wants a game, but there's no rules to the game. And so you can't, even if you make an achievement, then nobody's able to like, there's no like objective social or like, you know, the recognition that you would get if you were like, say, a king is like, wow, or like the Pope is like, damn, you know. So you know, and you're like a traditionalist, but you're a part of Theorytube, you know. And so I'm interested if you think that you're a man. You're an 18-year-old who's written a book. I've not read it yet. I can't tell you if it's good or not. I really look forward to reading your book. You wrote a book on subjectivity. And you're an 18-year-old. You're like, I think fresh out of high school, you're fucking, I don't know, you went to like some crazy school where you got to read a ton of philosophy. Now you're talking about Zizek and Byung-Chul Han. This is dope as fuck. People, if you don't know about Telos Bound, you should check it out. Because like what I'm talking about right now is the difference between Breadtube and Theorytube. And the difference is like One Dime and Telos Bound have more in common with one another than they do with Thought Slime. Okay?
2012 magnum opus. Now, if you have any topics you would like me to cover in these sorts of unscripted videos, be sure just to leave them in the comment section and I will try my best
Now you know what he looks like. I didn't for a while there. Here's him talking about... So, I mean, actually, I'm really impressed by Telos Bound right now, I have to say, because I commented in the comment section of the video that he did on, I think it was on, like, Zizek, something Zizek, one of his Zizek streams. Slavoj Zizek, Hegel and a Wired Brain. Was it that one, or was it the symbolic order? I think it was the symbolic order one, so here I'm going to pull it up. So anyway, I commented on it, and I told him that I think he might have got Hegel wrong, and then he gave me, like, a really good response. So I have some respect immediately out the door here. So I said, here, I'll make it bigger so if people want to read it on stream, they can, you know? Okay, so I said, good stuff, thanks. By the way, I am curious to hear how you think that Zizek's understanding of the absolute is different from Hegel's. After listening to, watching, and reading Todd McGowan, I have been under the impression that Zizek was one of the first to truly understand Hegel, and that most Hegelians or critical of Hegel were wrong. I'm not even going to correct that right now. Point being, I said that, and then he responded, hey, glad you enjoy. I've been subbed to you on my personal account for a while now. I want to say right off the bat that I'm a Zizekian before a Hegelian, or to put it in another way, for my interpretation of the two, I follow Zizek. So I don't actually agree with Zizek that he is a Hegelian, as in his notion of... So, as you see, he goes on, and he actually gets into this whole shit about, like, absolute knowledge. I totally respect it. It's a really, really, really good response. And I said, thank you for this well-thought-out reply. I'm not very well-versed in either Zizek or Hegel. I've read Sublime Object and the Phenomenology. That's not enough to go on yet. And I said, I am trying to get a sense for them, and both thinking through these kinds of contradictions and comments like these, really, ... Did I really not finish that sentence? Anyway, weird. And so, yeah, this was a really cool thing. And then he does... So Telos Bound then does, like, 2 video essays, 2 parts, 20 minutes each, on Emancipation After Hegel, which is the Todd McGowan book that I was referencing primarily. Okay, and then not only does he do that, so he reads the book, he gives it 2-part video, like, respectful treatment, you know, like he's taking it seriously, and then he rolls out this article last week, and I'd be remiss to not show it on stream, but I'll have to pull it up later and share it with everybody. So Telos Bound article where he rolls up his sleeves and he's going to task with Todd McGowan, basically saying Todd McGowan completely... I mean, he's not saying Todd McGowan's totally wrong, but Todd McGowan is like a professor who I respect a lot. He's the podcast host for Y Theory, which is a really great podcast. Everyone should subscribe to and listen to Y Theory. Most of my friends listen to Y Theory. Listening to Y Theory might also make the difference between Breadtube and LeftTube. So, it's really interesting that Telos Bound is a person who exists, and I appreciate the stuff that he's doing. The stuff that he did on Byung-Chul Johan and Time has, or as well as Giorgio Agamben and Time, has blown my fucking mind, everybody. Oh, someone in chat said that Swole is Theorytube. Swole Chariot said, who counts as Theorytube? You're Theorytube, Swole, said Soda Cabbage. Listen, you're not. Yes, you are. Okay. Actually, you are. There's a... If we were to plot this out, it's not like there's like a linear sort of like it goes from one place to another place. It's not just a spectrum and there's a spot along that spectrum. It's actually like there's like a whole field here. And there's a corner of that field that's got a foot in Breadtube and a foot in Theorytube, and it is the materialist left. And the materialist left, like, it's basically zero books, which is now Diet Soap, which is basically just like, it's Doug Lane and C. Derek Varn and Ashley Frowley and the Solitary. Oh, and Ben Burgess. Okay. But Ben Burgess is like, it's almost like he's got more feet going on over here in Breadtube, even though he's like a philosophy professor, but he's like a logic dude. And a logic dude is not a continental philosophy person. And I think that he is skeptical, to say the least, of all the stuff going on in Theorytube. So, and that's good. There's a lot to be skeptical of. Holy shit! There's so much to be skeptical of. But anyway, all right, let's get back to it. I want to play you the intro to the Byung-Chul Han, The Scent of Time. This book, I instantly went and started listening to it while working. And then I instantly started listening to it again. So it's a book that I finished and then repeated instantly. And then I've written about it, and I keep thinking about it because I can't believe that I didn't know that Byung-Chul Han had really good stuff on time. And I'm trying to do time energy theory over here, and I've got like this crazy list, really, really epic primary works on time. And I just didn't realize Byung-Chul Han is such a lad. And so, here we go.
Hello, my name is Trey, and welcome to Telos Bound. Today I would like to talk about Byung-Chul Han's underrated book, The Scent of Time. Han is a German philosopher of South Korean origins who is probably most famous for his book Psychopolitics. His books are always very short. They're basically just essays, which is good for someone like me who has a very short attention span. So, let's begin. Han begins his book by introducing the notion of non-time. He never provides any concrete definition of non-time, and perhaps that's because it is fundamentally undefinable. The closest I've got to defining non-time is that it is a temporality with no closure. A true ending is one which finds its meaning in reference to the past sequence of events which led up to it. There is a sense of closure, the completion of a meaningful story even. Non-time is the direct result of being unable to connect one moment to another, creating ordered and rhythmic intervals which give the flow of time a certain direction. This is what Han calls temporal tension, which, quote, removes the present from its passing without end or direction and infuses it with meaningfulness, unquote. Temporal tension is the result of temporal narrativity, which is essentially a temporality which moves in a given direction because every moment finds its place within the whole. The narrative is the content of the passage of time which has direction and meaning. Non-time, on the other hand, is a sort of limbo that is devoid of purpose, meaning, or direction. One personal example of non-time is how I used to fall asleep, which was by watching YouTube videos until very late and then eventually drifting off mid-video. This is an extremely unsatisfying way to end the day, precisely because there is no closure, no punctuated end. I simply drift off into non-time. My example here is apt because it relates to digital information, which Han sees as embodying the temporality of the modern world. This temporality is the opposite of narrative time, and he calls it atomized or point time. Point time is a temporality that consists of presences that are unable to flow into each other, to connect and form rhythms. They are akin to digital information, which are entirely self-referential, expressing nothing more than their own content.
Okay, I just realized, I said I was going to step away for a minute, but I said I was going to do that earlier, and I am. But I was going to keep playing the Stop Reading, a new mindset video. And so when I get back, everyone, I'm going to show you, I've got a lot more to say about reading and HYBRITERACY. And what I want you to do, if you are just joining, is go back to the beginning and just play from the beginning and just speed it up. And if it's a little bit too much and you're trying to relax and speeding it up stresses you out, that's fine. But also, you should always kind of push your limits on speed when you're trying to catch up with things, because, you know, you got to trust yourself to get more out of it than you expect that you would. And then, anyway, when that way you'll see the beginning of this video, and then right here you'll resume it, and then I'll be getting into HYBRITERACY. And so everything I've had to say about Breadtube, Theorytube, video essayists, streamers, debate me bros, fucking psyop, you know, fucking teleprompt reader types. Listen, I've got a lot more to say about that shit. I got some shit to say about that. But allow me to seduce you and say I won't tell you just yet what I've got to say about why they're all wrong. We'll get to it. But, I mean, they're also, a lot of them are really great. Some of them are very fine people. All right? All right. Let's turn my camera off here, and I'm going to start playing the Stop Reading, a New Mindset. If anybody is in, like, the Telos Bound world, let the homie know that there was the shout out. Well, if it's worth doing twice. That's my comeback to that. So the idea with a book, like, oh, if it's worth doing right. Okay, I'm going to wait until there's no distractions. I will have a perfectly quiet library, or I will find the perfect ambiance in a coffee shop, or I will find like an afternoon with 7 hours. Fuck off. Me, myself, like that expectation that I've always had can fuck off. If you have that too, that expectation, fuck off. Let go of it. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating when you realize that that's been like it's like a binder that's been put on your brain, like blinders, that makes it like a horse, you know? Like you can only see a certain kind of possibility. And it's like, because you are so constrained thinking that you have to finish things as like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this linear order, and that completion must come before you move on to the next thing. Fuck, if you're not interested in something, move on to something more interesting. Please do it. Okay. The last two things are the window shopping mentality, which is the replacement for the sort of schooling mind prison that we were just talking about. We'll get into that in a second. The other thing is comprehension. reading comprehension when it comes to matters of philosophy, sociology, the humanities, it's not going to throw your back out to go too hard. It's not analogous to working out in a strict one-to-one sort of analogy where it would be an exact homology between these two things. It's not like that at all. There are some similarities between working out your body and working out your mind, but when it comes to really difficult works, see, I hesitate to encourage people to like experiment in ways that I'm experimenting, but at the same time, like, we don't have time to fuck around. If you are going to follow a sort of like if you're to follow the schooling approach where you have to advance to the next level before you start getting into the next level, the fact is the standards have been lowered continuously now for like 100 years. Like, workers used to be able to read the shit that Marx would write. All right. So the standards keep going down at the exact same time that the actual levels of complexity in our life world and what we actually need to be contending with if we want to be thinking workers are going up. The bar has been raised in reality while schooling has lowered it. There's a mismatch here, and we don't have time to do this whole linear progression thing where you're going to have to like go one grade at a time. Fuck that shit. Go in the deep end. Now, this is not going to work for everybody, but you won't know if it's working or not until you've given it a shot for a few months. You have to struggle. You have to put yourself into uncomfortable situations. You have to force the issue. You have to make yourself do the work, to use the way that people talk nowadays, obviously. But I mean, like, we don't have the time and energy to sit there like we're in a perpetual classroom and just following it all out. I say go in the deep end. And the reason I can say that confidently now is because I tried to read Being in Time, which is, I mean, at the time, I'd been told that was the hardest philosophy book. And so I was like, fuck it, let's try it out. I tried and I failed. Like, I got stuck in the introduction like 3 times and just gave up. Like 3 times I gave up. And then I got a chance where other people were reading it and I dived in. That was in a class, and I was like a struggle of luck, really, at the time. But then I was able to get a little bit further with it. I was getting more out of it because I'd taken those previous attempts. But one of the things that I realized was every time I've done this try and fail thing, like, it didn't hurt me. And then when I came back to it, it was easier. But the most important thing is it's not about the specific text in question. It's that everything else became easier too. That's what they don't want you to know. All right? So what seems so impossible out there, a billion books always pressing down on me, and there's some that are just really hard, and will I ever get there? Is that if you just go straight for those fucking ones, where there's more on one page than in an entire book that you would buy off of like some bestseller list, like modern bestseller list. Like, you go to like, is this Being in Time or is this the Schopenhauer book? Oh, this is a Schopenhauer book. Yeah, World is Will and Representation. But like, you go for something where the standards haven't been lowered, where the author isn't trying to speak down to the audience, where it's not being like constantly watered down, and you'll find that like, if you were to spend the whole like 3 hours on 2 pages, you'll end up getting more out of those 2 pages than you would have from an entire like popular bestseller book, that even if it's nonfiction. I mean, I'm serious about this. And it was coming to that realization that then like the following Christmas break, I dived in to Totality and Infinity by Emmanuel Levinas, also like one of the fucking hardest books in the world. And I struggled 20 pages a day of that and a companion text, and I maintained that regiment until the end of Christmas break, but I actually finished it. And I wasn't sure if I really understood very much of it, but connections kept forming after the fact. I kept going back to things that kind of toggled my memory in the same way that a song gets stuck in your head, and then you have to play the song to get it unstuck. It's the exact same thing with reading. You'll have something like, you're like, is that what it said? And then you have to find it, and just the act of finding it and then rereading it, it's like things start cementing, connections start forming, and your reading comprehension goes up. Not incrementally, but exponentially. So right now we have a schooling system that has trained like most people to think in terms of incremental development. And I think maybe that might be necessary when it comes to like mathematics, but it's different when we're dealing with languages, okay? So that's the big secret. The last thing I want to talk about is just the window shopping mentality. It kind of ties back to the idea that instead of if it's worth doing right, my comeback being if it's worth doing twice. The window shopping mentality says, I'm not here to know this book. I'm here to get a vague impression of this book. I'm here to get like a little bit more than maybe I'd get if I just read the back of it and then I read a few Goodreads reviews. I'm here to do a skim, okay? Now, there's this thing in graduate school that's very popular called gutting texts, where you take the book and you look at its table of contents, and maybe you do read some Goodreads reviews beforehand, or just book reviews in general. I keep saying Goodreads, but really, wherever you get your book reviews from. So you look at the table of contents, and you try to think, does it make sense? Do you understand what it's talking about? You read the back of the book. You go to those you read the first couple pages of the preface and the introduction, just the first couple pages. Then you kind of go through and you just look at the beginnings of the chapters. And then you flip through those chapters and you look at the italicized sections, if there are any. You look at the conclusions. You see what you can get out of it doing that, and then you think to yourself, what's the most important thing there relevant to my research? And then you maybe dig in deeper on that, okay? That is called gutting a text. When I found out that that's what they're teaching kids in graduate school, I was like, that's kind of fucked up. So like in graduate school, they give you a reading list. It's like this many books. They don't tell you about like gutting text. They just expect you to figure it out. But like, what do people do? They gut the text. Personally, I would walk around feeling like a complete imposter if I did that. And I can't. I really can't. So what I've done is I listen to it, which is kind of like skimming, and then I gut it. So I've technically been over it all, but I haven't got it in the way that I would have if I'd done a deep reading. But I get a sort of impression for it, and then I go over stuff, and then I come back to it 6 months later, or a year later, or 2 years later, whenever I need it. That's the other thing. Books are friends. You don't take a friend out and say, tell me everything about your life. I need to understand you 100% right now. Like, if you do, you don't have many. I promise. Instead, you get to know people over time. You begin to get a sense for what they're about, right? Like, you get a sense for, like, who would you call in this situation or to do this kind of activity with? Well, you have a sense that so-and-so would be down to go on a hike. You have a sense that so-and-so, they like coffee. Oh, so-and-so, they like to go volunteer to do things. Oh, so-and-so, they like to play pool. Whatever it is. You get a sense for what people are into, and then that way you can kind of come back later and do more of that with them. Or you figure out that, hey, no shared interests there, buddy. Fuck off. Okay, well, and kindly, fuck off. Well, I see books as the same. The books are friends. Maybe you'll end up thinking that they are your enemy, but they are dealing with something that is a shared interest, or maybe people that you're thinking with, maybe people you're in dialogue with, they're reading this thing, and so you want to at least get a sense for it, and then maybe you'll go deeper with it. Who knows? You don't know yet. You don't even know. Before you know, before you commit and take a resolute stand on reading this thing thoroughly and knowing it backwards and forwards, which is where I'm getting to now with some books that I would have never thought that I could have read in the first place. Where I'm getting to is this I know where to go for certain kinds of concepts, for certain kinds of ideas, for certain, it's like, oh, I'm mapping these things out. I have the rest of my life to build on this. And then you say, oh, we don't have time for that. Well, we don't have time to act like we don't have time. If we really don't have time, then we definitely don't have time to act like we don't have time. Because acting like we don't have time makes fools out of us. It's desperate. It's foolish. It's silly. Don't do that. Give yourself a break. The window shopping mentality, people used to do this at the mall when they had money, back when we lived in a consumer society. People would go to the place, they'd walk around and go, what should I buy? They got acquainted with what was there. They didn't necessarily commit and buy everything that looked like it was something that they might want to buy. It's the same thing with committing to a book. I want you to try something along these lines and get back to me later. You don't have to do it the same way that I'm doing it. It's all just experiments. I'm just reporting to you from the field where I'm at, working with earbuds in, trying to make sense of the world, and chasing down every interesting book that gets referenced. Because I tell you, eventually you get bored of listening to podcast hosts who read a lot of books. And eventually you want to read them yourself. But time and energy won't allow it. Well then, start listening. And then you go, oh, well, my job is not going to happen. Well, I mean, that's why I just quit a job that was ultimately like taking up my headspace and not letting me listen to books. So I'm not saying that you have to quit your job, but I am saying that this is worth experimenting with. I'm saying if you can have MSNBC or CNN or Fox News playing in the background, why can't you have a book playing in the background? Do you have to understand every fucking word they say on the news? Do you have to follow along every fucking thing and be able to regurgitate it like you're doing a fucking exam? No, you don't. When you go to a website, do you think, I have to read every fucking page on this website, or I didn't get anything out of it? No, nobody does that. Why have we put books up on such a pedestal? That's me. Peace. Just wanted to do a quick little insertion here right at the end before I close out with, I'm going to put up some summary, like the summary points of the whole video, and I'm going to show footage of like working with headphones on while listening to an audiobook because it's fun. But before I do that though, I just want to say, like, in addition to everything I just said, also think about it this way. What do you think you'll get more out of? Listening to a book twice, or reading it at a painstakingly slow pace where you go back and reread paragraphs over and over again? Which do you think you'll get more out of? Okay, now you don't have to choose between those two things. Because if you instead just listen to whatever book seems interesting and you just get a sense for whether it's worth coming back to or not, then when you come back to it, you can read it. But because you've already listened to it, you already have like a sort of sense of where to focus. You already have a sense for the territory, so you won't be as lost in the pages. You'll get more out of actually reading it. But at the same time, like if you don't have time to read it later, but you need to go back to it later, then listen to it again, and you'll get more out of it than you would have. But then again, maybe you don't need to come back to it later. If you don't need to come back to it later, then you know. And at least you haven't spent untold fucking hours rereading paragraphs in a book that you don't need to come back to. That's all.
Today, the distinction between proletariat and bourgeoisie no longer holds either. Literally, proletarian means someone whose sole possessions are his or her children. Self-production is restricted to biological reproduction. But now the illusion prevails that every person, as a project free to fashion him or herself at will, is capable of unlimited self-production. This means today, dictatorship of the proletariat is structurally impossible. Today, the dictatorship of capital rules over everyone. The neoliberal regime transforms low exploitation into auto-exploitation. This process affects all classes. Such classless self-exploitation, which was something utterly unknown to Marx, renders impossible any social revolution based on the difference between the exploiters on the one hand and the exploited on the other. Indeed, given the auto-exploiting achievement subject's isolation, no political will is even possible that could rise up and undertake.
Okay. All right. Are we still here, everybody?
Children, self-production is fashion him or herself at will is capable of unlimited...
Sorry, I was listening to this outside. Oh, fuck. I went and double checked to find out if I was like what happened, with these kids hearing me cuss, because the kids inside apparently were overhearing the stream and we're all like, we didn't know that Dave knew cusses. And their parent, these kids, the Christian family, parents still cuss sometimes, but I'm like, okay, if you're just joining, I was just having a little crisis on stream about fuck, should I not cuss on streams? I want to make it so that moms who are not trying to soil their children's ears are still able to learn about this stuff. But then I'm like, and then I think it was Marvin had a great idea and was just like, dude, just do family friendly streams sometimes. And tell them, or tell your audience what's in store. Maybe I should have a not safe for work, not safe for church, not safe for family kind of slider up on my meme reel here for the times when I'm gonna be cussing, and I'm actually gonna start for the religious for the Jesus fucking Christ. I do say that, but from now on it's $20 in a jar. Not for anything else, but it's just, for that one, I respect Jesus. But more importantly, I respect people who are religious believers. And I try not to rag on people from other cultures. And I think there's something crazy when it's you want to be like, oh, fucking Allah or whatever. But then but you will do it to Christians. And it's there are so many cultures that you do not understand where people are offended by that. And it's it's not worth it. But look, if I'm just cussing, suck my dick. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to stop cussing. But no, I do want to get better at that specific one. And for all my friends who are like, but it's so much fun to take the Lord's name in vain. I totally agree. That's why it's prohibited. The church likes to prohibit things that are fun, and it's fun to say things that offend the priesthood. And most slurs offend somebody in the priesthood. And sometimes it also offends me. And, I try not to be a part of the priesthood, but I still get offended. And I don't think that, morals are reducible to the priesthood, but I think that the priesthood co-opts morals, and that's the issue. Anyway, all right, so chat, what up? All right, so don't remember plastic pills being mentioned. I have to. Well, if we're going to mention plastic pills, then we also have to mention Todd Nichols. They're both great. They've got a great doc on cyber socialism. Cool. Except, by the way, everyone I'm talking about, from Telos Bound to ContraPoints, I watch 1/10 of their content, maybe 1/50th of their content. The thing is I'll go down a bender and watch 6 of their videos, and then I'm like, I think I got the message. They keep saying certain things. They keep assuming certain things. They keep acting certain ways. They keep misinterpreting things in certain ways. They keep putting words in people's mouths and doing really fucking faulty forms of fallacious kinds of thinking. It starts to drive you crazy after a certain point. And then there's the ones where it's you basically agree with everything they're saying, and you even like the way that they're saying it, and then you're like, okay, but I've watched 6 of these. Now maybe I'll watch one in 6 months. Sometimes when I'm binging somebody, I become their patron, and I plan on only being their patron for a month or two. And I really hope that they're not offended when I stop being their patron. But when I was going down a Telos Bound rabbit hole, I became a patron to Telos Bound. When I was doing a deep dive into Angela Nagel or Matt Taibbi, I went to their Substack. When I was doing a deep dive into ContraPoints years and years ago, I was a patron. And so anytime I'm checking some shit out, I'll become a patron for a bit. Now, I've not been very good at that, and I wish that I was better at it. And I think that anyone who's binging anybody's content after a certain point probably should do it. For me, I don't want your money tonight. I want you to check out nspublishing.substack.com. And I want you to check out nsplebe, spelled the way I do with 2 E's in a row. nsplebe.substack.com. Check those things out. That's the most important shit. As well as Free Mikey. And by the way, I wish that I had a chat bot set up where I could make a command so that it would, you could have a Free Mikey thing there. And in a perfect world, I'd have some mods in here right now who like to do that kind of stuff and have permissions with the chat mod thing. And I don't, though. So not yet. I'm just getting back and going. I do have a few mods, but one of them is watching from the beginning, I think, and then the other 2 have gone to bed. Back to it, folks. So Deleuze and Guitars, good to see you, says, is it cheating to use machine learning to train a bot and converse with a book? Is it cheating to use machine learning to train a bot and converse with a book? Is it cheating? I want to know more about what you mean by that, Duluth and Guitars. Marvin says, it's kind of like the drive to experience original things over and over. I have been trying to experience things repetitively because it's worth it, and it's worth it to try and break that drive a bit. Yeah, that drive to experience new stuff constantly is also a drive to stay distracted and not sit with oneself in solitude and develop a chronological sense of self. Sorry, and it's also like it robs you of leisure time, and it's best understood by Kierkegaard's essay on the public and Heidegger's section of Being and Time, probably chapter 3, 4, 5. Fuck, I forget which. Maybe also chapters like 1 and 2 and like division 2, but mostly I think it's like chapter 4 gets into maybe chapter 3. But anyway, gosh, I feel so rusty right now, it's killing me. But the bit on Das Man and authenticity, which is basically just like the generic person, it's really good. Talks about curiosity as being, and by the way, he doesn't use curiosity. This is translated from German. He's not using it's like idle curiosity that is passively consuming and only kind of like amusing oneself and staying entertained and trying to keep from being bored, or just kind of going for a rush of either pleasure or jouissance, but not like Hegel says tarrying and struggling with the concept. Yo. I showered. I got coffee. I got my lunch, which is really a breakfast. I even tried to get the wrinkles out of my shirt, and it didn't work. It looks like there's 5 people here still, or something like that. The numbers change. I don't care. This is only for a live audience. Well, to a certain extent. Okay, and we'll get more into that later, into how I'm thinking about it. But I'm trying to figure out why my video here is... Oh. Ha. All right, here I am. What's up, folks? About to have to go eat some more food, so I'm going to keep playing the video where it's at. But we'll be getting started here really soon. So if you've been kind of tuning out or hanging out, then I'm great to have you. I'm not even talking. I'm not making sense. But we got Telos Bound, eCodex. I gave you both mod privileges because I was in the house and I realized I didn't have any mods in the chat. I'm also adding Watcher as a mod. Listen, you can always email me or DM me, whichever way you're used to, but email is the most surefire way to do it. You can always email me if you don't want to be a mod and you don't want to say so in the chat. But also, there's no responsibilities besides, look, if someone's spamming, delete them. But you don't have, none of my mods have permission to ban people for saying things that I hear normal people say in my normal life, up to a certain extent. Like, if people are purposely being edgy, that's one thing. It's annoying. I don't like it. But if people are being themselves, I normally let it go. The main reason mods exist is just to put the ban hammer on people who are distracting from the stream and people who are distracting from the stream. And so side conversations that go on and on and on, people that are becoming new best friends in the chat, it's like, hey, you guys need to like get your own side conversation going on outside the stream or whatever. But like besides that, my mods are always very chill, and so maybe I should clip this in the future so that that's how it works. If you get made a mod, you don't have to stay one, but it's really just so that you're there in case I get flooded by a bunch of trolls, because it does happen, and they blow me up and put a bunch of links or words in there that are meant to get me terminated. So that's how it works. Okay, now I'm gonna eat my breakfast and see who's here still. I'll be going over chat in a bit. And then after chat, we'll be getting on track for the day. Or actually, I should put it in another way. Going over chat will be how I get us on track for the day, because there were some really good questions and some great conversation, and it was really funny that I was talking about Telos Bound, and then Telos Bound was right there. So there's a bunch of really good stuff about that. So let's get it going. And actually trying to get to the root of things in like a radical way. So, that's the goal. Soda Cabbage says, I'm here. Got some peanut butter and honey on bread. Haha! That sounds really good right now. I want that with banana, because that's like one of my favorite snacks. I've been doing that a lot with sourdough lately. It's good. Okay. Losing Guitar says, I cuss in Spanish around children. Caca is my favorite word. That way I feel like I am teaching LOL. Is that just shit? Caca. Deluzing Guitar says, bat caca is my go-to euphemism for bat shit, which is a technical term. Fuck. Are you serious? So bat shit is a technical term. Bullshit's a technical term. It's not lying. It's not deception. It is a mode of communicating that is not in reference to truth. Harry Frankfurt wrote the book on it. Oh, Ashley's here. Haha. Hi, Ashley. Says, I should try that, but I'll need to learn more Spanish. Wow, it's like they're just over there and I'm hanging out with them now. What up, Ashley? What up, Ben? I played a little McIntyre after Virtue on stream today. All right, I've been kind of like, let's be honest. So far, I've been, since I got back, I've been talking about stuff that is not the main topic of the stream. And that's because I wasn't really committed to being here. I don't smoke a lot of cigarettes, but I do sometimes. And this is a not safe for work, child-friendly stream, so I can say that. I try to never be seen smoking a cigarette in front of children, but I know that eventually children will grow up and see that sometimes I have one. But that's when I'll tell them the truth, which is that I quit smoking a long time ago. And now I have one every once in a while. But what I mean by quitting is I quit telling myself that it's addicting. And now I like to flex and go, no, I'll have a cigarette. And then I'll go for 2 months without one, you know? And I think that it's very convenient for the tobacco industry and also for the, syntax industry that is parasitic on the tobacco industry. I think it's very convenient for them all to make, workers think, oh, this is so addicting. You need 2 packs a day. Because I used to smoke 2 packs a day. And I thought I was addicted. And I shifted my mindset and it's not addicting. And I can't promise that everyone can do that. And maybe I have. Trust me, it's a lot easier if you're not drinking. I quit drinking in 2016, so. Yeah, so anyway, I am about to step out to smoke. And I'm going to play the, what am I going to play? I'm going to play Grow Food, Roots of Change. Because I want to record. I want to record it. So, you see how I've got this up here on the screen? Folks, do you see this on the screen? Ben, you see that? I've got my audio waves up here. All right. There's different programs on the screen that you can see in front of me. Audacity is the one that I'm moving around right now. And Audacity, the Audacity is free software, open source, really, really, really good. I love it a lot. And I was recording Alistair McIntyre's After Virtue. But now I'm going to record this song so that I can take the clip of the song where they say, chop it up, chop it, chop it, chop it, chop it up, and put that on my soundboard. And then also get the clip for whipping in the kitchen. I'll be whipping in the kitchen, because whipping in the kitchen and chopping it up is badass. So Ashley's saying, gonna hit it, good night. Ashley, you haven't heard this song. Gotta at least hear this song. But all right, you don't have to hear the song right now. I can always show you later. But what I'm about to show you is a song. I'm gonna step away while I play it. It's by Roots of Change Grow Food is the name of the song. And I think people should watch it because it's like unironically a great song. It's a bop, but also it's like, yeah, well, you can judge for yourself. Here we go.
Food. Grow food. ASC got produce. ASC about to go cool. We gon' grow food. Grow food. ASC got produce. ASC about to go cool. Whipping in the kitchen. Whipping in the kitchen. I be whipping in the kitchen. Whipping in the kitchen. Chop it up. Chop it. Chop it. Chop it. Chop it up. The slow food got you sloppy, bruh. So chop it. Chop it. Chop it. Chop it up. Grow food. Grow food. Chop it up, chop it, chop it, chop it, chop it up. The slow food got you sloppy, bruh. So chop it, chop it, chop it, chop it
See,
up.
in my hood, they ain't really much to eat. Popeyes on the corner, McDonald's right across the street. All this talk about guns and the drugs, pretty serious. But look at what they feeding y'all. That's what's really killing us. Please change the food in my school, make it good. Get that fake food up out of my hood. Hope the message not misunderstood. Grow and cook your own food, yes you could. Got the little homies in the garden, got the big homies selling collard greens in the north side. Ain't starving since community cooks been on the scene.
Screaming hot Cheetos and Takis, boy, you better eat your broccoli. Fake food is kinda lame, putting poison in your brain. Need more people at the club, popping bottles of that water, dabbing on that fast food. Pulling veggies out the garden, I go hard, I eat good, and I put that on my mama. Eating healthy school lunch, and that's where to Miss Obama. Drinking water, living longer, no processed drama. Call me John Deere, shawty, I be growing like a farmer. Dad.
Go food. Go food. ASC got produce. ASC about to go cool, we gon' go food. Go food. ASC got produce. ASC about to go cool. Whipping in the kitchen, whipping in the kitchen. I be whipping in the kitchen, whipping in the kitchen. Chop it up, chop it, chop it, chop it, chop it up. The slow food got you sloppy, bruh. So chop it, chop it, chop it, chop it up.
I get the C from the oranges, I get the B from the broccoli, I get the A from the milk, I get my vitamins properly, my food be packed with the minerals. I hope you taking this literal. So when you 65 plus, you should be passing your physical. Try tell them, but they did not believe me. Thought that sugar was sweet, say I got diabetes. You better rethink your drink, this stuff is not what you think. Get you some water or something, I get it free from the sink. Keep it healthy, but still got that good taste. Got an appetite for flavor and an appetite for taste. If you need a couple pointers, I can get you some help. And then I see you wanna vibe, cause you need some milk.
Living your road with some big dreams, about to make it big on the big screen. Don't pay attention to that TV, cause fake food ain't what you need. Come in the house, let us chop it up. Exp. telling me, little popular. The youth that are trooping, don't stopping us. The youth that are trooping, don't stopping us. But the health, well, social change, my fruits and veggies be off the chain. Want real food for real people, gonna break it back. Cafe, real money, that's all I need. Get the green, got clean. Wanna make 100 meals, we don't cook 100 meals, cause my people gotta eat.
Go food.
I'm totally boomering out over here. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm dancing, but I'm creating like an echo. Whoops. I'm going to skip back, play while I'm going to grab some water from my Yeti over here. It's going to be really good.
I get it free from the sink. Keep it healthy, but still got that good taste. Got an appetite for flavor and an appetite for taste. If you need a couple pointers, I can get you some help. And then I see you wanna vibe, cause you need some milk.
Living your road with some big dreams, about to make it big on the big screen. Don't pay attention to that TV, cause fake food ain't what you need. Come in the house, let us chop it up. Exp. telling me, little popular. The youth that are trooping, don't stopping us. The youth that are trooping, don't stopping us. But the health, wealth, social change, my fruits and veggies be off the chain. Want real food for real people, gonna break it back. Cafe, real money, that's all I need. Get the green, got clean. Wanna make 100 meals, we don't cook 100 meals, cause my people gotta eat.
Oh no. How corny. Internet. I'm on fiber, but because it's Wi-Fi out here, it's just not always ideal. What's up, everybody? I've eaten. So I streamed very late last night, woke up late this morning, didn't have to be anywhere because I'm between jobs for another couple weeks here, doing more important things like building a production studio and helping my dad build a loft up at his farm. And I'm going to show you some behind the scenes footage on a lot of that stuff. And one of the things I'm most excited about here is to talk to you all about a couple of comments about, is it a diversity of tactics thing, about education, about propaganda, and also education versus propaganda is one of the sort of frames I could have set up on the thumbnail, and it would have been interesting how I would have sorted people in accordance to like who's just propaganda as opposed to who is just education, and where there might be overlap. And then I think that there would be theory people who would say, well, there's no such thing as just education, and you know, they would say, oh, an apolitical education is itself a form of propaganda because it obviously tacitly supports the status quo, or whatever. Duh. But you know what I'm saying. There are obviously people who measure the success of their work by the degree to which they are able to influence others for some ideology. And then there are people who are trying to help people think critically about ideology. And it's not that there's not overlap, but there's also obviously a tension there. And because a lot of people think that education and propaganda are just the same thing, or haven't like really thought about this distinction, a lot of the educational entertainment that we have today is really just like LARPy wannabe propagandizing. But as I said in the stream yesterday, trying to do a leftism on the internet, it's like trying to plot to rob a bank from the lobby of a police station. So that's my current take, and I think that everybody should read Yasha Levine's Surveillance Valley, the real history of the internet that nobody knows. But anyway, so I want to talk about some of these things going on in the chat. The diversity of tactics one was a really good question, and so is it the audience's fault, or is it the audience that's being is the audience being cultivated that way? I think a lot of people end up seeing stuff that's on the essay side of things or on the streaming side of things, and they gravitate more towards one way. And I think that there's an age difference. I think that the streamer side is younger in general, and I think that the essay side is older in general. Though there's cases where you have a video essayist, and I'm pretty sure that their entire audience is 14. And so it's one of those really interesting things where it's like, I try not to talk to minors, much less, especially on the internet, you know what I mean? And well, I mean, kids, like actual kids, like in my real life, like I'm an uncle for a lot of kids, that's a different thing altogether. But just like kids on the internet, and then the people who babysit them and propagandize them and try to radicalize them, it's disgusting. And there's a lot of weird shit. And the essayists aren't immune from it, and it's really just comes with the internet. You get a big mixture of people. But there's definitely audiences where it's like the maturity is, there's basically like a kid here on this farm where I live named Atticus. He is the most adorable, precious kid. I'll probably show you some clip of him really soon here. But for the love of God, man, this kid. Actually, was that taking the Lord's name in vain by anybody who cares about such things standards? I actually don't know. It's something someone brought up the other day. It says, is saying for the love of God, actually, is it like dropping a JFC? I actually don't know. I'm trying to think about this more often because I'm not trying to be purposely offensive to religious people out there. People whose culture I do not share. So, let's see. I'm going to pull up, and I'm going to show you Atticus because I'm talking about immaturity. I think that there's definitely audiences that exist, and the question of whether they were cultivated that way or if it's something else is a really good one. What up, Deleuze and Guitars? Good to see you. Did you send me that email yet? All right. So this grow food rap video, we're going to continue this stream from yesterday, just playing it whenever I need to step aside. I'll probably need to step aside in like a half hour, so you'll get to finish this. I'll put it back a little bit. You'll get to hear it. But right now I want to show you something specific. Let's see. I've been having a lot of fun experimenting with a GoPro. So let's see if this works. Downloading. No. Stop. Why does it have to download? I need to transfer these files. So you can't really see. Here, I'll make it so you can all see. These are my GoPro files from the last 12 hours. And it's not my GoPro, it's one I borrowed from somebody, but I'll probably actually buy it off of him, I suspect. Wait. Warnell Farm. There we go. I'm trying to get better about organizing files. So eCodex and iZool, I'm sure you've got eyes off screen. Actually, hell, Tools and Guitars, I'll give you mod too. Anybody who I recognize who I've never had a problem with gets mod. It's very low standards. Don't ban people unless it's like really, really obvious that they're trying to distract. But the person who just did the Von Red thing, like that person definitely gets the ban hammer. Who wants to try it out? Who wants to ban hammer that person? Just do it. But anytime you see that, ban them, because I don't know what it is, but it happens all the time. Thanks, Izul. Soda Cabbage says, I'm not religious, but come from that background, and I would say it usually depends on who you ask. Yeah, that's true with almost all things religious nowadays, right? So I guess that's the point of individualism and Protestantism. Speaking of Protestantism, I did not realize that it was a controversial statement to say that the Protestant Reformation was a part of the death of God. Nietzsche would not have argued with that. I'm 100% sure of that. I don't think that Nietzsche thought... I think Nietzsche probably thought Luther's flailing attempt to keep Christendom alive was just that, a response to the death of God. But anyway, Telos Bound just put up a video about that like today, so that's why I brought it up. But anyway, I'm going to show you this video of Atticus because he's really cute. And it's really cute when you know that a kid is a kid. It's another thing when you're online and you're just like, you don't know who these people are, and there's thousands of them in someone's chat. It's like, whoa, okay. But then you also get a bunch of 30 and 40-year-olds who like to hang out with them. And it's just weird to me, and that's why I want to have I'm ultimately trying my goal with this stream is to, in 3 years time, when I stream, I have 50 to 100 people, and I know almost all of them in real life and have hung out with almost all of them in real life. And there will be people like Elle who are like primarily online people who don't like go to conferences or conventions, who aren't like necessarily going to hop on a plane and go to something, who don't want to like do IRL organizing in their city. Like, so if I come on a book tour for New Civilization Publishing, and I've got some other speakers with me, and we're doing some crazy cool shit, like performative theater stuff one day, book readings the next day, lectures the day after that, a conference. Like we're doing events, and we're coming through your city. If you're not the kind of person who would want to help put that event on, and you wouldn't even want to be there in person, I almost don't want to talk to you, except for very, very, very extreme exceptions. So I'd say Elle is my extreme exception. I love Elle. And if you're just like Elle and you're not going to be one of those people, then you can also be a special exception. There's all kinds of people that I don't want to have be the primary population or assumed demographic or audience for my content. I hate calling it that, but who are like hanging out. And yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about this over the last couple of years, and my problems with the internet, and done research into the internet. Ecodex said, is crying about cybernetics on stream part of Theorytube? Yes, because if you're not crying about cybernetics yet, you haven't read Yasha Levine's Surveillance Valley or something equivalent, and you just have no idea the implications of what I'm talking about when I say psychological gerrymandering, and we can't get into that right now. I'll go to Vancouver, Telos Bound. 100% I'll go to Vancouver. That's easy, actually. Is that Vancouver, Washington, or is that Canada? Is there a Vancouver, Canada? Is that like a province? I'm so bad. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get better, but I'm still an American. I'm trying so hard to get better here. Oh, Izul says, I think there's people that buy all these accounts and use it to spread malware. AL, did you hear me talking about you just now? You might want to skip back and then fast forward because it was just a couple minutes ago. But I was saying you're one of the good ones. And by one of the good ones, I don't mean any sort of like identity criteria. I'm talking about like in terms of not being a super like out there organizing in your city kind of person, like being a lot more introverted and focused more on the interpersonal, and also doing a lot of stuff online. Oh, you're writing a response right now. Cool. E-Codex is valid. Has been valid. Is still, yeah, always has been and still is valid. Yes, absolutely. So this whole thing about the audience that gets cultivated, and if it's the fault of the audience or if it's how it's cultivated, I think that the answer all for me comes down to cultivation. Obviously there's individual responsibility to some degree. Obviously there's like some degree of choice, or you know, I believe in some kind of like, hey, you know, you can speak to the higher angels of people in any population or any, you know, demographic, and you will be heard by some. And so it's never good to assume who is or is not who in such a scenario. But it all comes down to cultivation for me, because while it might be true that from the individual standpoint, like it's some degree of stoicism when things are crazy is probably a good idea. Like in terms of, I'm going to breathe and focus on what I can control. And I can't control what other people think of me, and I can't control what's going on in the world with Russia, with, you know, with Biden, with NATO. I'm going to focus on what I can actually do. And I think that that's a good thing. And that people should always think about that. But that when we were talking about other people, though, and we're not speaking to them, asking them to do better or whatever, I think that it's probably a good idea to think structurally, and structurally, environmentally, and ecologically. And so, yeah, cultivation's everything. And, you know, cultivation's related to this word I really like, Bildung. It's a German word for the cultivation of human soil, is like the analogy of the human spirit in the way that Hegel uses the word, not the way that Americans use the word, not in all the different ways that Americans use the word. And so cultivation's everything. I really do think that. And that's why education, real education, not schooling, that's why it matters. By the way, sorry, Telos Bound, for assuming that you went to some super privileged, like Classics Academy or something. You come off like you did. Or like you're homeschooled or something. Just because, I'm sorry, I don't expect someone fresh out of high school. And you said it was just some boring ass high school. Yeah, I don't expect people from a boring ass high school to be as literate in theory as you are. And so for people who don't, look, I already showed Telos Bound off yesterday, but because he's in the chat, and he's been a good sport so far, I'm gonna go ahead and just we're gonna go to his channel really quick here, and I'm gonna show you what I think is a good example of dialogue. So down here, the video he did, Slavoj Žižek, Hegel and a Wired Brain. It's part 2 of a 2-part series. Here, I didn't like it. I'm ashamed. I should have liked it. Anyway. Oh, wait. Did I get it wrong? Was it the first part? I already went over this before on stream. Whatever. It's not, now it's not even there. Am I going to the wrong thing? Was it the first video? Oh, yeah. Anyway, if you haven't seen this, I'm going to drop the link in chat. But just quick summary, folks, because I'm not going to read it all, is I raised a question. I basically said I think that he's got Hegel wrong, and I said that McGowan and Žižek and everyone's doing like this thing that's way cooler, and then he basically comes back at me with like, yeah, I'm a Žižekian, but I think that Žižek gets Hegel wrong. I just like the way Žižek gets Hegel wrong, which is funny because Michael Downs of Free Mikey and The Dangerous Maybe, he kind of said the same thing to me. I take this with a grain of salt. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that he said, he put it as a conditional. He said, if McGowan and Žižek and Alenka Zupaknik and Joan Kopjek and Malibu and all of these other people who are all kind of like a part of that same milieu, if they're wrong about Hegel, well, I don't care. I want their Hegel. which is obviously a Hegel that's read through a Lacanian lens. And so, hey, Soda Cabbage is part of the homeschool gang. Same. So are all the kids living here, by the way. Anyway, I can't even keep up with chat. Honestly, I should just become a streamer. Not try, just do more chat related stuff. But actually, so for the streams where I have a thing I want to like profess on, or like lay out for people, where I have to follow a chronological sequence, I can't lose my thread, blah blah blah. I won't have my eyes on chat. I'm gonna have my mod chat on WhatsApp doing all of the work, and the mod chat will keep their eye on what's going on here and then let me know through voice messages. Oh, by the way, if any of you are in the live stream and you want to say hi to the audience, say hi if you want. So yeah, and if I've added any mods today, if I made you a mod in my YouTube channel, like Deleuze and Guitars and Izul, and then you can email me and we'll start talking, and you might get into the actual mod chat. But I'd have to get to know you a little bit more before we get to that point, because at that point you have my phone number, which is fine. I'm probably going to change it anyway, but hey, Mikey is here, and he said, yeah, that's what I said. Okay, perfect. Al says, no need to read all this out loud. I appreciate what you... Oh, okay. Al, I'm not going to read it all out loud. Do you want to just say it over WhatsApp? Otherwise, I will read it all out loud, because I have been hanging out with chat, and I said I was going to get this stream on course by going over chat. And so, for the people who are too busy or, playing video games or whatever, who don't have eyes on the chat, I kind of want them to be able to still feel like they're part of this thing. So you can either let me know through a voice message what's going on, or I'll probably end up reading it. But okay, pull up to Vancouver, Canada. Okay, Telos Bound is in Canada. Why is everybody in Canada? I don't like Canadians. Let's see. Canada. Vancouver. Just as a general rule, I don't think that being nice is a personality. I don't think not being American is a personality. And I've been going to Canada my whole life, every year. And my experience with Canadians is that they think that those things are enough to basically be a person, have an identity. And it's not an identity. Maple syrup, being nice, and not being American does not make you a person to me. You have to be more than that. And so I don't like nationalities in general. I don't like Americans either, so let's be fair. But casual displays of chauvinism towards Canada, I think is a fun time. I've been having a lot of fun with it recently, because I think that they're all crazy over there. I think that Trudeau's a piece of shit. I think that he's a cowardly piece of shit. I think that he's a good example of almost everything wrong with the left. I think doesn't matter what you think about the truckers, his response to it was absolutely horrendous. And I hope that they set him on fire with gasoline. But anyway, I want to go to Vancouver now because Telos Bound is there. And I like Telos Bound. Another Canadian I like is Swole. And I've got to go to wherever the hell he is, which is on the East Coast. Anyway, just to close off this tab, all I was saying about Telos Bound was like, this was a great example of a back and forth. And so I appreciated it, because sometimes there's like comments where it's like, I actually would do a whole video just about this back and forth, because it turned into something really cool, where he then did a 2-part series on McGowan's book, Emancipation After Hegel. And then he did his own. So that was all review, not like just, he's wrong. And then, and it was like a respectful review, because, as a Zijikian, he sees what McGowan is doing and thinks it's great. But then he is like, he still wrote a blog post saying McGowan's not right, in a certain sense. And he's getting the absolute, he's reading it through this Zijikian lens, but for Hegel, the absolute really is kind of this more traditional understanding of it or whatever. Look, I'm not going to get into all that right now. All I want to say is, that this whole conversation is one that I hope to have with him in the future, that I hope to have with McGowan in the future. But I don't plan on being a part of that conversation for another year or two until I've done a lot more reading. But them having these discussions is helping me prepare myself to return to phenomenology of Geist. And I will be doing that soon. Within the next couple of years. Because Phenomenology of Geist is one of the 5 books that I plan on rereading every year, alongside Being in Time and Das Kapital and Totality and Infinity. And then there's like 6 other great texts that are kind of competing for that place. And I don't know which Baudrillard one gets in there just yet, because I have to read everything he's written before I finally like fix on what Baudrillard I become deeply familiar with. But I'm not there yet because Mikey's not given me my official crash course on Baudrillard. He's given me a lot of like informal ones, including one that was practically like a 2-hour lecture that I took notes for and I should have recorded. But no, I'm not there yet. And so there's my main great texts that I read on hard mode with people, or that I also want to read line by line, slowly. Eventually I want to have line by line analyses on all of those texts, and have read them all like 10 times because they're some of the greatest works of philosophy. Oh, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Durr. Yeah, so that would be probably number 5, and then there's a bunch of other contenders for the other 5. And when I said read them every year, I don't mean all of them every year, but I'm reading 1 or 2 of them every year. Last year it was Totality Infinity. This year it's the 4 volumes of Das Kapital. So, and a bunch of other books in that series. So, anyway, yeah. So, Dangerous Maybe says, is responding to Tealsbound, who said Canadian nationalism consists of hating Americans and more recently hating vaccines. Dangerous Maybe said, to be honest, I'm still trying to figure out where I stand on that question. Oh, hating vaccines? I've told... Oh, not about vaccines. This is about the absolute thing. Okay. Dangerous Maybe says... I've told Todd that when there needs to be... What there needs to be is a Zizkian McGowan commentary on the phenomenology or the science of logic. For those who don't know, Hegel was the Aristotle of modernity. He was probably the most charismatic and big-brained and impressive thinker to set foot on the continent, to live in Germany at the time, at its peak as a civilization, before the world wars like completely destroyed everything. And I shouldn't blame the world wars. I should blame the crises inherent to capital. But that's a whole other thing we'll be talking about when I bring Ted Reese on to talk about Grossman's theory of crisis, and that'll be happening once I get back from my trip up to North Idaho tomorrow. So I'll be back mid-March, and that's when I'll be having the conversation with Ted Reese. But stay tuned for that. It's going to be good. Last time I tried to do that stream, the internet kept breaking. It wasn't working out. Elle says, Hegel was a Christian, yeah? Everyone argues about that question. I've seen people argue about that question, and it doesn't matter. Nothing that matters about Hegel actually hinges on that question, because he's reinventing the history of thought and all of the most important concepts that people are using, or he's developing concepts that circumnavigate and undermine the normal concepts that people use. So it's just like, sorry, you can't put him into your interpretive framework. It doesn't work. You have to go to him on his own terms. What he didn't like was New Age style mushy thinking, or sort of positivist scientific empiricism that doesn't understand things like negation, structure, and what he calls spirit, which is, the cultivation of humans, environment is a way that I think people think about it nowadays. But anyway, to say that we need a Zizekian McGowanian commentary on the phenomenology or the science of logic, these are the two greatest works that Hegel wrote. Phenomenology, the most famous. I call it Phenomenology Geist because that's the word that is being used here. And then you get different translations. Like this one says Phenomenology of Mind. But then the one that I like, the translation that I read, is somewhere else. I think it's under my pillow. Yeah, it is. It's on my bed. Anyway, the one that I have read and underlined and everything is called the Phenomenology of Spirit. But these words just do not translate into Americanese very well, and to bring it into our own interpretive assumptions about the world is a mistake. So anyway, the science of logic is like the phenomenology of spirit, but like done 1,000 times harder. Except that, I don't know, it's got less like sort of phenomenological, like intuitive demonstrations of the contradictions that he's working through, and it gets a lot more abstract. But that can also be easier for some people. So anyway, then Dangerous maybe said they don't perform. So he's talking about Zizek and McGowan. They don't perform exegeses, which means unpacking a text. They don't perform exegeses on enough of the quotes in their normal books. So a commentary from the perspective of their... Oh no. Did I lose it? This chat's popping, y'all. I just lost my spot. Where were you all last night? Sleeping? I was up till like midnight. So anyway, because they don't do exegeses, he says a commentary from the perspective of their interpretation really needs to exist. Yeah, 100%. Telos Bound says, exactly, that was my critique. I feel like Todd is aware of this, as he'll mention how Hegel didn't know contradiction was absolutely central. Oh. Yeah, and by the way, I haven't watched the interviews, and I haven't followed this conversation between Telos Bound and McGowan, but it's riveting. Even just knowing that it's happening is riveting. I'm already like fully into it. I just haven't had the time or energy, or attention, in terms of my priorities recently. But L says, religious though, not an atheist? I don't think religion or atheism makes any sense outside of the frameworks that I'm talking about. Like I said, The Dangerous Maybe says, right, actually getting ready to have a phone chat with Todd tonight, so I'm going to discuss this with him again. Nice. Telos Pound says, I doubt Hegel believed there was a guy traveling Palestine 2,000 years ago that was God. Telos Pound says, okay, nice. I sort of regret not pressing him on this, him being McGowan. Please let me know what he says. Ella says, what about pragmatism? Pragmatism understands negation and structure, but is not spiritual or religious. At least, not the pragmatism that I think is legitist, Peirce and Dewey based. Pragmatism is not mushy, but it is empirical. Pragmatism is also phenomenological. Listen, this is a whole other thing we cannot get into right now. But pragmatism, yes, it has a respect for empiricism. It has a respect for phenomenology, depending on the person that you're talking about. Like someone like Richard Rorty said that you're not doing philosophy if you aren't reading Heidegger in the 20th century, stuff like that. But I don't know what to tell you. It's a conversation where I have to spend a lot of time reading pragmatism, and you have to spend a lot of time reading actual phenomenology and structuralism, and then we can have a real productive conversation. I'll just put it that way. But until that time comes, it would be stupid for me to be making too hot of definitive takes on the matter of pragmatism and its relation to our understanding of things like structure and negation. And so, oh my God, now I feel like I'm really talking over everyone's heads. Again, I keep trying, so I need to stop. I'm gonna get out of the chat. You all have fun. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna make sure to go over. Look, Elle, Elle, can you send a voice message? You said a bunch of other stuff, and then I asked you to send that as a voice message. Do you want me to go up there and read it? Like, but yeah, Dangerous maybe, Elle, anybody who's got me on WhatsApp, if you got something to say, you can say it, and I'll play it over stream. But I'm going to finish playing the music video that was playing earlier, Grow Food, and then we're going to get back to it. Podcast, everyone should subscribe to and listen to Y Theory. Most of my friends listen to Y Theory. Listening to Y Theory might also make the difference between Breadtube and LeftTube. Is this... Do you hear what I was saying? Listening to Y Theory might make the difference between whether you are considered LeftTube or... that's funny. But is this... I thought that it was stalling out and loading during the song, was it not? Here I am continuing and it's some other point in the conversation? Oh, here we go.
The youth that are duping, no stopping us for the health, well, social change, my fruits and veggies, be off the chain. Want real food for real people, gonna bring it back. Cafe, real money, that's
sorry,
all I
it was sped
need.
up.
Get the green, black clean. Wanna make 100 meals, we don't cook 100 meals, cause my people gotta eat.
Grow food.
I'm totally boomering out over here. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Oh my God, shut up.
I'm dancing, but I'm shut
Meals,
up.
we don't cook 100 meals, cause my people gotta eat.
Yeah. Now I'm going to turn off my camera.
TV,
Check in the chat.
food, ain't what you need.
BRB.
Come in the house, let us chop it up. Expensive elements made us popular. The youth that are duping, no stopping us. The youth that are duping, no stopping us. For the health, wealth, social change, my fruits and veggies be off the chain. Want real food for real people, gonna break it bread. Cafe, real money, that's all I need. Get the green, black clean. Wanna make 100 meals, we don't cook 100 meals, cause my people gotta eat.
Grow food. Grow food. ASC got produced. ASC about to go cool, we gon' grow food. Grow food. ASC got produced. ASC about to go cool.
Yeah.
I be whipping in the kitchen, whipping in the kitchen. Chop it up. Chop it up. The slow foods got you sloppy, bruh. So chop it up.
So, it's fitting. It's a fitting song to be playing right now. That's what I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you some transmissions from the future, everybody. I'm about to show you. I'm going to show you a picture, just a little snapshot of a form of life. A form of life called, and I'm so sorry that this is such a corny ass neologism, but I'm going to just start using it without shame. HYBRITERACY. It's as annoying as the word plebe is when spelled wrong for some people, I'm sure. But the point is that there is a noble kind of work, and then there is a parasitic kind of work, and then finance and consumer capitalism creates a gray area where, and then job culture creates another like gray area because people got to live also. But there's noble work, and then there's parasitic jobs, and some people have to spend their whole lives barely scraping by just to do noble work. And then other people are raking it in big time, doing, well, it's arguable that they add any value to the world whatsoever. They usually just like deal in words and knowledge. And sometimes it's very useful. Other times, you just kind of feel like, well, it's very convenient that you don't have to do any of the noble work and that you get to be parasitic on it. And people who grow food are doing noble work. And Elle, before you leave, I'm assuming that you're still in the house. I'll still say it anyway in case you're... I mean, if you're not, I'd just share this with you later. Actually, you know what? I'm going to share this to you over WhatsApp while I talk on stream, because I'll just make sure that you get it either way. Hi, Al. Assuming that you just left the stream, I'm just going to send you this WhatsApp, but I'm still talking on stream. So, yeah, we'll put a pin in the pragmatism conversation. And we've already put a pin in that conversation a lot of times. It's one of our recurring conversations, and I like it a lot because I ultimately want to be well-based in pragmatism, and have a thoroughgoing understanding of like the debates between pragmatists and Marxists and phenomenologists and structuralists and psychoanalysis and all of these different things. I'm not there yet. Can't wait to be there. It's something that we're going to do together. I look forward to it. I hope I didn't come across too impatient there. My frustration had nothing to do with you or what you were saying. And I don't think that you thought that, but I'm still going to clarify anyway, because the thing I'm annoyed by is trying to keep up with stream. And it always was annoying when I was on Twitch. And so I don't know what it is in my subjectivity, my psychology, that makes me think that I actually need to keep up with the fucking stream. I know some people, like, especially on Twitch, they're gonna be like, does this person even watch stream? Like, if you don't talk in, like, if you don't, like, if you're not like able to recognize what they say and instantly react in like seconds, then like they're gonna meme on you. I think that's toxic. I think it's evil. I think it's dangerous. I think it's worse than Putin. I think it's worse than NATO. So it's really bad. And but I feel a pull of it, and like I want to keep up with stream. So anyway, but that's part of the reason why I'm trying to do this approach to streaming that's more, that has more cooldowns in place. So for instance, people who I do not know, or people who are not like immediately like following along with what's actually being said and the general direction of the stream itself, they are not going to get priority. And then I don't want to set it up so that people have to super chat to, you know, to even get read over stream. I don't want to, but oh, L is still here. Oh, I don't need to send this over WhatsApp, but I'll still keep going. I don't want to get to that point where it's like I take money for it. And so the alternative for me is having a mod chat where the mods keep me up to date frequently on WhatsApp, and I'll play a mod update every 5 minutes or something. So if your name is Blue and you're in the chat, not if your name is Blue, like your name, you go around, I'm Blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. No, we're talking about like if your name, like L or The Dangerous Maybe or Deleuze Guitars, if your name is Blue instead of Black, because I can give mod status, and then you got a little wrench beside your blue name. If you're like Izul or any of these other cool people, then you basically have the power to get rid of trolls for me. And then if you want to apply, and you know, we'll have a phone conversation or something, you could get into eventually the actual mod chat. But the only real goal of the mod chat is to have 3 people, 3 dedicated people, maybe 5, who know the chat, hang out with the chat, relay what the chat says to me. I'll respond that way. Like they could just read out the really good ones that I missed, you know. If you don't even want to use your voice, you could use a robot reader. So I don't want to say that people have to use their voice if they don't want to use their voice over stream. But anyway, this is I realized that I wanted to address this and do it all at once and actually say the whole thing so that people understand my vision and my intention behind wanting to have a mod chat on WhatsApp where I actually have people's phone numbers and you just call them up and talk to them. And then that will be, and then they will also, eventually some of them will be in the Discord, and there will be a Discord too. And not everyone has to, like, you know, be doing this whole, like, relaying what's going on in chat thing. I'm not saying that Elle or, like, Mikey have to, like, do, like, okay, this is what's going on in chat right now. You know, I'm not saying that. But there would be, because they're in the chat, they'd be a part of the conversation. And then, I don't know. What we need is, like, a person who's got, like, a radio personality, or or a person who is really into people, like different people, and wants to get to know the people in chat and everything like that, then that's what we need. So anyway, that's the conversation that we're going to be having in Mod Chat today. Mod Chat's happening in isn't it happening in 2 hours? I forget. Ann said the time. But yeah, we're going to have one. It's going to be good. It won't be available to the public, but it will be available to the people who join the Discord in the future. Okay. Oh, bye. Okay. Well, there you go. I sent the WhatsApp, and I just realized I forgot that I was WhatsApping, and I thought I was just talking to the stream, and then I was like, I better just close out of this. Anyway. So, Elle says, no, I thought you were very fair and reasonable in your response and in putting a pin in a deep topic and one that would have surely sidetracked you from the topics at hand. I really appreciate your concern and consideration regarding this, though, and in general. Oh, thank you. Totally. Well, gosh. Elle, you're great. All right, so the Dangerous Maybe says to Telos Bound, I keep telling Todd that he could easily turn his course on phenomenology into a commentary. He's already done all the important work. Do you both want to come on stream really quick? Just for 20 minutes. For 10 minutes. For 5. Just for 5 minutes. Come on, Dangerous Maybe. Telos Bound. Just come on stream. I don't give a fuck about everything else I had planned today. I actually was GoProing myself earlier for a video I'm doing, where I was talking about my new strategy. And I said, my new strategy is I give a title to a stream, and then I try to stick to the script, but I also go where the audience wants to go to some degree, and that'll be way better, way more interesting stuff as a result, and then that will be edited up later, right? And so the segment on what I want to do with my mod chat, that's its own segment, Mikey says he can't. He's about to be driving. Michael, you could call me on the phone. You could Facebook Messenger me. You could. I know. You could be driving truck right now for your warehouse. Except that I think you're probably on your way home or to the coffee shop, I'm guessing. Yeah, you've probably got to go right. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Not right now. Maybe later. It's okay. I'm always trying to get him to do stuff, and sometimes I drag him into it. It's like fishing. And then eventually it's like, yes! It's like it's like that video I was just showing you all the other day from the Acid Left interview when it was Mikey and Ann and I on Adam's The Acid Left. It was like that because Michael wasn't even there at the beginning. and then Adam's all, looks like Michael's in the chat. And we're all like, what? And he's like, should I let him in? And I was like, and Ann was like, no. Oh, it's good. Well, it's kind of like I have you both here anyway. Wow, that's a really cool occasion. Sure beats yeah, this is cool. Well, I'm glad to have you both in the chat. Anyway, we'll be doing a meme review. We'll be doing some comment review. I don't know if I will actually do the comment review today. I'm not even going to get into what that is. I just don't even want to do it. Not in the mood. Dangerous Maybe says, and Dave, yes, you'll get a huge Baudrillard level up this summer. So listen, everybody, they say that when you're going to publish a book, you should start talking about it a year in advance. Apparently, I'm trying to learn about publishing. And, so it's it basically gets written and then talked about for a year on podcasts. You go around, make appearances, and then it gets released. This is what Zero Books would encourage you to do, all right? Or Diet Soap. Dangerous Maybe says, you persistent fucker, haha. No, I have to get all my questions ready for my Todd talk tonight. That's right, you said you're talking to Todd. That's even more important. Ask Todd if you can call in and have a conversation with me and Telos Bound. Just on the phone, just for 20 minutes, just for 40 minutes. Anyway, we need to start talking about Michael's book. We're not going to say the name. I've already said it's going to be the book of like this. I said decade, but century. You know, it's a big deal. This is a really big deal, and I haven't gotten to read a fucking word of it. And so, but I know about it. But Michael won't tell me about most of it. And so, but I know a few things. And so, yeah, what he just said about how I'm going to get a huge Baudrillard level up this summer, he's hinting. This is the kind of shit that he does. He's hinting about what's going on with his book. There is an introduction to Baudrillard in this book that will be your one spot stop. Is that how you say that? That's a saying, right? Is that how you say it? But this introduction is going to be the only place you need to go to read about Baudrillard. And then obviously you'll get into Baudrillard and you'll read a bunch of Baudrillard, and then you'll also go read secondary stuff on Baudrillard. And then you'll come back and you'll read the introduction again. And then you'll understand how well the introduction set you up for all the rest of that stuff. And you'll have measured all of those other things by the standard Michael has set. And they will all fail. And so Michael will go down in history as like having written the best Baudrillard introduction. No pressure. And the best part is he just writes it, and then it will not be edited. It's written, it's proofread, minor corrections, but there's no editing. This just comes out the fingertips. And that is how it is for me too, most of the time. Except I've got some fucking choppy ass shit, like my terrible ass thesis. I fucking hate it. I told Mike Watson that he needs to come on stream after, if he ever reads Waypoint, and give me like an English lesson and just critique my book, because it's terribly written, in my own opinion. Because I feel like I've learned a lot since I wrote parts of it, and so it's just like. Except that some of my earlier writing was better than some of my later writing, I think. But, you know, it's all contested. Anyway, Mikey's introduction to Baudrillard will be awesome. The other thing that will be awesome is the other introduction. Do I even have to tell you all what it is? No, I don't, and I'm not going to. We'll bring Michael on and he'll talk about it himself. So we'll shift gears here in a second. But I'm finally becoming a person who is getting advanced copies of texts that have not been published yet. And so when people are like, oh, why do you only read dead people? It's 100-year-old books. I'm like, I'm reading books that haven't even been published yet. Shut the fuck up. I'm reading everything. Literally everything. I mean, ultimately. Yeah. Azil says, I'll come back for the video. I gotta go walk the doggy. What makes you think there will be a video? VOD means video on demand, for anyone who doesn't know. And so the VOD of a stream is like you have the whole thing, you know? And that's, I mean, I try to stream in a way where it's like the VOD is its own piece as well. Might get chopped up in 6 months from now, 8 months from now, but it's not getting chopped up and published anytime soon. I'm not in a hurry to. And if I look back on it and I think I don't want to, then I won't. If other people want to, they can. But you know what I mean? I'm not going to pay someone to do it anytime soon. And you couldn't pay me enough to do it, to do editing most of the time. But, you know, I'm also going to take a couple of months to focus on editing at one point this year. But for the most part, I'm saying, like, for most of the year, I don't want to have to fuck with that. But then when it's time to actually do some editing, I'm going to be doing it with a couple other people, and we're going to be taking a couple of months off to like work really big days and go through all of the streams and take the segments and then literally program the next year, automate the whole fucking stream, the whole stream schedule. Why not? That way I can just stream, hang out, have my own plan right here, but then we'll go down, get in the weeds, rabbit trails. There'll be more interesting rabbit trails than what we would have talked about, right? Where I was going with this had nothing to do with, you know, Michael's book or Thiele's debate with Todd McGowan. Debate which wasn't, well, can we even call it a debate, Telos? Tealspound, do you want to hop on Discord chat? If you're just hanging out in the chat, but if you're not, I would just, you could also WhatsApp me a voice message, and then I'd play it over stream if you want to say anything to the audience. You know, that's an offer that's open to anyone who's like, you know, that feel like I've gotten to know, or who I would work with, is another way of saying it. Tealspound says, I could, but I have no idea how to do that. So when you said you have no idea how to do that, do you mean like, what do you mean? Tealspound's all 1 sec, blanked out. Let me go back. Nice. You know, hey, we are streaming in an attention economy. My average view duration is 12 minutes. People pop in and then they're like, yeah. But then there's people who are here like the whole time, and that's ultimate. I mean, look, I say that's who I'm here for. Well, that's who I'm hanging out with, but the people that we are speaking to, or trying to be understandable by, or to, is that how you would say that? Or the people in the future, or the people who have hands and eyes like off stream. So there are people hanging out with us who are at work. I saw number 2s go up in chat. How many number 2s went up in chat? I don't even remember. But when people say number 2 in chat, what they're saying is they're at work. So number 2 stands for shit. Number 1, I guess, is P. And so when people say number 2, they're saying they're at their shit jobs. And when people say number 1, they're saying they're on their own time. They're probably peeing and they're just checking their phone. And they're just popping in for 12 minutes. That's the real reason. That's my average view duration. Deleuze and Guitar says automate everything. Yeah. And Deleuze and Guitars Deleuze Guitars need to have a conversation. We're going to be having a conversation through email about automating chatbots. I'm sorry, that's kind of redundant. That's like saying automating how do you say that word? Automaton. That's a hard word. How to pronounce how do you even spell it? I don't even know how to spell it. Automaton. Here we go.
Number 3 is SCP-1875, the chess automaton.
Automaton. Yeah, programming. It's like programming a program. Automating an automaton. Why am I still struggling with this? I just watched it.
I'm not just taking notes like an automaton.
Automaton is what she said. That's what it sounded like. Okay, whatever. Like a robot. I'm just gonna say like a robot. So let's see. 1 sec, blanked out. Let me go back. You got a Discord link? Don't think I have you at... Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Have you tried to friend me on here? Or do I have to... You're saying I have to send you... Yeah. Here, I'm going to drop it in the chat. Here we go. It's Theorytube number 4031. I think I am either in your Discord or I was, but I left everybody's Discords a while back. So I literally left everybody's Discords. When you see the thumbnail with all those different channels, all those different creators, streamers, essayists, I was in a lot of those Discords, but then I just like, I hate walls of text. I hate walls of text. I definitely prefer voice. 100 times over, I prefer voice. You can, okay, so I showed you that. While you think about that or look into that, or get set up with that, or add me back or whatever, Telos. I'm going to go ahead really quick here and show everybody what I was talking about earlier. I've got some videos. Does anyone know, computer people, where's Anarchist Tech Support when I need them? What's going on here with the, why can't I see the thumbnails for these files? So for people who have eyes off screen, I'm in a folder that is on one of my drives, and it's called Homesteading with the Warnells, and there's a bunch of VLC appearing MP4 files, and I'm confused about why I cannot see the contents of these files. I should be able to see like a thumbnail. Is that GoPro beeping? Is that what's beeping? It's freaking me out. I'm about to go turn it. It's about to go turn it off. Oh. Interesting. Oh. Some of my videos from today did not work, apparently. So that's what... Maybe that's the problem? Maybe that's why I can't see the contents of these files? Request sent, says Telos. I was going to show a video for everybody, but now I'm thinking I don't even know if it would work. Deluzin Guitar says, what encoding extensions are the video files without a thumbnail? Alright, let's find out. It's MP4. Is that what you mean? Do you mean... Is it MP4? I don't know, but I think what I'm going to do is play a little bit more of that video I was playing a second ago. I'm going to check on a couple of things, get a couple of things straightened out, and probably have a conversation here with Telos Bound for a little bit before diving into some stuff. So, and it's probably not going to be a very long conversation. I don't want to have a very long conversation. I mean, I want to have a very long conversation with Telos, like, someday. I'd have Telos on to, like, there's a couple of podcasts I do where I would have him just to talk about even just the question that I already asked, just about manhood. Like, I don't even know the difference between Eastern Orthodoxy and Catholicism, for instance. Like, I really don't. I'm that ignorant. And, you know, I'm an American. What can I say? It's weird. It's a weird place to live. But, yeah, let's play a little bit more of what we were playing earlier. Then we'll do a meme review. Has anyone ever been here before when I've done a meme review? Because that's a lot of fun. I follow some pretty good channels. So what? Did I close out of it already? I keep telling you all I'm going to play stuff, and then I'm not playing stuff. I'm going to show you the stuff that I was talking about yesterday instead. That I said I would show. I was planning on showing it later. Oh, this is the thumbnail I made for this stream. Right before this started. But here we go. I'm going to play some videos of what I'm doing an experiment. I'm doing an experiment, everybody! So, you might have already heard that I'm going to build a production studio, and that I'm doing a bunch of construction work, and then probably going to be building some tiny houses and doing a bunch of, like, DIY tutorial type videos on all of this stuff to show people how to, like, you know, culture hack and, like, save money and therefore save time, energy, and work less and do more cool ass shit. And so, but you know, to even get to that point with the product, well, a big part of the building projects is going to be live streams where we'll be streaming a lot of the construction and you'll be kind of there along for the ride. Well, I have to get in the habit of using this thing then. This is a GoPro that is on a chest strap, and then I've also got a head strap. And so far, I like both the head strap and the chest strap, and I also like the handheld piece that can turn into a tripod. So I'm really stoked about the technology and what it's going to enable us to be able to do when we're building all of this stuff. But I also wanted to just be doing like farm upkeep on stream, because I like to play Minecraft and I like to play Stardew Valley, and those are both games that allow farming and grinding. And I like to listen to audiobooks or a PDF reader, robot reader things while I'm grinding, playing games like that, or when I'm doing construction or other kind of work-related activities where it's like manual labor, where it's mindless work. When it's only mindless work after you get the hang of it, right? But once you get things streamlined up in such a way so that you can kind of just go into a default mode where you're just doing the tasks, you can listen and focus, or at least I can. Maybe not everybody, but this is part of hybridicity, okay? Or oh God, what did I say on the thumbnail? The hybrilitariat. The literariat would be like illiterate proletariat. The hybridolariat, or whatever the fuck. It's post-proletarian. It's not lumpen. It's not prole. It's not petit bourgeois. It's some postmodern category that defies these distinctions because it is in a new phase of capitalism. But this is a spin on it where you're becoming literate in all of these forms of media that are structuring our realities and overcoding, spying on, co-opting our relationships and organizing efforts. Like, this is this is what we're trying to do, is become literate in these things. So it's like, if you watch a kind of content but you don't know how to make it, you're not literate in that thing, and that's a problem. And so for me, it's like everything I watch, it's like my thing as an educator who's thinking about like the generation who's going to be 25 and 30 years. Like, I want them, by the time they're like 10, 15, to already be like, they've got basically the capabilities of the entire Adobe suite, except that it's not terrible proprietary, software. It's actually all open source, commie software. Commie is maybe not fair. I think maybe you could call it libertarian, anarchist, communist, because I think that kind of is the spectrum of people who are most ideologically involved with the development of open sourced software like OBS and Audacity and DaVinci Resolve and GIMP and all of these things, that once you get the hang of it, you don't have to think about it anymore, and then you're able to just communicate and express yourself, right? And that the goal of an education is one where you understand the art and the science and the technology that goes into everything that makes your world what it is, so that you go, oh, that's how it's done, and that's how it affects everything, and oh, that's the context that I'm in the middle of. Oh, okay. If we're not reading and we're watching things, or if we are reading but we're not writing, if we're just consuming passively and not proactively, and kind of like somehow turning these things that we do, that we care about, into a form of life that integrates those other aspects of our lives into a better kind of dynamic with the things that we're doing or consuming. So for instance, a lot of people feel really guilty about all the time that they spend online. But if you're a streamer, it's like your job to go over that content, right? Well, how much cooler would social media be if just everybody kind of treated the internet like they were, you know, not like they're streaming, but that they're a human being who uses different kinds of platforms and different mediums to communicate about different ideas with different people in different ways. And I don't know, I think that there could be a plurality of I don't even want to say the word voices, because that word is kind of already it means different things to different people. But I don't think that I don't like the idea of like a world where it's influencers and then millions of other people who are just followers, and then the rest of reality that just tries to avoid those people. It's like, no. We just want people to be literate, be able to communicate, you know, and be able to advocate for themselves, and develop themselves and their critical understanding, their theory, and I mean, we were talking about polymaths, like, wow, these polymaths are so impressive. They like, you know, Newton, Galileo, Descartes, you know, Leibniz, you know, Kant, like they knew all math and all science. They knew it all. They were writing papers on it all. Like they had PhDs in everything at the same time that they were doing like art and philosophy and all of this stuff, and like changing the game, you know. They were doing it all, you know, writing plays and stuff like this. Like, so people are like, oh, they're polymaths. They were like Mozart. They were really special. They were very gifted. They were like prodigies. No, they had opportunities at their disposal and they made use of them, and they weren't being put through a schooling system, that's for sure. And you might get like, you know, like someone like Anne or Telos Bound, who, you know, might have been in high school sometime. Anybody who's been in a high school within recent history, and you might be like, it might have worked out for you, you know. You might have had you know, some classes were bullshit, some were really good, but ultimately like it worked out for you. But it's not working out for a lot of people, obviously. And it's because it doesn't like honor their interests. So anyway, we're talking about HYBRITERACY. So I'm going to play a video. Just one. I just want to give you like one video so you can just see. My computer's not doing so well. It seems laggy. Are we okay, chat? I got copyright struck yesterday. But they said it's not against, you know, it's not, I'm not in trouble. It's just that, like, you shouldn't be getting ads on my channel. If you are, I need to figure out how to turn that off, because it does me no good. I've never got a penny from YouTube.
After the war, I went back to New York. After the war, I went back to New York. I finished up my studies and I practiced law. I practiced law, Burr worked next door. Even though we started at the very same time, Alexander Hamilton began to climb.
How to account for his rise to the top? Man, the man is non-stop.
Gentlemen of the jury, I'm curious, bear with me. Are you aware that we're making history? This is the first murder trial of our brand new nation, the liberty behind the liberation. I intend to prove beyond the shadow of a doubt with my assistance.
Anyway, it's a really funny song. And it's funnier that I got copyright struck for it. It's like, copying is not theft. But I don't know. I haven't thought enough about that question. I don't know what to do. I guess I want to have. There are people who come and they spam my chat, and I appreciate it. It's actually important propaganda that they're sharing, just about intellectual copyright law and how bullshit it is, and how that's like the most important thing we should be fighting and everything like that. And I think that that's probably true. It's basically to the point now. It's like we can't talk about art, and it's weird. You can't really talk about it without being constantly worrying about them knocking you down. So it's a real problem. Anyway, bringing it back around to the hybrid literate life. I'm just going to start saying hybrid literate and stop trying to do the neologism. I thought it was funny, and I said that I would, even though it was cringy, I was going to do it or whatever, but it's like, I thought that I'd get the hang of it like really soon, and I've already given up. I'm not going to use that word ever again. Hybridly literate is what I'm going to say, or like hybrid literate. I don't know. But anyway, so listening to audiobooks growing up, whenever I did, chores and stuff like that, got me out to a good start, I think. But mainly listening to the stuff that you find interesting and honoring your interests and doing deep dives into anything that's immediately interesting. Instead of like thinking, oh, wow, that's an interesting book, I need to read it, think, I have 10 minutes to go over the introduction of that today at some point, and I'm going to do it. And in just 10 minutes, just give it that 10 minutes, This is part of breaking out of the ruts of specialization and of responding to bosses and managers who want you to be interested or committed to their interests whenever they need it most. At the drop of a dime, they need you there. Like, humans were not programmed that way. It took training. It took like the military regimentation being then transferred into the factories to get people to start living by clocks. We did not start using clocks because clocks were invented. That's not true. Clocks were already invented. Clocks became the predominant like thing in our lives because of exchange value. Yeah, that's where like Marshall McLuhan and maybe I'm not being fair to him, but definitely Lewis Mumford gets the clock wrong when they're talking about media technology and how they thought, it's like the invention of the clock made the Industrial Revolution. It's like capitalism made the clock because the clock already existed. And actually, that's a slightly controversial statement. And actually, it's one worth getting into, but not right here and not right now. And so actually, I'm going to add it as a segment to do in the near future where I'll talk about exchange value and time. Exchange value and time. Okay. We'll talk about it. There's a wonderful section in Time, Labor, and Social Domination that gets into it. Also, though, everyone needs to watch Telos Bound's videos about time. And by the way, I'll be on Discord here in a second there to see if I'm able to accept your friend request on Discord. I was in your Discord for a little bit, but I don't think I ever talked. All right, what's up, chat? Is anything going on before I do that? Oh, Brody Sussman said that my thumbnail is legendary. Thank you. Yeah, let's appreciate it for a moment. So it says the problem of debate pro streamers versus video essayists on Breadtube versus Theorytube, and then the meme/comment review/AMA/Duolingo. Okay, well, we haven't done Duolingo. I actually lost my streak. AMA, I mean, we've kind of done a casual, loose form thing, so it's been kind of like that. Yeah, I don't know about an AMA. Comment review, I mean, we've been reviewing comments in the live stream at least. And since I never clarified what I meant by comment review, I guess that's been true. I mean, we've done a little bit of memeing. Yeah, so more or less, I think we're on track. We're doing all right for ourselves. So, but bringing Telos Bound on sounds like a lot of fun. I want to ask Telos Bound why he's not a leftist. Or, and that's not fair, because I don't even know if he has a political identity. I don't know. Oh my god. Yeah, Telos, are you a Duganite right now? Is that what's going on? Like, I think that's where Chad's at, right? Super curious. Alright, I'm going to bring you on here. We're going to talk. Discord, though, is not working, so I've got to Control-Alt-Delete it. Get out of here. There we go. Restarting. Not a Duganite. Well, now I want to know why you're not a Duganite. Telos, are you set up? Like, with a camera and everything? Or are you just calling in from a phone? Which is fine. Shit, you know what? I love that idea. I think I could go outside. I'm trying to think, how would it work? It was really easy with the Adam Ray Atkins Acid Left interview, because I was just calling into StreamYard from a link that Adam sent me. So that was easy peasy, and I did it from my phone, and I walked around outside in the sunshine. It's nice out there. I want to touch grass, you know? Smell the scent of goats, chickens, ducks, cats, grass, trees, beautiful soil. All right, calling in. Cool. All right. So does that mean no video then? Because I'm wondering if we could just... Adam's here right now. Adam said, we saw goats. Hey, Telos, are you on a timeline? If I put this off a little bit longer, because I keep telling people I'm going to show them something, and then I didn't do it. And I've been saying that for... I've been streaming for like 9 hours in the last like 20 hours, and I'm over here still saying I'm about to show everybody something, and it's like, I'm actually going to do it really quick. I'll just show you the first part. I said vlog... What did I say in the title of this stream? Something about vlogging. Vlog theory stuff. What is the title of this stream, y'all? Vlog-Theory-Streaming. Debate Bro Streamers versus Essayists. I should change the title. It has so little to do with Debate Bro Streamers and video essayists at this point. Also bringing on Telos Bound. There we go. There we go. That's much better. Automaton is how you say it. Automaton. Let's see if I can get this video to work for you all. Yes. All right, everyone. I'm going to queue up 2 videos here, and then I'm going to get on the phone with Telos really quick. And I need a couple of mods in chat to tell me that they're there and that they'll be able to watch for trolls. And preferably, if one of you is able to like give me the update on anything I missed through a voice message. Like, that'd be killer. But if you can't, it's fine. We'll eventually do that in the future. I mean, it's a little too soon. We're not quite set up for that yet, you know? Oh, I've got a couple of missed calls here, and my phone's about to die, and my screen is cracked as hell. People, can you all see this? I mean, obviously some of you can't see this, but my screen is wrecked right now. It's got glass missing. It's killing me. I cannot handle it. Oh, this phone. I hate going to the mall or wherever to get this thing fixed. But I've had a couple shattered screens, and I didn't have a protector on this one. It's my own damn fault. It's true. It's my own damn fault. Replacing the screen is almost as expensive as the phone because my phone's actually really cheap. All right, so I'm going to queue up. What am I queuing up? I'm going to explain it the moment it's playing, so I don't actually have to tell you all. So I'm just going to get it going. And it explains itself. So this is part of vlog theory streaming. So vlogging is video blogging, and it's usually where people go around their day with a GoPro and then edit that up and then put it online. And then there's streaming, where people aren't editing, they're just pretty much streaming, and maybe someone takes the VODs, the videos on demand later, and chops that down and then reposts it, which is something that I plan on doing like once a year to my streams, but not more often than that. And I also want to like make vlogs like once a year, but like I don't want most of my life to be on blast. But I also want people to kind of presume that I might be filming, like that it's kind of a normal thing that I do stuff like that, because I love video. I love to be taking video things, and I also love like having like really cool shit to be reminded of, because I think that one of the things we need to combat is the drive to always be onto a new thing, and that combating curiosity in a sense and giving into depth and repetition keeps us grounded. And so thinking about using these forms of media and living a hybrid life that isn't just online trying to be an influencer, but is still like seasonally using different forms of media for self-expression and for self-education and development, but also for dialogue with other people. Like, it's the dream. And I think my goal is to show you all that it's really easy and practically free. Okay. But also to normalize listening to robot readers and also audible audiobooks, just all of the time, and not finishing what you start, and stop believing that there's such a thing as finishing what you start. Oh, it's on mute.
Because when the sun...
Okay. Why did it start me on
that they like
episode? Here we go. All right, well, this is me literally right outside. If you look at my shoulder there, my right shoulder, but it's on our left while we're watching it, you see my foothold there in the background. I'm inside of it right now. That's the foothold. I call it the foothold because it gives me a foothold in this world, like a kind of grounding. Even when I have to move around a lot, I at least have something that stays with me. I have what Byung-Chul Han would call snap. So, well, it gives you continuity. There's another way he has of talking about that, though, that's really good in the sense of time. He talks about how, like, not having objects that we return to, and like rituals to structure time, like we become like unglued from time, basically. And so there's this whole thing with capitalist time that is going on. It can also be called liberal time. It can also be called the time of commerce, the time of the state, imperial time, but it's linear, it's event independent, and it's almost impossible to have time energy when you're in its flow. It's almost impossible, especially with other people. It's almost impossible. I think I talked about it in kind of absolutizing terms and oversimplified things just to get through it in Waypoint. there's a lot to be added to the theory at this point. And so in DDD's response or critical review of Waypoint on Amazon, some things I'm like, I think he might just be misunderstanding what I said, but then other things, and then you know, that's a call for me to write better. And then because obviously, like, if Danilo's a smart person and should be able to get it, and so it ultimately comes down to I'm trying to get better at talking about these things, and it's perfect because I'm writing a book on time energy, and so having Danilo expressing concerns and critiques and everything like that in that Amazon review is helping. And so I just want to say, everyone should review. If you've read it, drop a review on Amazon. Just go do it. Waypoint, check it out. It's my book. I'm sorry it's so expensive, but a lot of people were acting like it's kind of embarrassing to self-publish, and so I'm charging $17.50 to spite those people, because I have self-respect. I don't give a fuck. I'm only selling this book to 20 people, and if you don't like it, you can fuck off. Eventually, I'll be writing it to 50 people, but I'm not trying to write this to the world. I'm not writing this to the big other. See, I don't think that you should be writing your first book to the big other. You know what I mean? But all right. So here we go. The foothold. I'm in it. It's my time energy foothold. It's a tiny house. Built it for $2,200. Doesn't have a bathroom, doesn't have a kitchen, doesn't have a washer and dryer, doesn't have a fridge, doesn't have anything. It's really just a bedroom on wheels. And the bed is behind the camera here. I've got another bookshelf over there. Got this bookshelf over here. I've got my clothes. I got my heater, but it's not hot. It's not cold outside right now, so the door's open. And I'm about to step outside, and I'm going to check in with Telos through the Discord really quick. I will be checking in on the chat later, but for now, mods, stay vigilant, and I hope that you'll all enjoy what you're about to see. I think that the place I live is a delight. I think the people who are here are lovely people. It's Ben and Ashley, and they have 6 kids, and they're just a wonderful family, and they're fucking cool people, and they're like, yeah, you shoot a video of the thing, you know. So we're building this production studio, but it's in the future, it's going to be a shop for Ben. So it's like he's investing in a shop, and I, for building it, get to have a production studio for a couple years. So that's awesome. And it's going to be like my foothold here, and then a tiny house we built for Anne, and then we've got the production studio, and then if we need to move, we've got a tiny house and my production studio, and then the foothold, which is like the deep study, deep work space, could relocate to a different property, and we could build another production studio and add structures on that land. But I think that literacy also means knowing how to build and grow food and live. So that's what we're doing here. Hybrid literacy. Check it out. Okay. I had to run and get the camera because Ashley's about to give me instructions, but those instructions are also a vision, and part of that vision is an explanation of what I'll be doing for the next few days, or hours. I just said days, but really it should be hours for at least today, but I might do more tomorrow depending on how much work there actually is. But here we go.
Alright, so ultimate goal is to move their houses more this way, but to have separate yards for them too, because we're going to have a kid pen for them to play in. But it needs to be something that I can keep clean easily, daily. So I'll be building some kind of floor thing. It'll also make it easier to transfer poop to the compost pile. So what we're going to start with is breaking up all of the organic stuff in here, but getting the branches thrown over into the bird pile.
Are we rototilling, or are we just pitchforking?
I think we are just pitchforking, or like shoveling. I don't know. I would, like, the dream would be to get like some sand and gravel in different places and to build a better playground for them, like a kid playground for the baby goats.
Well, one thing I'm setting up is a tire playground, like, because those tires over there are. I told Ben, I was like, well, I was gonna sell them, but it's not worth it. And so he was like, yeah, I think the goats would love them.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that idea as well. It was something I'd played with before, and then he was like, I'd rather sell them, but then
the tires?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's gone back on that.
So he's gone back on that, which is good, because goats like tires. But another of the goals of having the individual pens set up and the houses rebuilt is they'll be rebuilt better, but also getting hay bunkers and things where we can lift their food up off of the ground, their hay, because we don't want them eating it off of the ground.
Like right here.
Yeah, yeah. I've been feeding them in the turtle and on the stumps, but.
Oh, the turtle.
Yeah.
The classic turtle that's on almost every farm.
I know. It was a sandbox, but then, you know, cats
Oh,
like
I thought it was a kid's
too.
swimming pool. Okay, it's a sandbox.
Yeah. Came with a lid. I think we still have the lid somewhere too.
I remember hiding in that thing as a kid, like hiding under the lid.
Yep. So these were fun because when the kids were little, I keep saying kids, I mean the goat kids.
Yeah, the actual kids.
Yep. They like to play on these branches and kind of balance on them, but the bigger goats have a harder time. She's a little bit scared. She's shivering.
Oh, really?
Poor girl. Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay. Yeah, so getting over here, since I have a goat who's due to kid in about a week, I don't think I can get a house made in that time over here. So this is the first pen that I want to clean completely out. So I'm gonna take my flat-edged shovel and just kind of like scrape this stuff. Like if I had a bucket tractor thing. Backhoe, is that what they're called? Or something. But
yeah,
I'm gonna be it. So just
you're gonna do it. Okay.
Yeah, anybody can do it, but I just want like all the poop and hay and stuff scraped out of here, and then we'll shut this gate so that the other goats can't get in and manurify it.
Manurify.
Yeah.
Manurify.
Yeah, so that it's clean for when the babies come, and it'll be easier to clean up, because this is where we kept the babies overnight last season, so that we can milk in the mornings, and then they share during the day, so we don't have to bottle feed. Yeah.
Sick.
Yep.
So.
Yep. So.
So it sounds like to me, like I could probably even help with that kind of stuff as well. But as far as priorities with my labor goes, what am I doing? So just picking up the sticks, throwing them all on that pile, and then breaking this stuff all up using a pitchfork?
I think even just a rake to start with, but yeah, I could show you too.
Yeah? A sample. We'll get a
I raked a ton of this stuff up the other day, but they all just come in here and they sleep and make even bigger piles. So, and this is something that will have to be washed out with soap and water.
Cool.
That's not a today job.
What is it?
It's their water trough.
Oh.
It was frozen all winter.
All right, so now they got the pails instead.
Now I have the buckets instead for now.
Yeah, Ashley brings them hot water every morning.
They like their tea.
Yep. You know, I had a hot water tea not long ago, and it was actually fine. I mean, it was actually good. I enjoy the temperature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I also like water, so.
Yeah, so we have these. And I do have a pitchfork as well.
Okay. These are good tools. I don't love working only with my hands. I do love tools. Especially that pitchfork. It looks sturdy. That looks like a good pitchfork. These goats are so overly friendly, and it's because Ashley's so loving to them all the time.
We get attention every day.
Ashley got a kiss on the freaking lips for one of these.
I did. This guy right here, my Doberman goat.
The big guy.
He's really shy, but he kissed me full on the mouth with his tongue. Didn't you, buddy?
You did a kiss with tongue? He's trying to make out with you.
I know. Either that or I had something on my mouth. I don't know. Hi, Dodo.
You said he looked a little daisy-eyed.
He did. He was pretty happy. Happy boy. Yes, he was a good boy.
He definitely loves you.
Yeah.
That's clear. And then these goats keep coming over and rubbing on me, and they're so sweet. Oh, you want to eat my shirt too?
Yep.
Okay, so you're saying, oh yeah, you're gonna show me.
Yeah. So, and I'll bring the wheelbarrow over as well.
You will bring it over?
Yeah, it's over underneath the pole barn right now.
Oh, pole barn.
You can see I kind of already started. Like it rakes up pretty easily.
Yeah.
But then just even like piles of poop like this, it's just easier to shovel it up. But
you're going deeper over here.
yeah, so I mean.
Oh, not deeper than that though.
You're
not tearing up the.
I don't think I'm going to tear it up. We can, but all that's underneath it is dirt.
Okie dokie.
So it'd basically be like rototilling if you did that. So, and with the goal to be to eventually move it this way, I don't know that it would be necessary to get it completely dug out. Yeah, they like to itch their heads on the tools. So.
Goats have the gnarliest tops of heads, so I don't blame them for wanting to scratch all the time.
They do. And they've been butting heads all winter, so yeah. So this kind of gets it. You can see that it's pretty, it's got a pretty deep layer, but I mean, if we wanted to down the road, we could even plant a little garden here because their house won't be here and it'll be really fertile because they added all of their nutrients to the soil.
Okay.
So, hi. This is Harvest Moon.
Hi, Harvest Moon.
He likes to wear goggles and hats.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah.
You like to wear goggles and hats? He's like, absolutely. I don't. You don't?
Who doesn't?
Yeah, who doesn't?
Yeah.
It sounds like this is a goat that I would take to Burning Man.
Yeah, he would probably go. He's not fully leash trained like the white La Mancha buckling is, but we're getting there.
I've never been to Burning Man, but I now I suddenly want to take a goat. It's just because Burning Man people love their goggles.
Yeah.
You know, all their pictures are always rocking the goggles, looking like Mad Max.
Yeah. I've never been either, but the picture that I've seen, it's like a colorful Mad Max.
It is.
You know, like
yeah.
rainbow apocalypse.
To be fair, that is what it would be more like. You know, when you watch Mad Max, it's like, oh, you know, it's kind of dark and gruesome, and it's like, people like color.
This is like a happy Mad Max.
Yeah, we're gonna make the best of the end of the world.
Yeah,
you know. Yeah. Anna and I have talked about going just to sell. I don't know, just like bring a table of like DVDs and books and stuff, and then like just sell while we're there. I mean, obviously we'd end up hanging out with some cool people, but there's just a lot of people who are looking to do new things and get into new stuff. But most of the stuff there is all like, oh, it's astrology. It's like, well, it's cool and stuff, but I mean, how many times can you do that before you get bored? So we've got a bunch of stuff they've never even thought about, and it's like,
totally.
Yeah, so we'll probably do Burning Man 20.
Their minds would literally
23.
explode.
Yeah. They'd be like, what? And yeah, and maybe there'll be a bonus scenes on one of the DVDs of it'll be like a philosophy lecture series and Dave and Ann vlog, but then we'll have like some behind the scenes stuff of this right here.
Yeah.
Doing
poop.
Shoveling poop.
Yeah.
Just so nobody thinks that we're above real work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh, Harvest Moon. I can probably remember Harvest Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever play that game? I did not, but I think I tried one time, but because I didn't have a console for it, it was just at a friend's house. But it looked really fun. I'd rather hang out with this Harvest Moon than play Harvest Moon, personally. Yeah, bud.
I mean, if you think while you're working here that it would be beneficial or useful to do the pitchfork, that's fine. But again, like, we are going to be taking these houses apart and kind of rebuilding them. Sort of like this one is built. It's unbuilt, but I put a little door on it, and they seem to really like this style. Like, they all of a sudden thought that that was the best part of the house. And you can tell that they've all congregated in there at nights and stuff. And
So what's the difference between there and here that they like it so much?
I think because when the sun hits this wall that it's warmer, but then also when the wind's blowing, there's a bit of a windbreak across the front as well. So,
that helps.
When it was cold, and they were also all huddling together in there when it was colder, but I think that they liked having a bit more shelter, and so I would like to build a couple more with that kind of thing so they can get out of it more if they want. Yeah, that's a really good itching spot.
Oh yeah, get it. Reminds me of Baloo from the cartoon.
Oh yeah, Jungle Book.
Yeah, I remember when he's scratching his back on all the trees. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna get to it then.
Okay, awesome.
So I'm not gonna pitchfork anything today.
Okay.
I'm just gonna come through. I'm gonna scrape everything out to the extent that you did, nothing more.
Yeah.
I'm glad you showed me, because I would have gone overboard, and I probably would have been actually tearing that stuff out, and
Right.
would have just taken too long.
Yeah, and like I said, I would eventually like to get like sand and gravel in different parts so that it's a little bit easier to clean, and so there's a little more drainage, because this whole area right now, it just, when snow melts or if the irrigation overflows and floods the driveway,
Gets really muddy.
it gets really, really muddy. And like, you can tell where there's some greenery that might come up before everything else. I don't know, but it's like, it's gone through and it's like made a little tributary type thing, and it goes through under our empty pen right now and down the hill.
So we could dig like a ditch and then throw gravel in that ditch so that it kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then I also want gravel because it'll help keep their hooves a little more ground down naturally.
Now, are you talking about gravel across this whole thing?
No, just
in an area.
Just areas of gravel.
That makes more sense. Yeah, because it's nice that you're building really good soil right now. You know, in this area.
Yeah.
But
you know,
gravel sucks in good soil. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and where they play, you know, so you can tell they just kind of like to sun themselves also.
Well, if maybe, I don't know. Yeah, you're talking about the wheelbarrow. If we've got wheelbarrows of stuff to take out of here, some of it can go in those garden boxes.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, goats. Well,
Have you shown them the garden boxes already that you helped build?
I've not shown the garden boxes already that I helped build. I haven't actually taken any of the footage from any of the kinds of stuff that I've been doing like this and made it public yet. Right now, Ben suggested something last night that I've already just kind of been doing by default, which is,
Here it is. Here it is, everybody. What's up? By the way, I'm still here. I'm not AFK. Well, I'm away from the keyboard on the PC, but I'm on my phone, which was dying, but I have it plugged into a battery pack right now, and it's a battery pack that has a loose connection, so it's a pain, but if I hold it just right, it'll be okay. So I'm outside in the chat. When I typed cool, I was in the house, and I was like, Ashley, you're on stream right now. And so she was watching it with me and the kids. So it's pretty neat. It's kind of like tying this in. I've always tried to compartmentalize the living situation a little bit more, but they don't give a fuck. And so they've kind of got this attitude where it's like they're going to have a family vlog eventually anyway. So it's all good. So this is just kind of like a peek into something. It's really just a day in the life of, and it's not just this talk about, you know, this care for the soil and the development of the soil and the health of these animals that are so precious. But oh my God, it's I'll also just be raking and mucking actual shit while listening to some dense, I mean, it's not that dense in my opinion, but it will probably come off as super dense if you're not used to listening to this kind of stuff. And just to be fair, I'm not understanding half of what's being said. A lot of it, I get distracted, and we'll have a side conversation, or I'm pushing something away, and then things get loud for a minute, and so I don't even hear what's going on. But it's something I've already listened through when playing Minecraft, and that I've read through sections of the book when I was gutting the text. I gutted it in the kitchen for 5 minutes, and then talked to Ben about it after Virtue, that book. I gutted it for 5 minutes, talked to him about it a couple times. He's been reading it thoroughly and talking to me about it. And then I listened to it, the first few chapters while playing Minecraft. So it's like, what can I actually say about the text so far? I can give you a quick little rundown on what's going on, why it's an important text, but I couldn't give like a lecture on what's really going on or the strength of its arguments or whatever. I'm not there yet, but it's pretty mind-blowing what I'm getting out of it so far, and maybe I'll talk about it a little bit more later. But so for anyone who didn't have eyes on chat in chat, for all the people right now who are pushing number 1 or number 2 on their keyboard, which means that they're either at work or playing video games, for anybody who didn't see, Telos Bound said it would probably be like 45 minutes because he's got to go pick up his brother from school. Fair. And so that's an opportunity for me to get a quick workout in. And so I'm going to go do that really quick. Just a really quick little set, just do a few reps of some squats and some, I don't know, probably a bench press today. And I'm going to literally bring the GoPro with me while I'm doing it. But I'll be listening to the stream and keep an eye on the chat whenever I'm taking breaks between reps. And so I recorded this yesterday like it's a live stream, like I'm hanging out with you all in mind. Now I'm playing it while I'm working out, and I'm revisiting it with you all, thinking about it more. And I'm just saturating myself in this text. And so it's really, really exciting. And, oh, Ashley's in the chat. Hi, Ashley. Azul says, I probably missed the whole discussion. Azul, saying that you missed a discussion is like saying that you didn't understand like a book or something. It's just like, it's not going away. This video is not going away. You didn't miss anything. This is not being produced for people who are just there with it right now. It's also for people in the future. So no worries about that at all. Yeah, hi. So I'm going to keep playing it, and I'm going to go get a quick workout in. Ashley, let Ben know if he wants to. I'm going to have my GoPro rolling out there while I'm listening to or reviewing the work from yesterday. And if Ben wants to come hang out and hit the weights with me, if you want to come hit the weights with me, you're welcome to. So you probably got to watch those kids right now, but if you can get away, do join. We could do a few reps. Okay. Just going to go do that for 15 minutes while we watch this stream I recorded yesterday that I'm playing today, that I'm releasing to the public for the first time ever. And what I'm in the middle of explaining right now, segue back into it, is that right now on screen, I'm explaining how I've been thinking about quote unquote content production or creation, and trying to think more about this as a form of life and what that would mean. So check it out. And well, let's watch it. I'm basically accumulating a bunch of footage, and then I'll do stuff with that footage later. Good. When Anna and I go to Finland, we're gonna be teaching somebody how to use a video editor. And so we're gonna have all this footage to go through, and we'll be able to do a bunch of,
That'll be awesome.
We'll be able to basically edit videos for a full year that we'll release like over time,
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it, is then you have something consistent for people who want to watch.
Yeah, I don't like the idea. So I like the idea of us, like, sometimes we decide to stream, but when we stream, any segment we want to do, we've got opinions about the news or stuff Dave gets angry about on Facebook, or just like whatever it is that, right. Whatever segment it is, we actually have we push a button and then play just like how the news does like a flash. it would like have a special song, like stuff Dave gets angry about on Facebook, you know, and then it would show me like raging.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. So it's just like, you know, we want to be able to just turn the camera on and stream and just have fun and hang out, but have all this work we've done in advance so that it's, you know, production wise, like a level above everyone.
Yeah.
And it's showing people what's possible. And then with a little bit of premeditation, and then we'll have also all the vlog stuff from the prior year that we're leaking over time. And that just keeps things going, you know, because nothing's worse than the feeling of being on the content creation treadmill, and that if you are, you know, distracted by real life for a month, oh no, now my algorithms are, you know, the algorithms are gonna hate me now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I don't keep an Instagram to be popular or anything, but I am just kind of like keeping track of things. And I realized that I hadn't posted anything for like over a week. I was like, wow, I'm like busy. What? Not that I haven't been taking pictures, but
Yeah.
it's kind of a personal diary more than anything.
Well, and we don't want to be famous, but we do like to have, I don't know, a solid 15 to 30 people in the live stream. I think that's a really good feeling. And 50 to 100 in the long range in terms of like big goals, like basically the size of a church, but for philosophy and travel and whatever, you know.
Yeah,
and
a
it's like
community.
a community, yeah.
You can expect this group of people, and they might even get to know each other a little bit. And
Yeah.
oh, shedding season has begun.
I feel that. You look like you need shampoo. So do I.
Yeah.
So do I. I was dandruffy the other day. Anne was like, you left dandruff on the couch.
Oh, look at all of this fur. He's totally starting to shed.
Oh, you're gonna lose a layer.
See what? It's getting warm.
Cool.
Yep, so Ben's just been throwing the branches over. I would look at and try to throw over ones that don't have any bark left on them. You know, because there's some that clearly still have.
The ones with bark I can kind of all throw to one area. Yep. What's a good area for them?
Let's try like on like either over on that bowl or on this one. I don't know. Just so it's up off the ground so it's easier to see. That is concrete underneath, so that will be something that a pitchfork is useful. But I will have the kids do that because they like to work hard.
They like to work hard. I like to work hard. I'm about to go put on my overalls. But I also have to clear space off of this thing. So actually, I don't know, can I steal Shira for a second and transfer this onto whatever the computer situation is?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yep, so I think that's about it.
That's about it.
I'll put the pitchfork away.
And we're gonna make it so that we'll never have a muddy mess. Well, not the same kind of swamp.
Yeah, exactly. I've got goat boogers on my pants.
Boogers on the pants. Ew, that's literally boogers.
It's literally goat boogers. Yeah.
Wow. You already have boogers from babies.
Oh my goodness. It's like why we have nice things. I love you. I love you.
Aww.
So I'll put this in the barn.
Oh, because we're not gonna be using it right now. Yeah.
I think you'll get to that, but
All right, cool.
no, we'll over the wheelbarrow.
Okay. I had to run and get the camera because Ashley's about to give me instructions, but those instructions are also a vision, and part of that vision is an explanation of what I'll be doing for the next few days or hours. I just said days, but really it should be hours for at least today, but I might do more tomorrow depending on how much work there actually is. But here we go.
All right, so ultimate goal is to move their houses more this way, but to have separate yards for them too, because we're going to have a kid pen for them to play in. But it needs to be something that I can keep clean easily, daily. So I'll be building some kind of floor thing. It'll also make it easier to transfer poop to the compost pile. So what we're gonna start with is breaking up all of the organic stuff in here, but getting the branches thrown over into the bird pile.
Are we rototilling or are we just pitchforking?
I think we are just pitchforking or like shoveling. I don't know. I would, like, the dream it would be to get like some sand and gravel in different places and to build.
Oops. Oops. VLC media player was on loop track, so that was the issue. Okay, I'm turning off loop and shuffle, turning those things off. Then see if I can see the playlist here. Ashley explains the job. Great yard job. Oh wait, you know what? I think that these somehow got out of order. I don't know if you all can see this on screen, but it says Goat Yard Job 1.2. Then it says Goat Yard Job 1.1. So did you all see Ashley actually explaining what we're doing with this? Basically, she's just having me move the sticks, and she's kissing goats. Oh yeah, no, we did play this. We did play this. I don't know why it's replaying it. Okay.
A painting would be as deceived as a Strassen or a coin. What is the point of constructing this imaginary...
What just happened? Why is it doing this? Oh, the playlist got all messed up, everybody. But hey, this is an experiment, like I said. So we're gonna learn together. Oh my goodness, this is Rosalind.
What do you want?
She's great.
Say goodbye.
She didn't want me to...
I'm gonna say goodbye.
She's all the kids keep saying that I'm her new favorite.
Bye.
Not all the kids, but
Bye, Rosalind. Bye,
she'll say bye
Rosalind.
eventually if I say it enough. She did. Bye. Yeah, and even as I go out the door, she does it again. But anyway, so I talk. I set up, but then I thought it was off, and I kept going. Look at me stretching. No. This is not the video we want to be watching right now. And it's fine, but it's not it.
All right. So, welcome to a live stream. I'm going to be cleaning up this yard and listening to After Virtue by Alistair McIntyre. Maybe I'll decide to say some things about it later, but for now I'm just gonna go ahead and start playing it. It's a classic and everyone should know about it. Oh my goodness. Is that the one I just ordered? Is that the replacement?
I don't know what it is, but it's yours, so.
Yeah, look at, oh, it's the head strap and chest harness for this GoPro. I was gonna set this up. Now I'm gonna be wearing it on my chest. Yeah. I'm gonna be playing an audiobook on the speaker out here.
Awesome.
And now I'm really excited.
You guys are gonna be so informed.
These goats are gonna be the smartest goats in the world.
Yeah. We'll get you guys hooked up with your own whiteboard and markers.
Here's a reminder to myself to edit out or somehow, if I was streaming this, cut out the address there. Yeah. License plates too, I think I try to be cautious about license plates, and actually that's a thing that ultimately we need to teach the kids when they're running around with GoPros.
Yeah.
No license plates, no addresses, never. Yep. And ultimately
they use code names for some of the podcasts and different stuff that they've been playing with also.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Code names. Yeah, I like that. And also, look, ultimately people can get to the bottom of it and find you.
Absolutely. But they really need to have a reason to want to do that.
My whole thing is put an effort buffer there, because it's not about separating yourself from dangerous people, because dangerous people never go away. Mm-hmm. It's separating yourself from crazy dangerous people, because crazy dangerous people usually don't have the fortitude or wherewithal to actually like do the work aspect of finding you, if you don't make it easy.
And most of the problems that happen with kids happen with people they know. So.
That's true. Yeah. She smiles as she walks away.
I'm gonna go get food and
Okay, good luck.
Here we go. So if you're working right now, if you are playing games right now, if you are doing anything, don't worry, don't stress it. Don't try to understand what's going on in the background. I'm only normalizing playing it in the background. I'm not saying that you should actually be able to hear this on your side. But we're hanging out. We're just hanging out together. And I think a lot of the time when I'm watching these streams in the future, there's going to be a mixture of kinds of content. Like I said, it's all obviously so super experimental. Sometimes I'll be talking while I'm doing stuff. Other times I'm listening to books. But I think what I'll probably do is most of the time be listening to books, not on a speaker like I am right here, but I'll instead be listening on my headphones and then walking around doing stuff. And I might stop what I'm doing and chat on stream sometimes, so that I could be doing stuff in here later, playing it after the fact for you all if I decide that it's worth sharing, and then I'd be able to like talk while I'm in here, and then also play the parts where I'm talking outside, and I could add on to it and elaborate. You know, if I'm talking about something, I can always like add to it with like sources and stuff like that, stuff that I couldn't have, or like, you know, dig into some notes or something that I couldn't have done while I was working out there, but going back over it again, you know, thinking about it with other people, you know, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really cool. So this is experiment number, I think it's 24, 23. I haven't been counting. Does anybody else remember? But yeah, before I keep playing and before I step aside to do the workout really quick, looks like chat is here. Look, nobody's missed anything because actually the discussion is coming right up. So all we're going to be doing is listening to a few of these videos while, and you can just watch me do some manual labor while listening to theory. And then once we're ready, once we're set up, I'll be bringing Telos Bound on board to have a conversation about all these kinds of questions about Hegel and Zizek and the left and Theorytube and what is going on at his parish that has them like reading Zizek and Byung-Chul Han and all of this stuff. And we're going to have to get into the weeds on a question about time and ritual and like what tradition is, and like because I asked that question, like, do you think you're a man? Because I think I slipped and said he's like a boy. He just like wrote a book, and then but it's like, I had to think about it. It's like, it's funny because I think actually like I come from a traditionalist family that would have just said, no, you're a young man. But like I also grew up in like a culture where people said that like you become a man at the point that you kill a deer, and that was the moment I became non-binary. I was like, I don't fucking play by your rule book. I've always been a little bit like Swole called me an anti-authoritarian. Well, that's a little too broad. You know, I think that carries connotations I don't agree with. But at the same, as far as a personality type goes, yeah, I can definitely come into conflict with people who want me to just constantly capitulate to authority and not think for myself or whatever. You know, that can become a problem. So anyway, yeah, it's interesting though. Yeah, I was like, well, I'm not a man then. And it wasn't just that. There's a lot of different reasons, but I pretty much hate everybody's standards that they put on these categories. And I think that people haven't thought too much about what modernity really means. And I know that for some people they go, yeah, well, it's the lack of standards and the death of God, it's all bad for us, and that's why we go back to tradition. And I'm like, I don't know what that means though. I don't know what going back to anything means in a society where every form of ideology and every good idea as well that's ever happened has been so co-opted by things that are so far beyond us that I just don't know that such things can have can have the same meaning that they ever did before. You know, I don't think that someone like Heidegger was very optimistic, right? I don't think he was like, yeah, we can all just start going to church again and then we'll have it, right? So it's like, usually like what these people are talking about is like, we're fucked. And it's like, well, we're only fucked if you believe that the worldview that was the center of everything, of the cosmos, the cosmology of like some older tradition, we're only fucked if like that was absolutely necessary and that was actually peak civilization. And it's like, well, that's disputable. I think in such a society, I don't know. I know that in such a society, I would not have been literate, and I probably would have died at the age of 40. Okay, I would have been a serf. So I don't know, but there's definitely also things about there are also things to tradition and ritual and culture and things like this that well, sometimes maybe we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you know? And so when I write about this, and I don't know how much anybody's actually read me about. I don't know how much of this I've published yet. I think a little bit of it is kind of talked about in the introduction to Waypoint, but I basically think that nobody's got it right. Everyone, but insofar as anything works for anybody, there's something going on there that with subjectivity, with ideology, with also it's not all just pure ideology though. There's also like ideology doesn't work if it's not parasitic on some real concerns and some real experiences, and if it doesn't have a sort of interpretive power for people, and we have to wonder why it has that. And these are questions to be thinking critically about, not just going, oh well, they're just dumb, or oh they just don't get it, or whatever. So that is kind of where I'm coming from with how I'm thinking about this conversation that we're going to have. So I'm not a debate streamer, so I don't foresee a debate or anything like that. But at the same time, it's like, I really want to ask, like, what does it mean to be Eastern Orthodox? First of all, what does it mean in this world? And then what does it mean to, like, how does this affect you politically, or do you even relate to the political in a, I guess, political way? These are all kinds of questions I want to talk about, but ultimately I'm a lot more interested in just time, ritual, and we'll just go with the main question, like criteria for living a intersubjective criteria for living a good life. And I want to know whether he agrees with Byung-Chul Han's understanding of ritual, which is really interesting. As like this principle of intersubjective communal structuring of time, which has been obliterated today, has come unglued in the hyper-reality of linear event and person independent value centered exchange value centric market time reduced to the logic of markets, where all of our time energy is measured through I don't want to say a lens, but like a way of being in the world. Our entire way of being in the world is determined by the way that we've been schooled to be either workers or managers of workers. And so clocks and calendars and being interested in what other people want us to be interested in at the drop of a dime, or else we don't deserve, to have a good life. All of that is kind of the context of all of this stuff that we're talking about. So anyway, if you've joined recently, or if you've just caught up and you've been going through the chat so far, and especially if you're going to be here for the Teal Pound conversation, but you're just hanging out for the next, 20 minutes while we wait for that, for that interview, go ahead and just let me know that you're here. If you can, take a bathroom break, in a few minutes and let me know. Adam, are you still here? Telos Bound, are you still here? Are you picking your brother up? Deleuze Guitars, you still here? Brody, Dangerous Maybe, he's probably driving. Elle had to leave. Azul, are you still here? Soda Cabbage. Who else is here? Who else is here? We've got E-Codex. Yeah. Just let me know that you're here. Is Tartan here still? If I forgot to sent a message on Discord, I'm back now. Oops, wrong account. This is Telos Bound. Oh, sweet. Azul's still here. Cool. Yeah, everyone, check out the pinned comment in the chat. It says if you're going to be, and by the way, this applies to people listening to this in the future, in the comment section down below. I hate when a live stream video doesn't have any engagement in the comment section. It makes me not want to do this, and so if you want me to keep doing this, it's a lot more meaningful than a donation. A well-thought comment. I really do appreciate those. And there are ones that I've been thinking about for years that I still haven't responded to, and that I plan on addressing in future streams, and that I might even address in future books chapters. Like I get really quality engagement sometimes, and that's why I want to do comment review as a regular segment on my stream. Comment review on Theory, please. But yeah, if you're listening to this in the future, if you're listening to this right now, if you got a moment to be on the keypad there, just let me know that you will be around, so that you're not lurking. Just oust yourself. Let me know that you're there and what you're up to. And by the way, if anybody in the future ever has some shit to say to me, I'm gonna be like, who the fuck are you? You've never introduced yourself. Like, just introduce yourself. I'm not a part of lurk culture, and this channel is not either. And by the way, a lot of channels are a part of lurk culture because all it really is being someone who panders to lurk culture and helping other people interpassively feel less guilty about their lurking through a parasocial relation to some personality that makes light of it. Azul says, can you touch on hyperreality and Byung-Chul Han's time thingy you just said? Yes. I'll make a note of it when I'm out when I'm working out, and it's going to be something that I talk about all year. So, absolutely. I will definitely talk about that, Azul. Good one. But also, so yeah, I said push number 1 if you're playing games, number 2 if working. Soda Cabbage is playing games. Really? What are you playing? See, I started trying to play League of Legends because it's free and addicting, but the learning curves are too big, and I don't like letting my team down, and so I stopped playing. And I've been playing Minecraft, and I've been planning on playing Stardew Valley, and those are good ways to hang out. I also like Faster Than Light, and those are the games I'll be playing over the next few months. I mean, I play Doom sometimes when I want action or whatever, but most of the time I just want to grind so I can focus on listening. And by the grinding, survival games, fighting games, and farming games are all really good for listening to audiobooks once you get past the learning curves of the game, and as long as you don't have to read things a lot. So that's why I don't play Skyrim or Fallout or Borderlands or any of those games. They would be perfect, but I don't have I can't prioritize that kind of effort for the learning curves to where I could get to where I could just turn off, play, and listen to an audiobook. So I end up not being able to play games like that. A game like BioShock, if you're not reading every little note in the game, you're missing out, because it's actually like this, BioShock's on the level of like a book. It's like a real experience. If I ever played it on stream, I'd do it as a marathon, and I would narrate the whole thing, and I would be doing it for people who don't have eyes on screen, and they would afterwards feel like they just heard a novel, right? Azul says that I find that solitaire and Sudoku and Futoshiki are good for listening. Solitaire and Sudoku, yeah, that I think that makes a lot of sense. Tetris would also be really good for listening. Candy Crush is good for listening. Threes is good for listening. 1048 is good for listening. There's some good phone games. And I also like half watching whatever people are watching on TV while I'm playing Duolingo, trying to learn 20 languages, you know. So, Soda Cabbage says, but lately I've been going back to Skyrim and playing some Pathfinder games. Dope. All right, folks. So we got some gamers in the chat. We got some workers who haven't been able to take their bathroom breaks just yet. Wolf hair. Okay. Good to know what your personal account is, the one that's subscribed to my channel. Nice, Telos. So we'll be talking about, I'm going to go work out really quick. We're going to be watching my little live stream, listening to McIntyre in the background. So come on, let's do it. On with this experiment of streaming but not live, and then playing it on a live stream later while being off screen, AFK, but not really, on my phone while working out, like doing things, chores, life, living, not just 6-hour blocks of nonstop, like mixing it up so that people who drop in never really know what to expect, right? Mixing it up so that everything I do on when it's recording is not necessarily what ends up being the product later. Like, there are levels to this. At the end of the day, like, little tiny clips of these really long streams are ultimately going to end up in like actual DVDs that people who are never on the internet are going to see, and they won't have the context like you all do. I might give them the context, you know, we'll see, but you all get to kind of pop in and out, and it's streaming. It's weird. It's a weird technology. I don't really know what to make of it, but we're experimenting with it, and we're doing things that I'm not used to seeing other people try out, and that sounds fun to me. And so I hope you get a kick out of it and are having fun as well. But if you're not, suck my dick. But no, actually, for real though, even if this is boring to you and you kind of tune out, just be around, because we're going to be having a very interesting conversation really soon. All right, BRB. Be right back.
So that the issues dividing as rival traditions will remain undecided. With what matters most is that such issues communication be decided, and this in a way that makes it evident that the claims of such rival traditions are directly support the falsity of relativism, as the way as not very serious inquirer. Let me turn now to a very different criticism, criticizes defending individual and individualist mobility to frame their objections in terms of deliberation versus communitarian debate, to causing musical communitarian, something that I have not done. I see a value in community as such. Many types of community are naturally oppressive, and the values of community, as understood by the American spokespersons of contemporary communitarianism, such as Ahmadiyat Siomi, are compatible with and supportive of the values of the liberalism that I reject. My own critique of liberalism derives from a judgment that the best type of human life, that in which the tradition of the virtues is most adequately embodied, is lived by those engaged in constructing and sustaining forms of community directed towards the shared achievement of those common goods without which the ultimate human good cannot be achieved. Liberal political societies are characteristically committed to the 9A. Prologue. 15. Place for a determinate conception of the human good in their public discourse, liberally allowing that their commonwealth should be grounded in such a conception. On the dominant liberal view, government is to be neutral as between rival conceptions of the human good. Yet in fact, when liberalism promotes a kind of institutional order that is inimical to the construction and sustaining of the types of communal relationship required for the best kind of human life. This critique of liberalism should not be interpreted as a sign of any cynicism on my part for contemporary conservatism. As conservatism is assuming the mirror image of the liberalism that is supported by opponents. If commitments to a right-balance culture by free market economy is a commitment, then individualism has created a directly reality. The liberalism by political legalism is strive to use the power of the modern state to transform social relationships. Conservatism by prohibiting legal amendments now tries to use the same power for its own religious purposes. Such conservatism is as alien to the projects of active virtue as liberalism is. It is figured out by present-day conservative warriors, with their inflated and self-righteous and ironic rhetoric, should be set alongside those figures whom I identified in chapter 3 of that tradition.
All right, sorry, I told you it was an experiment, and so one of the, y'all have to forgive my my sort of switching it up here, but I forgot what I was going to do. I just remembered. So what I was going to do was play so what you're listening to right now there in the background, you can't actually hear it, and I'm sorry for that, but guess what? I can just play that text from the beginning, which is super interesting. And so I'm just going to do it. That's what we're going to do right now. So let's see, sort by date. It's lagging out here. Yeah, you'll still be watching this, but it'll kind of be in the background. And maybe I'll end up talking to Ben and Ashley and you won't be able to hear it, but you'll be able to at least see Atticus being cute. You'll definitely see Atticus being cute because he is going to be out here helping, which is just like the cutest thing ever. And yeah, you know, you got to think about the videos that I'm going to have in the future where it's like books and talking about books, and like the whole time it's like Minecraft or actual farm, Minecraft building or actually building, and it's constantly switching back and forth between the two while I'm leveling up in a game, in the real world, in my brain, with you, all of us in it together. It's it's exciting, so it's glad to have you along the ride here. But yeah, I'm going to play the louder version of what was playing in the background there so that you can not have to strain your ears, especially for poor people. Like if you're like running heavy machinery and you can't hear it, then here we go. I got you.
Log. After Virtue after a quarter of a century. If there are good reasons to reject the central theses of After Virtue, by now I should certainly have learned what they are. Critical and constructive discussion in a wide range of languages, not only English, Danish, Polish, Spanish, Portuguese, French, German, Italian, and Turkish, but also Chinese and Japanese, and from a wide range of standpoints has enabled me to reconsider and to extend the inquiries that I began in After Virtue and continued in U7 Hose Justice, U7 Hick Rationality, 3 rival versions of moral inquiry, and dependent rational animals, but I have as yet found no reason for abandoning the major contentions of After Virtue, unteachable obstinacy. Some will say although I have learned a great deal and supplemented and revised my theses and arguments accordingly. Central to these wisdom is the claim that it is only possible to understand the dominant moral culture of advanced modernity adequately from a standpoint external to that culture. That culture has continued to be one of unresolved and apparently unresolvable moral and other disagreements in which the evaluative and non-native utterances of the contending parties present a problem of interpretation. For on the one hand they seem to presuppose a reference to some shared impersonal standard in virtue of which at most one of those contending parties can be in the right, and yet on the other the poverty of the arguments adduced in support of their assertions, and the characteristically shrill, and assertive and expressive mode in which they are uttered suggest strongly that there is no such standard. My explanation was is that the precepts that are thus uttered were once at home in, and intelligible in terms of, a context of practical beliefs, and of supporting habits of thought, feeling, and action, a context that has since been lost. A context in which moral judgments were understood as governed by impersonal standards justified by a shared conception of the human good. Deprived of that context and of that justification, as a result of disruptive and transformative social and moral changes in the late Middle Ages and the early modern world, moral rules and precepts had to be understood in a new way and assigned some new status, authority, and justification. It became the task of the moral philosophers of the European Enlightenment from the 18th century onwards to provide just such an understanding. But what those philosophers in fact provided were several rival and incompatible accounts, utilitarians competing with Kantians and both with contractarians, so that moral judgments, as they had now come to be understood, became essentially contestable, expressive of the attitudes and feelings of those who uttered them, yet still uttered as if there was some impersonal standard by which moral disagreements.
I'm sorry everyone, you're gonna hear the phone call thing happen a few times because while I was doing this recording on my computer, I tried to call myself from Google Voice onto my cell phone so that I could listen to the audio that I was recording while working outside on a different day than when you're seeing me listening to it here. And so the MP3 that's playing over the speaker in the video right now is the MP3 that I'm playing over my computer for you right now. But when I recorded that on my computer in the first place, I did the phone thing, and that's sloppy. And I don't care because it's not distracting to me, but at the same time it's funny, and so I had to explain it to you all, so now you know. Anyway, continuing on.
Might be rationally resolved. And from the outset such disagreements concerned not only the justification, but also the content of morality. This salient characteristic of the moral culture of modernity has not changed. And I remain equally committed to the thesis that it is only from the standpoint of a very different tradition, one whose beliefs and presuppositions were articulated in their classical form by Aristotle, that we can understand both the genesis and the predicament of moral modernity. It is important to note that I am not claiming that Aristotelian moral theory is able to exhibit its rational superiority in terms that would be acceptable to the protagonists of the dominant post-Enlightenment moral philosophies, so that in theoretical contests in the arenas of modernity, Aristotelians might be able to defeat Kantians, utilitarians, and contractarians. Not only is this evidently not so, but in those same arenas Aristotelianism is bound to appear and disappear as just one more type of moral theory, one whose protagonists have as much and as little hope of defeating their rivals as utilitarians, Kantians, or contractarians. What then was I and am I claiming? That from the standpoint of an ongoing way of life informed by and expressed through Aristotelian concepts it is possible to understand what the predicament of moral modernity is and why the culture of moral modernity lacks the resources to proceed further with its own moral inquiries, so that sterility and frustration are bound to afflict those unable to extricate themselves from those predicaments. What I now understand much better than I did 25 years ago is the nature of the relevant Aristotelian commitments, and this in at least two ways. When I wrote After Virtue, I was already an Aristotelian, but not yet a Thomist, something made plain in my account of Aquinas at the end of chapter 13. I became a Thomist after writing After Virtue in part because I became convinced that Aquinas was in some respects a better Aristotelian than Aristode, that not only was he an excellent interpreter of Aristode's texts, but that he had been able to extend and deepen both Aristode's metaphysical and his moral inquiries. And this altered my standpoint in at least three ways. In After Virtue I had tried to present the case for a broadly Aristotelian account of the virtues without making use of or appeal to what I called Aristotle's metaphysical biology. And I was of course right in rejecting most of that biology. But I had now learned from Aquinas that my attempt to provide an account of the human good purely in social terms, in terms of practices, traditions, and the narrative unity of human lives, was bound to be inadequate until I had provided it with a metaphysical grounding. It is only because human beings have an end towards which they are directed by reason of their specific nature, that practices, traditions, and the like are able to function as they do. So I discovered that I had, without realizing it, presupposed the truth of something very close to the account of the concept of good that Aquinas gives in question 5 in the first part of the Summa Theologia. What I also came to recognize was that my conception of human beings as virtuous or vicious needed not only a metaphysical, but also a biological grounding, although not an especially Aristotelian one. This I provided a good deal later in Dependent Rational Animals, where I argue that the moral significance of the animality of human beings, of rational animals, can only be understood if our kinship to some species of not yet rational animals, including dolphins, is recognized. And in the same book I was also able to give a better account of the content of the virtues by identifying what I called the virtues of acknowledged dependence. In so doing I drew on Aquinas' discussion of misericordia, a discussion in which Aquinas is more at odds with Aristotle than he himself realized. These developments in my thought were the outcome of reflection on Aquinas' texts and on commentary on those texts by contemporary Thomistic writers. A very different set of developments was due to the stimulus of criticisms of After Virtue by those who were in radical disagreement with it. Let me approach their criticisms by beginning from one that seems to result not from a misunderstanding, but from a careless misreading of the text. Because I understand the tradition of the virtues to have arisen within and to have been first adequately articulated in the Greek, especially the Athenian poes, and because I have stressed the ways in which that tradition flourished in the European Middle Ages, I have been accused of nostalgia and of idealizing the past. But there is, I think, not a trace of this in the text. What there is an insistence on our need to learn from some aspects of the past, by understanding our contemporary selves and our contemporary moral relationships in the light afforded by a tradition that enables us to overcome the constraints on such self-knowledge that modernity, especially advanced modernity, imposes. We are all of us inescapably inhabitants of advanced modernity, bearing its social and cultural marks. So my understanding of the tradition of the XL1 prologue, virtues and of the consequences for modernity of its rejection of that tradition and of the possibility of restoring it is indeed a peculiarly modern understanding. It is only retrospectively from the standpoint of modernity and in response to its predicaments that we can identify the continuities and discontinuities of the tradition of the virtues, as it has been embodied in a variety of cultural forms. The kind of historical inquiry that I undertook in After Virtue only became possible in the 18th and 19th centuries. Vico was the prophetic originator of that kind of historical inquiry, and my own greatest debt in this area was to R.G. Collingwood, although my understanding of the nature and complexity of traditions I owe most of all to J.H. Newman. What historical inquiry discloses is the situatedness of all inquiry, the extent to which what are taken to be the standards of truth and of rational justification in the contexts of practice vary from one time and place to another. If one adds to that disclosure, as I have done, a denial that there are available to any rational agent whatsoever standards of truth and of rational justification such that appeal to them could be sufficient to resolve fundamental moral, scientific, or metaphysical disputes in a conclusive way, then it may seem that an accusation of relativism has been invited. Keyword accusation is perhaps out of place, since I have been congratulated on my alleged relativism by those who have tried to claim me as a postmodernist. See Peter Watson, The Modern Mind, An Intellectual History of the 20th Century, New York, HarperCollins, 2001, pages 678-79. In the postscript to the second edition of After Virtue I already sketched an answer to this charge, and I developed that answer further in Whose Justice? Which Anctionality? Yet the charge is still repeated, so let me once again identify what it is that enables. Indeed requires me to reject relativism. The Aristotelian and the mystic tradition of the virtues is, like some, although not all other moral traditions, a tradition of enquiry. It is characteristic of traditions of enquiry that they claim truth for their central theses and soundness for their central arguments. Were it otherwise, they would find it difficult either to characterize the aim and object of their inquiries or to give reasons for their conclusions. But, since they are and have been at odds with one another in their standards of rational justification, indeed the question of what those standards should be is among the matters that principally divide them, and since each has its own standards internal to itself, disputes between them seem to be systematically unsettleable, even although the contending parties may share both respect for the requirements of logic and a core, but minimal conception of truth. Examples of such rival traditions that are palpably at odds in this way are the Aristotelian and the mystic tradition, the kind of Buddhism whose greatest philosophical name is Nagarjuna, and modern European and North American utilitarianism. How then, if at all, might the protagonists of one of these traditions hope to defeat the claims of any of its rivals? A necessary first step would be for them to come to understand what it is to think in the terms prescribed by that particular rival tradition. To learn how to think as if one were a convinced adherent of that rival tradition. To do this requires the exercise of a capacity for philosophical imagination that is often lacking. A second step is to identify, from the standpoint of the adherents of that rival tradition, its crucially important unresolved issues and unsolved problems, and resolved and unsolved by the standards of that tradition which now confront those adherents, and to inquire how progress might be made in moving towards their resolution and solution. It is when, in spite of systematic inquiry, issues and problems that are of crucial importance to some tradition remain unresolved and unsolved that a question arises about it, namely, just why it is that progress in this area is no longer being made. Is it perhaps because that tradition lacks the resources to address those issues and solve those problems and is unable to acquire them so long as it remains faithful to its own standard and presuppositions? Is it perhaps that constraints imposed by those standards and deriving from those presuppositions themselves prevent the formulation or reformulation of those issues and problems so that they can be adequately addressed and solved? And, if the answer to those two questions is yes, is it perhaps the case that it is only from the standpoint of some rival tradition that this predicament can be understood and from the resources of that same rival tradition that the means of overcoming this predicament can be found? When the adherents of a tradition are able through such acts of imagination and questioning to interrogate some particular rival tradition, it is always possible that they may be able to conclude, indeed that they may be compelled to conclude, that it is only from the standpoint of their own tradition that the difficulties of that rival tradition can be adequately understood and overcome. It is only if the central theses of their own tradition are true and its arguments sound, that this rival tradition can be expected to encounter just those difficulties that it has encountered and that its lack of conceptual, normative, and other resources to deal with these difficulties can be explained. So it is possible for one such tradition to defeat another in respect of the adequacy of its claims to truth and to rational justification, even though there are no neutral standards available by appeal to which any rational agent whatsoever could determine which tradition is superior to which. Yet, just because there are no such neutral standards, the protagonists of a defeated tradition may not recognize, and may not be able to recognize, that such a defeat has occurred. They may well recognize that they confront problems of their own to which no fully satisfactory solution has as yet been advanced, but it may be that nothing compels them to go any further than this. They will still take themselves to have excellent reasons for rejecting any invitation to adopt the standpoint of any other rival and incompatible tradition, even in imagination, for if the basic principles that they now assert are true and rationally justified, as they take them to be, then those assertions advanced by adherents of rival traditions that are incompatible with their own must be false and must lack rational justification. So they will continue, perhaps indefinitely, to defend their own positions and to proceed with their own inquiries, unable to recognize that those inquiries are in fact condemned to sterility and frustration. It is of course important that for very, very long periods of time rival traditions of moral inquiry may coexist, as the mystic Aristotelianism, Madhyamaka Buddhism, and modern European and North American utilitarianism have coexisted, without any one of them having had occasion to take the claims of its rivals seriously, let alone having conducted the kind of inquiry that might issue in one of these traditions suffering rational defeat at the hands of another. And it is also true that such an inquiry may not in fact lead to any definitive outcome, so that the issues dividing those rival traditions may remain undecided. Yet what matters most is that such issues can on occasion be decided, and this in a way that makes it evident that the claims of such rival traditions from the outset presuppose the falsity of relativism. As do I and as must any serious inquirer. Let me turn now to a very different criticism, that of those defenders of liberal and individualist modernity who frame their objections in terms of the liberalism versus communitarian debate, supposing me to be a communitarian, something that I have never been. I see no value in community as such. Many types of community are nastily oppressive, and the values of community, as understood by the American spokespersons of contemporary communitarianism, such as Ahmed Ayat are compatible with and supportive of the values of the liberalism that I reject. My own critique of liberalism derives from a judgment that the best type of human life, that in which the tradition of the virtues is most adequately embodied, is lived by those engaged in constructing and sustaining forms of community directed towards the shared achievement of those common goods without which the ultimate human good cannot be achieved. Liberal political societies are characteristically committed to denying any prologue. 15. Place for a determinate conception of the human good in their public discourse, let alone allowing that their common life should be grounded in such a conception. On the dominant liberal view, government is to be neutral as between rival conceptions of the human good. Yet in fact what liberalism promotes is a kind of institutional order that is inimical to the construction and sustaining of the types of communal relationship required for the best kind of human life. This critique of liberalism should not be interpreted as a sign of any sympathy on my part for contemporary conservatism. That conservatism is in too many ways a mirror image of the liberalism that it professedly opposes. Its commitment to a way of life structured by a free market economy is a commitment to an individual.
I'm really bummed out. Really bummed out that I was muted that whole time. Deleuze, thanks for keeping it going in the chat. How y'all doing? Everyone started like, thank you so much. There's nothing worse than a chat that doesn't speak up. Thank you all for letting me know that I was boomering out. I was saying hello to Raina Hayes. I was talking to Deleuze and Guitars. I was saluting you all back. Yeah, thanks for saying that the audio was down. So yeah, how is everybody? Hi. So, damn. The reason I paused it though was because there's some quality footage, we're streaming right here. So I was actually going to play this section where we're streaming. And I also was just reading off the chat. So for anybody who was in chat, you didn't really miss much because I was just talking about how I went from bench pressing 140, which was too intense for me. So I dropped it down to, and I'm just going to do some quick reps. Because, I mean, it's not too intense for me if I'm trying to, like, you know, it was just like, no, I want to do a bunch of, like, reps, though. I'm going for a bunch. Anyway, so I'm about to go back to working out. And then I'm going to get some water and some coffee. and then we'll be jumping into this conversation with Tealosbound. I think that's what's going to be happening. But yeah, I wanted to play this little bit here on stream because Ashley comes back. Oh my gosh! Oh, this is where it was scary. Atticus almost saw my pee-pee, my ding dong, because I was over here around the side of everything. No, kids aren't outside. Kids are never outside here, like running around without parents around. Like not this time of year. And so I was just like peeing off the side of the barnyard, about to get back to work. And I was like, I'm probably not going to use this video footage because I'm peeing right now. I'm probably not going to. It was just like the GoPro was on me, and I was like, I don't think I'm going to use this video footage in a stream. And then I heard footsteps, and it was Atticus running up, and I was like, ah! And I was like, no, I was like, I'm peeing. And then he was just like, stood there. But I mean, I was turned away, so it's like, all good. But he was just like, and then he goes around the side of the car, and I think that, when I come back around anyway. So right then, Ashley got home. So and here she is in the chat. So here we go.
Where Ben has opened up already.
I think I'm following. So currently just muck everything into piles that are going to go into the wheelbarrow later, and we'll wait on the wheelbarrow until we've opened up a gate there.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, bud.
I think that's a good safe bet for things to do. But I gotta get in and start supper. So.
Sick.
Yeah, and I'll double check with Benjamin, see what he's up to, and he'll probably come out after this, I think. You gonna hold those? Yeah. What time is it? 3:40? Yeah, I would just say more further mucking. It already looks so much better.
It's kind of satisfying to look at, that's for sure.
It totally is.
And you can see the chickens definitely like to dig through that stuff. You can see them, they're loving it over here.
There's all kinds of little things that we can't see, they can see. And
Oh, yeah.
This is delicious.
They're like, look at this. Yeah, for those chickens, it's like some new restaurant just opened up down the street, and it's giving away like fine chef food, you know.
The different pastures has different names for all the sections of the pastures.
Nice.
And he has like Goaty Juniors and Goaty King and like different stuff like that. Like he's named them fast food restaurants. But
oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it's funny that you mentioned that because he totally calls the different areas different. He's named them.
Maybe on the other side of the barn, that's less view, but we could paint the like a loose map of the property with the titles of the different areas. Oh, yeah. Privilege escaped, and I had to chase her down. And so me chasing a goat has already happened on this.
Yeah. Were you a speaker? Her sister, her twin's name is Prestige.
Prestige.
It was Privilege and Prestige.
That's so precious. Oh boy.
Should we take the girls
Isaiah was like,
real quick, buddy?
smartest goats ever.
Yeah, this is probably a good spot for me to start a new one.
Also, they don't want to eat this.
Holy shit.
Too much like chicken nuggets, I guess.
It's official. It's official. This fun vlog video is now something that is going to. People will be like, how did you not warn us that was coming? We're on a fucking farm. What do you expect? We're on a farm. What do you think you could be on a farm?
Oh, it was because the chickens had like all this gross ass shit like out in the yard, and I was just like, wow, that's gonna be shocking for some people. But anyway, that was in a different video apparently.
Traditionally would be called either a dessert or an appetizer. And it definitely worked if it was an appetizer. Considering the fact that it didn't come after a full meal, it's not a dessert. Therefore...
Oh yeah, so then Ashley had made breakfast, but it was like a little like peach cobbler, but there wasn't a lot of it. And so I stayed hungry all day. And it was like 3 p.m. and I hadn't eaten anything. And I'm out here working. And I was feeling fatigued at this point. No one had lunch. It was just like a brunch of like this peach cobbler that was delicious. But I could have eaten like shovels of it. And... So anyway, that's what I'm talking about here. Context.
It was an appetizer. So all day I've been appetized, and I thought about eating one of the goats alive at one point. So, well, when Privilege ran away, I was like, I'm just gonna bite your head off.
I'm gonna eat you.
Yeah. Privilege did run away. She always gets out. You're doing good balancing. Did you know that balancing when you're younger makes you extremely less likely of getting dementia or Alzheimer's?
I didn't know that.
Balance.
Balance is good. I used to play on the balance beam at school all the time.
Any balancing you do on anything ever makes you better at balancing on everything else always.
Yeah, we gotta get the slack line out.
That's true.
I tried slack lines back in the day. I was horrible at them, but I was like, I've got to learn how to do a slack
Took
line.
me a couple times to figure the center.
Well, my whole problem with getting the slack line out is I just know the kids are going to try to cut in line.
Oh.
So if we could somehow moderate it, I don't know, maybe we could say they're not allowed to go outside. Like they have to stand in the window and only big kids are allowed to be out there.
We could set up a slack line yard with some fencing around it. Be like, you get 10 minutes on the slack line, and when it's not your turn, you have to stay out here because it takes a lot of focus.
And that's the whole thing is kids don't give each other time
to get it,
to adjust. And so it's like they end up just, one kid out of 100 ends up being really good, and the rest are like not able to ever learn steps. And I've learned that in so many situations. Yeah.
Right.
And it's actually, that's just like schooling in general, by the way. Oh, one kid got good at math, everyone else is gonna hate it for the rest of their lives.
Now, is that just balancing on things, or is that like climbing balance too? Because like Shara was a climbing nut.
Yeah.
When he was little, and like,
what's up?
because you know,
It's
like
both.
you have to like, yeah, you have to balance where your body is vertically. Oh, I cut my foot off.
Good luck.
Good for class.
Is it 4:30? Oh yeah, you go inside for a minute and help out.
What's that, dude?
You helping out, buddy? Yeah. Good.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah. What? Okay. Come on then.
It's okay if the roll is burned.
Oh.
It's okay if the rules burn. This is hilarious. Must share a funny story.
I walk down an aisle, and this lady looks at me. She says, "You're tall. Would you mind reaching this last box of 33% less sodium chicken broth right at the back of the thing? I can't reach it. It's just like right there." And I'm like, "Yeah, why not?" It's like, and then I had flashbacks to times of helping my mother when we were going shopping and like all growing up. Ashley, come and reach this for me.
Yeah, help out, buddy.
Yeah. Wow.
He is able to actually carry that.
Yeah.
Good job, bud.
Strong, huh, buddy?
Yeah. Anyway, it was quite both hands.
His boots are on the wrong feet. I just realized. I also have, I believe, if this is recording, footage of him doing this right now, which is really cute.
Yeah, anyway, I was like, yes, I'm graced to do this. My automatic response to "can you reach this" is just like, what this?
What this? Amazing.
And how can I say no? It'd be like totally awkward. I should have just been like, nah.
Nah, dog. I ask tall people for things all the time.
Oh yeah.
Nah.
I'm gonna go help Zach.
I've met my health quota for the day with pulling up pull-ups. Yeah.
Cute. I'll help you in a second, bud. I've got to go grab my head strap for the GoPro. I'm gonna go practice. I'm gonna see what that's like.
So awesome.
Yeah, because I've enjoyed this so far. The chest cam is seemingly cool. Well, people have said that the chest cam is actually really bad for anything beyond like riding a bicycle or a motorbike, which is kind of what they get used for a lot.
Right.
But I think that maybe some people will get car sick with the shake is my concern. So it's all an experiment.
Oh yeah, totally.
You want to come out? You don't want to stay in there forever?
Now without people with you, I understand.
I get that. Bye, bud. Bye, buddy. I never used to call people bud, but being in an uncle role. I said I never used to call people bud, but feeling a little bit more like an uncle recently has me in a position where I'm calling people bud.
It happens. I never thought that I would call my kids bud, and then all of a sudden I was calling them bud.
Really?
All of them, even the girls.
Oh my god. Really?
I call them Betty, though.
Betty.
Buddy and Betty.
Buddy and Betty. And then if they're non-binary someday, you can say Bip.
Bippy.
Buddy, Betty, and Bippy.
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 Bippy would be a good. All right.
Moral and factual elements. Arson, being destructive of property, is wrong. Unites the factual judgment that arson destroys property with the moral judgment that arson is wrong. But the moral element in such a judgment is always to be sharply distinguished from the factual. Factual judgments are true or false. And in the realm of fact there are rational criteria by means of which we may secure agreement as to what is true and what is false. But moral judgments, being expressions of attitude or feeling, are neither true nor false. And agreement in moral judgment is not to be secured by any rational method, for there are none. It is to be secured, if at all, by producing certain non-rational effects on the emotions or attitudes of those who disagree with one. We use moral judgments not only to express our own feelings and attitudes, but also precisely to produce such effects in others. Emotivism is thus a theory which professes to give an account of all value judgments whatsoever. Clearly, if it is true, all moral disagreement is rationally interminable. And clearly, if that is true, then certain of the features of contemporary moral debate to which I drew attention earlier do indeed have nothing to do with what is specifically contemporary. But is it true? Emotivism has been presented by its most sophisticated protagonists hitherto as a theory about the meaning of the sentences which are used to make moral judgments. C.L. Stevenson, the single most important exponent of the theory, asserted that the sentence "this is good" means roughly the same as "I approve of this." Do so as well. Trying to capture by this equivalence both the function of the moral judgment as expressive of the speaker's attitude and the function of the moral judgment as designed to influence the hearer's attitudes. Other emotivists suggested that to say "this is good" was to utter a sentence meaning roughly. Hurrah for this. But as a
Hurrah for this! Hurrah for not killing! Yeah.
The first is that, if the theory is to elucidate the meaning of a certain class of sentences by referring to their function, when uttered, of expressing feelings or attitudes, an essential part of the theory will have to insist on an identification and characterization of the feelings or attitudes in question. On this subject, proponents of the emotive theory are in general silent, and perhaps wisely. For all attempts so far to identify the relevant types of feelings or attitudes have found it impossible to avoid an empty circularity. Moral judgments express feelings or attitudes. It is said, what kind of feelings or attitudes? We ask, feelings or attitudes of approval is the reply. What kind of approval? We ask, perhaps remarking that approval is of many kinds. It is in answer to this question that every version of emotivism either remains silent or, by identifying the relevant kind of approval as moral approval, that is, the type of approval expressed by a specifically moral judgment, becomes vacuously circular. It becomes easy to understand why the theory is vulnerable to this first type of criticism if we consider two other reasons for rejecting it. One is that emotivism, as a theory of the meaning of a certain type of sentence, is engaged in an impossible task from the beginning, because it is dedicated to characterizing as equivalent in meaning two kinds of expression which, as we have already seen, derive their distinctive function in our language.
No, put it on the pile. Buddy, put the things on the pile. You see this behind you? That's the pile. So put it on the pile.
Of the first kind depend upon what utters them to for any reason giving force that they may have, while utterances of the second kind are not similarly dependent for their reason giving force on the context of utterance. This seems sufficient to show that there is some large difference in meaning between members of the two classes. Yet the emotive theory wishes to make them equivalent in meaning. This is not just a mistake. It is a mistake that demands explanation. A sign of their explanation should be sought is found in the third part of the emotive theory, considered as a theory of meaning. The emotive theory, as we have seen, purports to be a theory about the meaning of sentences. But the expression of feeling or attitude is characteristically a function not of the meaning of sentences, but of their use on particular occasions. The angry schoolmaster, to use one of Gilbert Kyle's examples, may vent his feelings by shouting at the small boy who has just made an arithmetical mistake. 7 times 7 equals 49. But the use of this sentence to express feelings or attitudes has nothing whatsoever to do with its meaning. This suggests that we should not simply rely on these objections to reject the emotive theory, but that we should rather consider whether it ought not to have been proposed as a theory about the use, understand its purpose or function, of members of a certain class of expressions rather than about their meaning understood as including all that Frege intended by sense and reference. Clearly, the argument so far shows that when someone utters a moral judgment,
Frege.
This is right or this is good.
Frege.
Mean the same as I approve of this.
Yeah, I haven't read that. I don't want to.
Yeah, I think I've read just a teeny bit of Frege.
But even thought, meaning of such sentences were quite other than most theorists suppose. It might be plausibly claimed, if the evidence was adequate, that in using such sentences to say whatever they mean, the agent was in fact doing nothing other than expressing his
Hey, bud, do you want to trade?
and attempting to influence
Here you go. Take the rake. Thank you.
Yeah, go right there for it, buddy. Help us build the pile up. Rake it this way, buddy. Rake things this way.
Put it on the pile.
There you go, bud.
We could not safely infer what someone who uttered a moral judgment was doing merely by listening to what he said. Moreover, the agent himself might well be among those for whom use was concealed by meaning. He might well, precisely because he was self-conscious about the meaning of the words that he used, be assured that he was appealing to independent and personal criteria, when all that he was in fact doing was expressing his feelings to others in a manipulative way. How might such a phenomenon come to occur? He has in a letter such considerations disregard emotivism's claim to universality of scope, and let us instead consider emotivism as a theory which has been advanced in historically specific conditions. In the 18th century, human body emotivist dominance in the large and complex fabric of his total moral theory. It began in this century that emotivism has flourished as a theory on its own.
Yeah, but I'm going to bring this.
As a response to a set of theories which flourished, especially in England, between 1903 and 1939. We ought therefore to ask whether emotivism as a theory may not have been both a response to, and in the very first instance, an account of not, as its protagonists indeed supposed, moral language as such. But moral language in England in the years after 1903 was, and when that language was interpreted in accordance with that body of theory to the refutation of which motivism was primarily dedicated. The theory in question borrowed from the early 19th century the name of intuitionism, and its immediate progenitor was G.E. Moore. I went up to Cambridge at Michaelmas 1902, and Moore's Principia Epica came out at the end of my first year. It was exciting, exhilarating, the beginning of a renaissance, the opening of a new heaven on a new earth. So wrote John Maynard Keynes, and so in their own rhetorical modes Lytton Strachey and Desmond McCarthy and Labour Virginia W. Woolf, who struggled through Principia Epica page by page in 1908, and the whole network of Cambridge and London friends and acquaintances.
Oh, you got it. These chickens are going to go crazy.
By being the first philosopher to moral disagreement today as the aims of emotivism. 15. Attend with sufficient care to the precise nature of the questions which it is a task of ethics to answer. What Moore believed that he had discovered by attending to the precise nature of these questions was threefold. First, that good is the name of a simple indefinable property, a property different from that named by pleasant, or conducive, zero evolutionary survival, or any other natural property. Hence Moore speaks of good as a non-natural property. Propositions declaring this or that, zero be good are what Moore called intuitions. They are incapable of proof, or disproof, and indeed no evidence or reasoning whatever can be adduced in their favor or disfavor. Although Moore disclaims the use of the word intuition,
we're having an after virtue Alistair McIntyre.
Zero our power of vision. He nonetheless does compare good as a property with yellow as a property in such a way as to make verdict that a given state of affairs is or is not good comparable to the simplest judgments of normal visual perception. Secondly, Moore takes it that to call an action right is simply to say that of the available alternative actions it is the one which does or did as a matter of fact produce the most good. Moore is thus utilitarian. Every action is to be evaluated solely by its consequences, as compared to the consequences of alternative possible courses of action. And as visiting some other versions of utilitarianism, it follows that no action is ever right or wrong. Anything whatsoever may under certain circumstances be permitted. Thirdly, it turns out to be the case, in the sixth and final chapter of Principia Epica, that personal affections and aesthetic enjoyments include all the greatest, and by far the greatest goods we can imagine. 15. The ultimate and fundamental truth of moral philosophy, the achievement of friendship and the contemplation of what is beautiful in nature,
yeah, we don't want to stab you.
And perhaps the sole justifiable ends of all human action. We ought to notice immediately two crucial facts about Moore's moral theory. The first is that his three central positions are logically independent of each other. There would be no breach in consistency if one were to affirm any one of the three and deny the other two. One can be an intuitionist without being a utilitarian. Most English intuitionists can zero hold a view that there is a non-natural property of right, as well as the good, and held that to perceive that a certain type of action was right, was to see that one had at least a prima facie obligation to perform the type of action, independently of its consequences. Likewise, a utilitarian has no necessary commitment to zero intuitionism, and neither utilitarians nor intuitionists have any necessary commitment to the values of Moore's sixth chapter. The second crucial fact is easy to see retrospectively. The first part of what Moore says is clearly false, and the second and third parts are, at the very least, highly contentious. Moore's arguments at times are, it must seem now, obviously defective to try to show that good is indefinable, for example, by relying on a dictionary definition of definition, and a great deal is
oh my gosh. Philosophers relying on dictionaries. I want to punch babies when I hear that. I think dictionaries are where ideas go to die. It's an idea. It's a suggestion. It's usually like saying, hey, there was a contest over the meaning of this word, and this is the winner. We won't tell you who the losers were. The Google definition of capitalism, for instance, has nothing to do with the way that almost anyone uses the word, whether they like it or not, you know.
Yeah, it's a waste.
They felt the need to find objective and impersonal justification for rejecting all claims except those of personal intercourse and of the beautiful. What specifically were they rejecting? Not in fact the doctrines of Plato, or St. Paul, or any other of the great names in Wolff's or Strachey's catalogue of deliverance, but those names as symbols of the culture of the late 19th century. Sidgwick and Leslie Stephen are being dismissed along with Spencer and Bradley, and the whole of the past is envisaged as a burden that Moore has just helped them cast off. What was it about the moral culture of the late 19th century which made it a burden to be escaped from? That is a question to which an answer ought to be deferred. Precisely because it is going to be forced on us more than once in the course of the argument, and later on we shall be better equipped to answer it. But we ought to notice how dominant the theme of that rejection is in the lives and writings of the Woolfs, of Lytton Strachey, of Roger Fry. Keynes emphasized the rejection not only of the Benthamite version of utilitarianism and of Christianity, but of all claims on behalf of social action conceived as a worthwhile aim. What was left? The answer is a highly impoverished view of how good may be used. Keynes gives examples of central topics of discussion among Moore's followers. If it was in love with B and believed that B reciprocated his feelings, whereas in fact B did not, but was in love with C, the state of affairs was seemingly not as good as it would have been if it had been right, but was it worse or better than it would become if it discovered his mistake? Or again, if it was in love with B under a misapprehension as to B's qualities, was this better or worse than A's not being in love at all? How were such questions to be answered? By following Moore's prescriptions in precise fashion. Do you or do you not discern the presence or absence of the non-natural property of good in greater or lesser degree? And what if two observers disagree? Then, so the answer went, according to Keynes, either the two are focusing on different subject matters without recognizing this, or one has perception superior to the other. But, of course, as Keynes tells us, what was really happening was something quite other. In practice, victory was with those who could speak with the greatest appearance of clear,
Can't hear anything.
doubting conviction, and
Hi, sorry.
You gotta have something a little bit hotter. Like these things, watch this. Boom. Oh, I'm listening to a podcast. Boom. I'm not.
Except
That's
for
true.
sometimes you're like, boom, oh wait.
Oh, give me a minute.
Wait. And then all of a
You gotta
sudden you're
leave
like,
glitch.
why does my neck hurt so
I
bad?
know. You showed her the spines, right?
Oh, did I show you the spines?
No, he wants to know if you showed Anne.
I showed Anne the spines.
There's balls right there.
There's
I
balls?
was hoping that the chickens would eat them, but they haven't.
Like,
That little furry pouch is a scrote.
There's fucking sheep balls over there that the chickens don't want to eat.
I like ate everything.
to objectivity and personality cannot be made good. Yet the very statement of this theme is enough to suggest that the general claims of emotivism reinterpreted as a theory of use cannot be so easily put on one side. For a presupposition of this scheme of development which I have just sketched is that genuine objective and impersonal moral standards can in some way or other be rationally justified, even if in some cultures at some stages the possibility of such rational justification is no longer available. And this is what emotivism denies. What would have suggested to be the case by and large about our own culture that in moral argument the apparent assertion of principles functions as a mask for expressions of personal preference is what emotivism takes to be universally the case. Moreover, it does so on grounds which require no general historical and sociological investigation of human cultures. For what emotivism asserts is the central part that there are completely valid rational justification for any claims that objective and impersonal moral standards exist, and hence that there are no such standards. Its claim is of the same order as a claim that it is true of all cultures, whatsoever that they lack witches. Purported witches there may be, but real witches there cannot have been, for there are none. So emotivism holds that purported rational justifications there may be, but real rational justifications there cannot have been, for there are none. Emotivism thus rests upon a claim that every attempt, whether past or present, to provide a rational justification for an objective morality has in fact failed. It is a verdict upon the whole history of moral philosophy, and as such obliterates the contrast between the present and the past embodied in my initial hypothesis. What emotivism, however, did fail to reckon with is the difference that it would make to morality if emotivism were not only true, but also widely believed to be true. Stevenson, for example, understood very clearly that saying I disapprove of this, do so as well, does not have the same force as saying that is bad. He noted that a kind of prestige attaches to the latter, which does not attach to the former. What he did not know, however, precisely because he viewed emotivism as a theory of meaning, is that the prestige derives from the fact that the use of that is bad, implies an appeal to an objective and impersonal standard in a way, in which I disapprove of this, do so as well, does not. That is, if and insofar as emotivism is true, moral language is seriously misleading, and if and insofar as emotivism is justifiably believed, presumably the use of traditional and inherited moral language ought to be abandoned. This conclusion none of the emotivists drew, and it is deemed that, like Stevenson, they failed to draw it because they misconstrued their own theory as a theory of meaning. This is also, of course, why emotivism did not prevail within analytical moral philosophy. Analytical philosophers had defined the central task of philosophy as that of deciphering the meaning of key expressions in both everyday and scientific language, and since emotivism fails precisely as a theory of the meaning of moral expressions, analytical philosophers by and large rejected emotivism. Yet emotivism did not die, and it is important to note how often in widely different modern philosophical contexts something very like emotivism's attempted reduction of morality to personal preference continually recurs in the writings of those who do not think of themselves as emotivists. The unrecognized philosophical power of emotivism is one clue to its cultural power. Within analytical moral philosophy, the resistance to emotivism has arisen from the perception that moral reasoning does occur, that there can be logical linkages between various moral judgments of a kind that emotivism itself could not allow for. Yet the most influential account of moral reasoning that emerged in response to this critique of emotivism was one according to which an agent can only justify a particular judgment by referring to some universal rule from which it may be logically derived, and can only justify that rule in turn by deriving it from some more general rule or principle. But on this view, since every chain of reasoning must be finite, such a process of justificatory reasoning must always terminate with the assignment of some rule or principle for which no further reason can be given. Thus, a complete justification of a decision would consist of a complete account of its effects together with a complete account of the principles which it observed, and the effect of observing those principles. If the inquirer still goes on asking, but why should I live like that? Then there is no further answer to give him, because we have already, ex hypothesis, said everything that should be included in the further answer. Determinants of justification thus always, on this view, cannot further to be justified choice, as unguided by criteria. Each individual implicitly or explicitly has to adopt their own first principles on the basis of such a choice. The utterance of any universal principle is in the end an expression of the preferences of an individual will, and for that will its prime. Principles can have only such authority as it chooses to confer upon them by adopting them. Thus emotivism has not been left very far behind after all. To this it might well be replied that I am only able to reach this conclusion by omitting to notice the wide variety of positive positions incompatible with emotivism taken within analytical moral philosophy. Such writing has characteristically been preoccupied with attempts to show that the notion of rationality itself supplies morality with a basis and a basis such that we have adequate grounds for rejecting emotivist and subjectivist defense. Consider, it will be said, the variety of claims advanced not only by Hare, but also by Rawls, Donegan, Gert and Gurth, to name only a few. About the arguments which are adduced in support of such claims, I want to make 2 points. The first is that none of them in fact succeed. I shall later on, in chapter 6, use Gurth's argument as an exemplary case. He is today the latest of such writers. He is self-consciously and scrupulously aware of the contributions of other analytical moral philosophers to the debate, and his arguments therefore provide us with an ideal test case. If they do not succeed, that is strong evidence that the project of which they are part is not going to succeed. And, as I shall show later, they do not succeed. Secondly, it is very much to the point that such writers cannot agree among themselves either on what the character of moral rationality is or on the substance of the morality which is to be found in that rationality. The diversity of contemporary moral debate and its interminability are indeed mirrored in the controversies of analytical moral philosophers. But if those who claim to be able to formulate principles on which rational moral agents are to agree do not agree agreement on the formulation of the principles, there is once again conversation evidence that their project has failed, even before we have examined the particular positions by conclusions. Each of them in his criticism of their testimony to the failure of his colleagues' constructions. I therefore take it that we have no good reason to believe that analytical philosophy is
Are you going in here?
Going in.
I was just about to go scrape off the concrete slab. Yeah, but I would need this though to do that.
I think Ashley's gonna grab another one, so go ahead and grab that one.
Yeah.
You can grab that if you want.
Okay.
Or the other one's a little bit shorter, so it might be better. Let's see.
Yeah.
Philosophy. Nonetheless, when Nietzsche sought to invent the making of would-be objective moral judgments as the mask worn by the will to hire those too weak and slavish to assert themselves with their
It feels like a spring track day.
And when Sartre tries to exhibit the great direction and reality of the things recovered as an exercise in bad faith by those who cannot tolerate the recognition of their own choices as the sole source of moral judgment. The substance of that for which emotivism contended. Both indeed saw themselves.
I'm gonna use it, he said. Thank you.
While most English and American emotivists believe themselves to be doing no such thing. Both saw their own tasks.
Emotivists believe that saying that something is good or bad is the same as saying I like this or I don't like this, and you should too, or you shouldn't too. So they believe that that's really what's going on in moral statements. So he's critiquing it. Yeah.
The appearance of emotivism in this variety of philosophical branches suggests strongly that it is indeed in terms of a confrontation with emotivism that my own thesis must be defined. In one way of framing the contention that morality is invented once was its just conceived to a large degree, people might think, how can that be if emotivism were true, no matter what their avowed theoretical standpoint may be. Emotivism has become embodied in our culture. And of course, in saying that, I mean not only contending that morality is not what it once was, but also, very importantly, that what once was morality has to some large degree disappeared, and that this marks a degeneration, a great cultural loss. I am therefore committed to 2 distinct but related tasks. The first is that of identifying and describing the lost morality of the past, and of evaluating its claims to objectivity and authority. This is a task partly historical and partly philosophical. The second is that of making good my claim about the specific character of the modern age. For I have suggested that we live in a specifically emotivist culture, and if this is so, presumably to discover that a wide variety of our concepts and modes of behavior, and not only our explicitly valid debates and judgments presuppose the truth of emotivism, if not at the level of self-conscious theorizing, at least in everyday practice. But is this so? To this latter issue I turn immediately. 3. Emotivism, social content and social content. A moral philosophy and emotivism is no exception characteristically presupposes a sociology. For every moral philosophy offers explicitly or implicitly at least a practico-conceptual analysis of the relationship of an agent to his or her reasons, motives, intentions and actions, and in so doing generally presupposes some claim that these concepts are embodied or at least can be in the real social world. Who sometimes seems to restrict moral agency to the inner realm of the noumenal, implies otherwise in his writings on law, history and politics. Thus it would generally be a decisive refutation of the moral philosophy to show that moral agency on its own account is a matter that can be socially embodied, and it also found out that we have not yet fully understood the claims of any moral philosophy until we have spelled out what its social embodiment would be. Some moral philosophers in the past, perhaps most, have understood this spelled out as itself one kind of the test of moral philosophy. It scarcely needs to be said. Plato and Aristotle, so indeed also Hume Adam Smith, but at least before the dominant moral conception of moral philosophy has appeared that the moral philosophy could ignore this test, undoubtedly to the philosophical proponents of emotivism, we therefore must perform it for them. What is the key to the social content of emotivism? It is the fact that emotivism entails the inverted of any genuine distinction between manipulative and non-manipulative social relations. Consider the contrast between, for example, Kantian ethics and emotivism on this point. And the parallel case could be made by the earlier moral philosophers the difference between a human relationship uninformed by morality, and also informed is precisely the difference between one in which each person treats the other primarily as a means to discover ends and one end, which each person as an end. To treat someone else as an end is to offer them what I take to be good reasons for acting in one way rather than another, but to leave it to them to evaluate those reasons. It is to be unwilling to influence another except by reasons which that other he or she judges to be good. It is to appeal to impersonal criteria of the behavior of which each agent must be his or her own judge. To treat someone as a means is to seek to make him or her an instrument of my purposes by inducing whatever influences or considerations will in fact be effective on this or that occasion. The generalizations of the sociology, psychology, and the standards of a normative rationality. If emotivism is true, this distinction is illusory. For evaluative utterance can in the end have no point or use but the expression of my own feelings or attitudes and the transformation of feelings.
Okay, now it's stinky.
I cannot genuinely champion a person.
Yo, that's dangerous to leave my camera on like that. What I want is to get a little Raspberry Pi and learn how to program some stuff so that I can make it so that when I push the mute button, this recording light turns off, the camera turns off, like a hard off. I don't know. Like, I want to be able to just like mute and then it's just off. I don't like the possibility of like forgetting to turn off my camera, walking away, changing my clothes, whatever, and you're all just sitting there like, ah, you know, that's not the goal here. That's one of the dangers with streaming in general, and it's why people who stream usually have a thicker skin than people who don't. They're kind of living in a way where it's like almost inevitable some shit like that's gonna happen, and it's like, you know, reality as opposed to overproduced bullshit. So, yeah, not saying. Okay, now that I'm not. There's a lot of overproduced stuff that's not bullshit, but you know, okay. So, yeah, you saw some pretty heavy metal shit, didn't you? Or at least I was referencing it on stream. But you know, that's just farm life, and it doesn't help to be cut off from the cycle of life and from building soil. And building soil is life. There is no such. Look, you're doing one of two things in life. You're either building soil in a way that's, you know, that builds soil, or you're turning soil into dirt and you're not adding back into the earth that sustains you. And so, you know, you got to close the loop there. And I don't know, being out here doing this is the equivalent of touching grass. I'm not talking about getting stoned. It's not the equivalent of getting stoned. I don't mean that. I mean touching grass, like the meme. Like, you've been online too long, you need to touch grass. You know, get in touch with earth. You are out of touch. Go get in touch, you know, get grounded. So anyway, this feels good doing all this, but I've got to go check in, make sure that find out what's actually happening. And there's 3 ways that the next 45 minutes goes. And I'll tell you what that's going to look like here in a second. And until then, enjoy. And look, if you're the kind of person who actually gets a kind of devilish delight, or jouissance even, from procrastinating and being distracted and passively moving between things and staying curious but never really going too in depth, but then also guilt tripping yourself about not going in depth in things, and so you actually never level up in terms of reading or listening comprehension, and so you don't really get into the thicker shit, the stuff that's really going to like push you and try you and make you think about things harder, then I'm proud of you for being here, and good job. Not a lot of people are willing to do that, and you're doing a good job. Proud of you, really, for real. And what we're listening to right now might be a little hard to hear because I'm scraping on the concrete, and so what I'm going to do is turn it down again and then start playing from where I paused earlier on the other audio, which is the master audio that the one in this video was actually playing off of the speaker, but I'll be playing it over my PC audio, and so you'll be able to hear it just fine. But then you're gonna be like, "What? This is like whiplash. I was just listening to a different part of the book. Now I'm back at the new introduction or whatever to this edition." Yeah, well, that's true, and I'll just want to close off by saying the part that you were just listening to when I was out there, I was just doing some weights out there, and one of the things that happened when I was out there working out was I was hearing McIntyre talk about emotivism, and he's critiquing emotivism. He is saying that Weber, the guy who critiqued Marx, is a liberal modernist who ultimately subscribes to a kind of utilitarian emotivism. and he's critiquing this. And that's important because how Marx was critiqued and then appropriated back into sociology and social science and activism, after Marx critiqued liberalism, how he gets brought back into liberalism after the Marxist moment, and as Marxism was being appropriated all over the place in all sorts of different ways. It's guys like Weber who are very, very, very influential in how that occurs. And he was talking about how Virginia Woolf read and reread Thomas More, and I think it was Thomas More, and so did Weber, and like all these people they basically have like this theory of the good, where it's like we can't really know, and it's really just like people are kind of making it what it is, and emotivism it gets called relativism by other people, but another way of thinking about it is like it's actually like this meta-ethical like reduction, where you're saying that whenever a person says that something is good, what they're really saying is I like this and you should also. That's what emotivism is. Emotivism is also if you say that you don't like, if you say this thing is bad, then you're really just saying you don't like this thing. And it's like, yeah, I don't like that thing either, but this isn't like inscribed into the moral architecture, or like it's not weaved into the fabric of the universe itself, right? It's not real shit. There's nothing like natural law. There's no like fundamental basis for being able to have a conversation about what the good life is or is not. It's really just what you make of it, and ultimately what that means is that it is all reducible to power. And you definitely get some of that today. Well, a lot of it. And the thing is like people might say that's like someone like Vosh will just come out and say he just cares about winning and it is just about power and might just makes right. And it's just his job to win. He'll say things like that sometimes. But a lot of people won't say that and will like act like they care about truth and justice in a more real sense than something reducible to to an ideology, right? And ideologies might be based in something real, something that has to do with truth and justice. But how ideology, how institutions develop ideology in group formations for the purposes of control, for ulterior motives than the express letter of whatever it is that is being said, is something that I think we got to think about, and that Alistair McIntyre is basically saying you can't get out of this one if the moral universe it doesn't operate the way that we thought it did, and now we live in a scientific universe, but we keep using moral language that's basically just secularized versions of things as we understand how those categories worked. We can't understand them because we're out of context now, is what he's saying. Then we're in this situation now where people are talking about morals, or talking about virtue, the way that people in the Mad Max world would be, a post-apocalyptic world, would be talking about science if, like, I don't know, a few hundred years after the fall of civilization and the complete loss of science and literacy, we found scientific artifacts and then, started laboratories and or temples to science where we, had fragments of the table of elements on display, and people memorize them and stuff like that. But without understanding science as a process, and understanding how the process worked, and without understanding the larger fields within which these formulas come, these people wouldn't be doing science. This wouldn't be a real, actual scientific worldview. And he's saying that it is the same thing with morals and virtue today, when people talk about these things. And so he's critiquing emotivism, and that's what's going on in what we were just listening to. So I hope what I just said will help you, will help kind of like pull it all together and make sense of it for you. And so this little marathon that we're doing today before I go on this vacation has been a delight. It's been great kind of reviewing McIntyre and thinking about it. And yeah, he gets really into how much emotivism actually impacts everything, and he gets into talking about how Keynes, John Maynard Keynes, is an emotivist. And so it's like Weber through Keynes, all of these like people who don't think they have to read the Critique of Political Economy, who have like a sort of pseudo Marxist kind of understanding of a critique of liberalism that they think they can bypass, are actually incapable of doing so, and actually stay trapped in modernity and liberal ideology when they think that they're not. And that severance, or like that abyss between, for instance, Marx and Keynes, is actually why Keynes, predicted that we would have a 15-hour work week at this point, or actually like 10 years ago. He was able to predict that because he was looking at certain things, certain trends, but he wasn't thinking in the larger critique of political economy context that understands the things that Ted Rees is talking about. And you can go watch Ted Rees videos on Grossman and get the Grossmanite scoop. But I think it's what everyone needs to be talking about. And I did a podcast episode with Astrid, who's been more influenced by modern economics and also Austrian like libertarian stuff. And then also, but I brought Astrid into conversation with Ted Rees. It wasn't a debate. It was a really good conversation. They found a lot of agreement, but the parts where they disagree are really thought-provoking. There's a lot there, and I think it's really worth checking out. And so I think you should check out People in Our Lives and check out the episode I did with them. It's the episode right after Die Katastrophenhausen, and it's called something economic crisis, tendency for the rate of profit to fall, capitalism, I don't know, Ted Rees. Just look for the title, you'll see it. And check that out when you get a chance, because it's kind of where a part of my brain is. That whole thing is kind of on back burner. I was reading all of Capital and a bunch of like economics texts and stuff. Like I had this huge regimen all set, but then I realized I need to be focusing on setting up this form of life so that I can be productive while I'm listening and not just playing Minecraft or whatever. And so, this is all part of experiments to get me going again. And because I was sick, getting sick kind of knocked me out of my reading habit and everything, and messed up my reading groups, messed up my production schedule, messed up Free Mikey, messed up the publishing house, everything. Totally got tanked by getting sick. Lost all my energy. Had time but no energy. Definitely tons of it, and it was totally exhausting. And I feel like I'm still coming back from it, and so I'm trying to be more deliberate, because getting knocked out of everything gave me perspective, and I love that. And so this approach is kind of like failing and learning in public, because that's what experiments are. But this is not a public. You are on an infrastructure built by anti-communists. You are on a structure built by the oligarchy. You are in a structure right now where, I don't know, I think it's great that you've stumbled across this and that you're able to hear this either right now or in the future. But it's an interesting apparatus that really wants, it's really found a way to hack human subjectivity and desire. But it's usually pretty unfulfilling. But I have to say, I'm finding all of this a lot more productive than some of the more compartmentalized ways I've done things with these forms of media. And so there are things that I will change about what you're seeing right now, but I think we're on track to something way cooler than just doing one form of media all the time, or just kind of focusing on a certain kind of set of activities that it's only really going to work with that form of media, and kind of just breaking out of the confines. Speaking of breaking out of the confines, Destiny took a GoPro, or it was actually a nicer camera, and put on like a Trump hat and went and was memeing on people, pretending to be arguing in defense of guns, I think. And so that's really interesting, and I haven't checked it out yet, but I'll probably check it out at some point. Yeah, anyway, so what's going on in the chat? Anyone in here? Deluzing Guitar says, yeah, Zoom meetings, I've had to learn to be careful, haha. Oh my gosh, remember there was that guy who jacked off in a Zoom meeting at work? Didn't know that the camera was still on. He thought he was out of the meeting or whatever. Yikes. Ashley says, I really love the idea of listening while working being minimal, thinking needed tasks. Liz is chilling. Great. Yeah, same. Ashley, I don't know if you heard my little recap of McIntyre and what emotivism is, but after we talked about it yesterday, maybe it makes more sense today if you did hear it. If you didn't, you should probably go back and then speed up, like 1.5 speed to catch up, because I just talked about it and it's good. But if you don't, you can always catch it in the future, because we'll probably have that clipped. All the stuff related to McIntyre could probably get clipped into one video on After Virtue, and that'd be a pretty sick video. Good reminders for me, keep me on my toes, help other people learn it too, I suspect. Ashley says that she caught a little bit of it. We've got Max. Emilian. Nice. Maximilian. That's killer. We're going to keep playing this in the background, but I'm also going to do my Duolingo really quick. I was going to continue playing After Virtue, but I just realized I want to do Duolingo and then switch gears. So I've got to check in on Discord, see what's going on over here, make sure that Telos Bound is in the chat. Says that he messaged. Call anytime. Cool. Does that offer still stand, and do I have time to do my Duolingo? Should only take a couple minutes. I'm going to do Polish today. I'm worried about people in Poland. I hope the people in Poland are doing okay. Yeah. Speaking of Dugan, it's not a good time to be living in Ukraine. I don't know if it's been a good time to be living in Ukraine. I don't know anything about Ukraine, but from people who are close by, they're saying, in my life, they're saying, yeah, it's not like the news, but it sucks. So, I don't know enough details. Sorry once again that my shirt's so wrinkly. I put it in the dryer for a tumble, and it just didn't work out. You know, I try to stay polished, and then I still end up streaming with food on my clothes. But I try. And I just want you to know, I don't give a fuck, but I also try. So, Ashley's in there. I'm cussing. Is it okay, Kat? Is it okay, Ashley? Do you have like an earbud thing that you can like put in? That way you don't ever have to worry about it. Because once again, this I don't think I'm doing this one as a family-friendly stream, but I'm trying not to take the Lord's name in vain. All right, because I've got to put a $20 bill in a jar when I do that. All right, so what are we doing now? Duolingo, right?
Killing me.
It's absolutely killing me.
I'm complaining about my phone or whatever. It's fine. We're not going to watch that right now. Complaining is not quality content. Duolingo. Actually, I mean, complaining can be fun content. It's not quality. Done. I think I have to... Yeah, I already have an account. Log me in. Here, I'm going to log in off screen so y'all can't see anything you shouldn't be seeing. Speaking of Poland, there is a Theorytube Polish YouTuber that watches my content, who I would love to talk to sometime, online for sure, but also in person. I would love that. And that person's the link to that person's stream, who I would love to talk to some, is in my description of this video. Really quick, I'm just going to read out the results of the poll from earlier. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. So, according to... okay, so people thought... So I said, how difficult do you rate the comprehension level here? This is in reference to After Virtue, McIntyre's. I said, how difficult do you rate the comprehension level here? Scale. Harry Potter being 1... Being in Time being 10, or Being in Time is 10, versus Harry Potter is 1. So, do you think that After Virtue is a level 8, 7, 6, or 5? And some people said 5. You are all really, really in the, like, holy cow, you're in the elite. That's for sure. If you think that the difficulty level of After Virtue is a 5, you're probably at a pretty good listening level. Or you might have been able to just tell from listening that it was at that comprehension level in terms of reading. I should have clarified the comprehension level thing I'm talking about is not the reading comprehension level, but is the listening comprehension level. Both are muscles that can be developed a lot quicker than IQ. And so, yes, you are able to accelerate the development of your listening comprehension level. And some people think that After Virtue is a 5. It's right between Harry Potter and Being in Time. Sorry, 14% say 5, 28% say 6, 28% say 7, and 28% say 8. Whoa, my listen. Okay, but now I need to ask a follow-up question in the chat, y'all. I'm gonna ask. Here, let's do it this way. Yes, please do teach me some Swedish curse words. Send them in an email with the proper phonetic, how to say it, or you could have YouTube videos maybe that share that stuff. Also, if you like Swedish and you ever want to play a Swedish language game with me online, I'll be playing language games with people who speak like Luna does Vietnamese lessons and Javi does Spanish lessons and has done that kind of stuff on streams. I've got Polish friends, Swedish friends. And by the way, I need to say, I forgot to mention this earlier, my book, a copy of my book is now in Poland. And moreover, is in a library in Poland. So I really need to learn Polish. I also have Polish blood in me. So, yeah, Salamun said earlier that their library now has my book in it. That's... What? It's amazing. What? That is so exciting. I'm going to ask a new poll. Okay. Was After Virtue... was your rating of After Virtue as a... was your rating of After Virtue based on listening or reading comprehension? Question mark. I'll just have it say yes or no. Just kidding. Listening, and then reading, and then literally never thought about it. And I just got here. And then I'm going to go uppercase After Virtue so it's less confusing. And then I'll ask my community. All right, everybody, get in there. Polish government means there's no structure in here right now, according to... according to Maximilian. Really? That sucks. I think probably. Swedish Wordle? Delusa guitars. Can I really play? Can you do different languages on Wordle? Can you do the different languages from the same account, or do you have to create a bunch of different accounts for the different languages that you're trying to stay fresh on? Ooh. The Daily Wordle would be a really fun segment for this show. Especially if I have people in my audience who are... Hey, instead of Duolingo... Hey, Maximilian, are you in the chat? What are you... You speak Swedish, right? Let's see. Can we do a Swedish Wordle? Wordle is Wordle in Swedish. Swedish version of Wordle. I'm looking on Reddit, I guess. Found this today. Thought this sub might like it. Wordle. Oh, no way. We're in business. This is good. I might not actually do it right now. I might just bookmark this. Swedish Wordle. And then put it on the toolbar. And then actually still do my Duolingo because I want to. I said I would do it. I'm trying to finish the things that I say I'm going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and do it. I gave Chris Lamb a high five. Is everybody familiar with Duolingo? You should be. So let's see. I'm in Italian. I'm not far from finishing Italian. Of course, finishing, there's no such thing as finishing because you got to stay refreshed. And I don't remember most of this, but when you try to refresh yourself, that's when it gets a foothold in your consciousness over time, right? So really the first time you're going through, you're not going to remember much, but repetition's where it gets you. And once you get addicted to keeping your streak going, then you're good. And I had a really big streak, and then I was taking this month off because I lost my streak and I needed to focus on more important things. But we're going to go to Polish. You see I've got like Japanese, Chinese, French, Swahili, Hindi, Scottish, Gaelic, Vietnamese, Arabic, Ukrainian, Czech, Swedish, Norwegian, Irish, Spanish, Hebrew, Russian, Korean, Latin, Klingon, Polish, Navajo, Danish, Greek, German, Italian. And I've done the first few modules for all of those. And doing that was really cool because then you can, you hear about how like, oh, there's like Germanic roots in these different languages or whatever. Or like, oh, there's, well, when you're actually just doing this, eventually you start to find the commonalities, and then you start to wonder if they're arbitrary accidental ones, like, or if they are actually rooted like in the same sort of history, and then you want to look into it more. And so that just is something that's happening to me on its own, which is really interesting. And it helps that McWhorter has like 3 lecture courses on the Great Courses series about linguistics, and so he talks about. So I'm trying to get in on the linguistics. You can't do philosophy without linguistics. It's not possible. It's literally not possible. You got to do semiotics as well. All right, so let's do it. Let's switch over to Polish really quick and just get this lesson done, and then see if we can have a conversation with Telos. He said it's cool if I do this really quick. So let's just do a refresher on the basics.
Mężczyzna je jabłko.
Mężczyzna
je jabłko.
Mężczyzna je jabłko.
Mężczyzna je.
The man eats an apple, I think.
Jabłko.
A man is eating an apple.
Jestem chłopcem.
Jestem chłopcem. There's some really interesting words in. I was talking about hybrid literacy. I mean, that's what this streaming marathon that I started yesterday and has been ongoing today is ultimately about, is hybrid literacy. And that means also just like having a base. I think that you should be able to travel the world, and if you overhear people speaking a language, you at least know what language they're speaking. I don't think that you need to be fluent in every language. I don't think that you know what I mean? But just like as a bare minimum, a fun game you can play is Duolingo. It's free. If and then gosh, it's like you'll actually know the difference between Vietnamese and Chinese and Japanese and Korean, and I don't think Thai is on Duolingo yet, which is a bummer, but we'll get there. Arabic, by the way, Arabic and Hebrew and Mandarin and Japanese are definitely as hard as people say they are, but they're just, for right now, fun. And I just click the buttons and usually fail, but over time I start to get a sense for, oh, that weird sign makes this sound, and then if you add a little dot, it makes this sound. And then if it gets somewhere else in the order of the words, then the sound changes in the order of the words that it's in. And I'm getting that sense for it just kind of in my chest, but I don't. It's like intuitive at this point because Duolingo teaches you that way. So, jestem chłopcem, or whatever.
Jestem chłopcem.
And by the way, my pronunciation is usually really bad. My German pronunciation is pretty good because I've been doing it for a long time. Spanish, not so well. Italian, better. But my Polish is bad, and so is my Norwegian and my Ukrainian. Okay, so here we go. Jestem chłopcem. Okay, I think that this is I am a man, or am I eating something? Hold on.
Chłopcem.
I'm a boy. Okay, that's right.
Mężczyzna je.
Mężczyzna,
Mężczyzna,
yeah. The man's eating.
Ja jestem kobietą.
I am a woman.
On
Yes.
jest chłopcem. On jest chłopcem. On jest chłopcem.
Are you also doing your Duolingo right now? Is anyone else doing it with me right now? Because you probably could. I mean, if you're listening to this from a phone, then I guess you can't do it on your phone. But if you're listening to this on a computer, it'd be really easy to do it on your phone. I got 5 in a row. Yay! Emo girl gets rolled across the screen, dragging her feet.
Ona jest kobietą.
A woman eats? What's yes? Is
Ona
it
jest.
Oh, she is. Yeah, no. She is a woman. I don't think I've done more than like one module of Swedish though, by the way. Speaking of where this conversation kind of sprung from, which was Maximilian. Oh, Ashley said that the difficulty level of After Virtue would be a 9 for her. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's a certain point after which it's like, okay, this might as well be being in time. Where's the I'm Swedish option? Maximilian says, Pulsk Riksdag. Pulsk Riksdag. What do you mean I'm Swedish option? Do you mean like on Duolingo? Deleuze Guitars, BRB, gotta run Earth Fair before they close. The official Wordle app doesn't do other languages yet, but there are other copy apps that are sprouting up. Maximilian says, what's a Wordle? Maximilian says, are you finished? Maximilian, no, I'm Swedish. Maximilian, you would love my father. He's a social studies teacher, history teacher, math sub, and a former journalist who at least was fluent in Russian, Latin, and German. Was, you said. Does that mean that your father's not around anymore, or does that mean that he is? He just hasn't been staying brushed up on it. And if that's the case, does that mean that there's potential that I can meet your awesome father, who's a social studies teacher in Sweden someday? When I come up there, either December or January, February of next year, I might be in Sweden for a bit. So that'd be pretty cool. I'm not going to go to places I'm not invited. I'm not going to go to places where I don't have people. I'm not a tourist. Maximilian says he hasn't spoken those languages in a long time. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, but he's a social studies person, so it would actually be really cool to interview a Swedish social studies teacher if you say that I would like him, because I trust you on that. Okay, so anyway, yeah, just show him this clip. I think YouTube lets you do clips now, so you can just show him this clip. He might be like, yeah, not my style. But I do long form interviews where I'm not doing almost any talking. I do those.
Dziewczynka je. Dziewczynka. Dziewczynka. Je.
Jestem mężczyzną.
I am a man. That's what that
Jestem.
one... Oh, wait. What was this? Oh, I have to spell it out. Uh-oh.
Jestem.
Okay.
Kobieta.
Woman.
Chłopiec je jabłko.
I want to point out that Polish has like the hardest word ever for girl. It's Dziewczynka. I cannot pronounce it. I'm so sorry. But it's DZIEWCZYNKA. Holy cow. I've been trying to learn that word for like 3 months. And I sit there and I try to say it and I just Dziewczynka. Dziewczynka.
Dziewczynką.
Dziewczynką. See, that's a little bit different pronunciation because it has a little squiggly on the end.
Dziewczynką.
Dziewczynką. What a word.
Chłopiec je jabłko. Chłopiec je jabłko. Chłopiec je jabłko.
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 So it's like the boy's eating an apple.
On jest mężczyzną.
I am a man. Is that what it is? Oh, he is a man. Oh, snap. Okay. Yeah. So, pije. Ona. So I guess if I spell it pije, then the she kind of is contained in the Pijia, and then it's Mleko. Okay. Oh, here, I'm going to pull this up on the screen so that the chat is like right there beside Duolingo, so you can all see. You live in Stockholm? Cool. It's late as fuck here, so if I don't answer, I fell asleep. Cool. Thanks for hanging out. It's funny that this will be in your dreams. All right. Pijia. Yeah, but how is it in Sweden and Poland and the world right now? I've been trying to avoid world politics, but since you're right there right now, we can't avoid it. How are you doing?
Jestem kobietą.
Are you worried? Are you safe?
Jestem kobietą.
What's going on in the world? Do I want to know? No. Is there anything I can do about it? I don't think so. Do they all want me to feel like I can be represented by this system and therefore we're all safe and in good hands? Yeah. It's not true though. The enemy of my enemy is my friend is a principle that the anti-imperialists who kind of do this critical support for Russia versus the anti-imperialists who don't do that. It's kind of like it's on both sides. They have this enemy of my enemy is my friend thing. Then they just have like this conception of the lesser evil, and then they focus on that. And it's like, I didn't know about the ways that the United States has been fucking with Russia here, yanking its chain. I didn't really know about NATO backing a coup in 2014 in Ukraine. I didn't know about that shit. You know, people don't talk about it. People don't talk about Yemen or Somalia. People don't talk about Libya. People don't talk about our alliance with all kinds of countries that are dropping bombs on people all the time that we're supplying like arms to, and like it's just kind of like a sickening situation because it's like don't know what to tell you, but NATO freaks me out, especially when it's like breaking its treaties and yanking the chain of someone who's got nukes, almost like they don't care, almost like it would be profitable right now to take, now that COVID's run its course and they can't really, you know, use that right now. They harness revolutionary energy and they co-opt it into imperialist war, and they get rid of dispensable, disposable, surplus population people by doing that, and therefore, yeah, it's a way of re-rationalizing industry and the market to make up for the tendency for the rate of profit to fall. A woman. I have to spell a woman. I'm not going to. I'm going to skip this one for now. Kobieta. Oh, that's
Ona
right.
pije mleko.
I said this would be fast, but it's actually harder.
Ona
If I was doing German or Italian, we'd be done already.
Ona
She
pije
drinks
mleko.
milk. Kobieta. Kobieta je. Yi.
Ona pije wodę.
Ona pije wodę. What? She drinks water?
Mężczyzna pije mleko i wodę. Mężczyzna pije mleko i wodę. Mleko i wodę.
The man drinks milk and water. Should be.
Dziewczynka je jabłko.
The girl eats an apple.
On jest mężczyzną.
On jest
He
is
mężczyzną.
a man. Kobieta. Oh yeah. Cool, we did it. Maximilian says we have some extra military stuff and exercises, and there's a test of alarms across the country on the 7th. Regular programming on the radio and TV is reshuffled to send news and background on the Ukraine-Russia thing. Breaking. Ukraine's foreign minister calls on Russia to halt attack at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, warning impact will be 10 times larger than Chernobyl if plant blows up. Whoa. All right. Maybe later. I'm not going to pay for Plus. I paid for Plus because I wanted to be able to download courses and do Duolingo offline, but it didn't work. Look, it actually says Theorytube here. If you play Duolingo and you get into the leagues, you will see me in the leagues. You'll usually see me in the Ruby, Obsidian, or Diamond League. Diamond more often than those lower leagues, but Obsidian is probably the league that I'm in the most of the time because I have to go really, really hard on Duolingo if I want to get into the big leagues. And I did around Christmas time. I went really hard on Duolingo. I was doing it all day, every day, and I finished number 1 in the Diamond League. And there were people gunning for me, really trying to get up there. And so that was a huge achievement, and it felt really good. And I think I was mainly studying I was mainly doing Italian, and I was also doing German. And then I was sometimes messing around with other languages like Navajo and I like to do like Russian, Arabic, and Hebrew when I just want to mess around with like sounds and trying to get a feel for the language. I'm not in any hurry to move forward with those ones. And what I actually end up learning will be probably just a result of who I'm around when I travel, and what becomes priority. Right now, it's like I'm open to learning all of them. Polish, I keep hearing about people, or I keep coming in contact with people in Poland. I didn't realize there were people tuning in from Sweden. It's good to know. I love that. I've got people joining us from London. I've got people joining from Finland. So definitely people all over the place that I can't wait to go visit. Christine Louise Ditzoli said that I could interview her in March. Okay. She lives in Germany. That would be amazing to interview her. I hope everyone knows who she is. She wrote a book on racism last year. She published it last year with 0 books. It's really good. And I added her on Facebook, and I follow her on Twitter, and I try not to be on Twitter or Facebook very much. But seeing her on there is always a breath of fresh air because she's very skeptical of things and very critical, and I love her. So Christine Louise Ditzoli, I cannot wait to interview her. Because really, she said in Transcending Racial Divisions, Will You Stand By Me? That's her book. She said at the end, like, she's just trying to get a conversation started that she wants to keep going. And that's what I say at the end of my first book. And so it's like, good. And the fact is when I told Blaze my basic problem with the Kimberly Crenshaw to Robin DiAngelo to Kimber Max Kendi sort of spectrum of like liberal PMC, actually in some cases like anti-liberal and like anti-intellectual, but also just like sort of abhorrent and terrible ideas, or at least the ways that these ideas are assimilated and spread. When I told Blaze about that, he's like, "You should write a book about it." And it's like, it's in the middle of 2020 when he said that. I'm not black. He's black. It's kind of weird for a black person to be like, "You should write a book about that." And I was like, I feel so uncomfortable talking about racism. And actually, I know an academic who's a part of the world that we're all a part of ultimately, who just wrote a book on race that got denied by a big name publisher, an academic lefty publisher, because they said there's nothing there's no theories necessary for understanding racism. That's what they said. That's why they denied it. That was their justification for denying that book. And it's like, well, he's a white dude, so that's probably why they said that. But yeah, Christine Louise Ditzoli wrote the book. So now I don't need to. is kind of what I discovered. Because I was doing the research, though. I was doing the work. I was reading The Invention of the White Race, volumes 1 and 2, and Renewing Black Intellectual History. And this is really important. And it's this book is probably harder than Alistair McIntyre. So when all of you are like rating the difficulty level of After Virtue, just remember that this is like probably a notch above that, and totally worthwhile, but so difficult for people who aren't kind of coming from that world. But I have to tell you, like, after reading the Critical Race Theory Reader, 450 pages of Kimberly Crenshaw's little reader, yeah, I think that Renewing Black Intellectual History is probably one of the most important books written in the last decade, and it's definitely needed, because people who want to defend CRT without thinking about the leftist critique of it, and of those tendencies that I was just alluding to that are not reducible to CRT but are obviously influenced by it, y'all benefit from it, is what I'm trying to say. And so anyone who talks about doing the work probably needs to check out Christine Louise Desolle's book. At the bare minimum, it's accessible at least. Renewing Black Intellectual History is a little harder. So if you stick around long enough, you'll eventually hear parts of these things. But also, an interview with Christine Louise Desolle is coming right up. But more importantly, an interview is coming up right now, okay, with someone who I'm so excited to talk to. And I know that a lot of you don't know who this person is. But if you've been following the marathon here, because I started the marathon yesterday, it's been going ever since I woke up today, and it's just like, it's basically a 24-hour span of time I'm doing this stream, just to kind of get this idea of hybrid literacy into your heads, all right? But now to bring on Telos Bound. So I'm going to actually mute out. I'm going to step away for a quick sec, make sure that I can get this all set up properly, and I've got to dip in about 50 minutes, so I'm coming on. It's got to be soon, says Telos Bound. Okay, man, perfect. Well, I'm gonna bring you on right now. I was gonna even play some music or something, but I'm just gonna call you because I don't want to waste your time. So here we go. Yo.
Hey, one sec. Sorry.
Let me turn off my camera on OBS so that Discord is able to pick up on it. What up, chat? Is anybody here? Hey, anybody in chat ever see a Telos Bound video? Ones in chat, if you've ever seen... Actually, no, sorry. Ones and twos have a meaning already in chat. We need to say something else. Just say yes. Just say yes if you've seen a Telos Bound video before. What do you like to go by?
Just Trey or Trade-in, whatever.
Oh, okay, cool.
Whatever you prefer.
Embarrassing. I should have known that, you know. Oh, here we go. Now you can see me. Yeah, I should have known that. Good. Good. I'm just going to go ahead and make this like a big screen, so that people in the chat are able to see, or be able to be seen on screen. Now, I told Ashley when I was leaving the house, I said, this is going to be a conversation for the history books. I said that it'll be remembered for a decade. But if we only have 50 minutes, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Well...
We'll see, though.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I'm wanting to talk about The Scent of Time a bit, because I know you like that book, and I mean I do as well. Actually, I gave it to my psychology teacher, and she just stole it. Never got it back.
For real.
It's been a while, but whatever.
So was that the first work you read by Byung-Chul Han, or what did you read? How did you get into reading Byung-Chul Han?
Yeah, it was actually. Actually, I didn't even know who he was. I was just at I was at Chapters, like Indigo, back when I bought books from those overpriced places, but I was just with my grandma and I saw it and it looked interesting to me, so I picked it up. And then 2 years later, I decided to read it, and I just decided to make a video on it. Well, I guess still, I'm still getting making videos down, like that whole thing. And Emancipation After Hegel was the hardest or biggest book I've done a video on. But the Byung-Chul Han books are awesome for that because they're like 70 pages and clear. So yeah.
Yeah, some people are saying that Byung-Chul Han is really hard. I think someone in the chat in this marathon earlier had said that they're like, yeah, I was in a reading group, I was trying to read it, it was actually really hard. And for me, it's one of those things where it's like deceptively easy sometimes, but it is really hard, and it should be really hard. And if it's not really hard, you might have like a higher reading comprehension, but you're not taking your time and thinking about it. And obviously I don't take my time and think about anything. I play it and I get a sort of cursory look at it audio ways. And then eventually I'm like thinking, I'm just like, oh, damn, the implications of what he's talking about are huge. Like the Agony of Eros is like when Badu opens the text for him, which is, by the way, crazy, right? Zizek calls Byung-Chul Han a conservative. And here you have Badu, a communist progressive. And I say progressive because he has a progressive sense of time. So I mean that in that sense. But I mean, the guy basically just inverts Heidegger's being in time. It's existential analytic in a way. You know, it's not taking a resolute stand on your own most potentiality, you know, which would be your culture or whatever. It's projection into the future towards some ideal way of living that we want to move towards or whatever. And so seeing Badu come out and give like an intro to the Agony of Eros was interesting. And he disagrees with that out the door. He basically says, this is what this book is going to argue. I disagree with it. I think it's really important that you read it though, because nobody's having this conversation. And that's how I feel about us talking. Right. And I definitely agree. And just to clarify, I don't think I said he was easy to read. I think he's clear though. You know, there's like a distinction between easy and clear in the sense that, like, I would say McGowan isn't easy to read. Like, you can't just speed read McGowan, but he's clear in a way that even Zizek isn't always clear. Actually, a lot of the time he isn't clear. Right. But there's this like you can kind of tell the difference between an author who wants you to understand what they're saying and someone who isn't. And usually the ones who want you to understand what they're saying are people who are saying something profound. And that's what I'm thinking about, like McGowan and Han. They're actually trying to say, and they are saying actually important stuff, and their whole system actually fits. Like, not like I don't know if they're, well, I guess McGowan is systematic, but like, you know, like everything makes sense what they're trying to say, you know. I'm sorry. My camera is doing this thing that only happens on Discord. Anarchist Tech Support is not in the chat, but I wish that he was, because you know, that's literally what he does. But if he was, maybe we'd have this problem solved. But anybody around who knows what's going on, please let me know. Also, Maximilian is saying increased radiation levels are recorded at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. Yeah, we're getting like live news coverage coming from Maximilian in Sweden right now, talking about everything, saying, holy shit, this is serious. It's the second largest power plant in Europe. If it blows up, it will be 10 times larger than Chernobyl. So it's really a freaky time. The Russian attack on Hostomel Airport also destroyed the Antonov and AN-225, the only airplane big enough to transport the equipment used to contain Chernobyl and Fukushima. So that's neat. I'm reading this all backwards as I scroll up, but we did read the part earlier, so there's our quilting point. Let's bring it back around here. So Ashley's saying, no pressure and yes to that. On what? Oh, probably about you having to dip soon. Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to you. I mean, I thought we should definitely do that because I did ask the chat what's going on in the world today right before you hopped in, and so we have to ultimately touch on that briefly because you've had Dugan on your show or on your channel, and he's
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't. Your
I
friend
haven't had
has.
Dugan. I had my a friend of mine did.
I think you posted on your Patreon and you said we were able to get Dugan a conversation with Dugan.
Yeah, we reached out together. Yeah.
I've seen him on Facebook just posting, and it's weird. It's really weird.
He's on Instagram, yeah. He seems like he has like a professional photographer who gives him photos just to upload with no captions.
Well, and the thing is like, you know how like Putin's like he was in the KGB, and here's Dugan Dugan's been in covert operations and secret societies and esoteric cults, and he's been in fascist organizations, and then he's left fascist organizations because he said that they were too racist, supposedly. But the thing is you never know if it's a psyop. You never know if they're lying. Like anyone whose philosophy, he says that for philosophy to be philosophy, it has to be ideology. It has to be an ideology that people could live, that could change the world. And it's like, yeah, but when you're doing this sort of statecraft philosophy, though, I don't know about truth anymore. Right, it's about power, and so that's a concern. Whenever people, whether it's the people in the CRT reader saying we need to embrace ideology, or it's Dugan saying we need to embrace ideology, either way, I'm always just like, oh God, here it comes.
I agree, honestly, and that's why I mostly I'm just gonna avoid political philosophy for the time being, and it's not like. I'm not even an authority. I'm not well read on. I haven't read Dugan. I just listened to a few lectures about him.
Okay.
I really don't know. I've just listened to whatever's on Chad Hagg's channel.
Oh, okay,
so I don't really have an opinion on Dugan aside from agreeing with you that that you have to try and put your ideological I don't know.
Presuppositions.
Have to put your ideology to the side when you're doing philosophy.
Yeah. And so it's like, imagine if Rasputin was kind of a media figure who had a professional photographer and people running his social media, and then he might even be able to pay actual grad students or think tanks to write a philosophy that draws on all of the sort. The guy can be completely made up. I actually just, I saw Caleb Maupin sitting with him and having a conversation. Well, I didn't understand. The guy speaks 17 languages supposedly, but I mean, I've not gotten enough into actually hearing him speak. But I just don't trust. I just don't trust like this. And so, but I did read his Eurasian mission and his fourth political theory, and I read those within the last 6 months, and it was really funny because while I was doing it, I was like chainsawing out in an orchard, growing out my beard, and I was just like, oh my God, if anybody knew that I'm listening to this right now, like if people knew what this is, because people are like, oh, are you a Duganite? What are you, a Nazgul? Oh, you think that we should still have conversations with conservatives? Oh, then you must be a fascist. And then all of a sudden I'm like, well, I have to do my research, because if someone calls me a Strasserite or a Nazgul or something, I have to at least know what this is. And then, and the whole time I'm like, that would suck if I have to then call myself that, if I get through this and then on the other side of it I'm like, wow, I'm changed. I don't want that. Like, that doesn't, and I'm going through it and I'm like, wow, a lot of this is really convincing. And then I'm like, but wait a minute, everything he's saying that's convincing is downstream from Heidegger and Hegel and other people that I like. I'm not sure, he's in dialogue with Schmidt or something like that. And so it's interesting how it's being applied to the current geopolitical situation. But I'm like, yeah, the convincing parts I don't think are like monopolized by him. And I feel like he's a culture reductionist, and he maybe you could say it's justified. But I don't think he has a conception of I don't think he has a structural understanding of capitalism, and he talks about it. It's just liberalism. He acts like it's a bunch of ideas that have tanks, and the ideas move the tanks around, and we just have to combat the ideas that have the tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's like I kind of see that in a lot of the anti-Western ideologies, like those ideologies that are purely anti-Western. Like, I mean, I actually I have more experience with, like, a parallel to that is Canada, where I said in the chat that Canadian nationalism is literally just anti-Americanism. No one in Canada cares about Canadian identity, really.
Yeah.
They just don't like America. And I'm convinced it has to do with, like, some deep ressentiment because we are fundamentally the same as you guys. Like, you could ask it, like, you know, like, people are trashing on Americans. Like, you can't point out where Afghanistan is on the map, but neither could I. So, like,
right.
Well, I actually point out Afghanistan, but, like, the vast majority of countries I couldn't. So it's
right.
not, it's not like yeah, and like, and what I was saying is, like, I see, like, if your whole ideology is based on we don't like the West, then you have this idea that we have the Western ideas and we are just combating this even just like an ideal, like just the West. Like, what is the West? Like, are we, like, if you've been paying attention to geopolitics, like, there isn't just like the West that you're combating against. Like, there's different powers within, like, NATO, for example, that are fighting for like, maybe not dominance against America, but it's like, no, they're not all on the same page, and there's not like this one scary, like, person, like I guess you could say it's like the same thing with, like, the anti-Semitic idea of, like, the Jew, and then you have the West. It's like, it's not that simple. And right. I don't know, I can't speak for Dugan, but from what I've heard from him and just in general Duganites, you seem to have that idea of, like, there's the West and then there's us, and we're just fighting these people, this, you know, what single enemy from the West, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and that, you know, I think that ever since I took Marx seriously and read Strange Labor and Wage Labor and Capital, and then eventually, like, Das Kapital and all this, I've been like, that's been so important to me. But then I've been involved with Marxist organizations where people don't read so much Marx as they do Lenin, and then you've got people who are Trotskyists or Stalinists or Maoists or whatever, and, like, that is, like, to me, like, a whole different level. Like, you know, because Marx is doing, like, this thoroughgoing critique, like, he's a Hegel. I mean, he really has a Hegel brain, like a Hegel-sized brain, and he's doing this thing where he's had to read everything from France, Germany, Britain, you know, and he's in dialogue with all of this stuff, and so it's like he's a part of the discussion, and then you get people who, when they're doing philosophy, it's kind of how we were just talking about. They think ideas are just like extensions of tanks. Like, that's how Lenin talks about empirical-criticism or whatever. Like, he basically, his materialism turns out to be a lot more like the kind of empiricism that Marx was a critic of. And the kind of Marxist materialism is one that cannot be understood outside of the you know, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel moment, you know, German idealism and such. And I know you want to talk about the scent of time, and speaking of time, we don't have very much of it. So I kind of just like the idea of us sowing a bunch of seeds, planting these for now. Let them, and we'll come back and have a real conversation later.
Yes.
So we were talking about how you got into Byung-Chul Han, and so then you found the scent of time, and I love that you did the video essay on it, because, like you say, it's super underrated. Let's be, Byung-Chul Han is super underrated, first of all.
Oh, yeah.
Now, in the United States, probably in Canada too.
Yes. And we're like, yeah, and as you said, we're the same place basically. It's just a wall, so not even a wall between us. But yeah, and what was I gonna say? Right, and I was actually wondering if you could quickly, like, I know you got the whole time energy, you know, concept. That's your whole thing. Like, how does Byung-Chul Han relate to that in his understanding of time? Like, does it have to do with I would say, like, the most crucial aspect of the scent of time and this is where it really resonates with me as a Christian, who are the ideal of Christianity is communion, right?
Yeah.
Wherein the world, everything, is mutually interior. And like this idea of the eschaton, like the last day, that is when God is all in all. So everything is unified in the body of Christ. That's just Christianity. And then in Byung-Chul Han, you have the idea of time. You have like the atomized time that emerges with modernity, with the death of God, he'll even say. And is that where you would say you find the most value? Like for me, it's this idea of atomized time. Because to me, the whole structure of modernity is this, everything becomes atomized. Like there's not that flow and rhythm of life that you have, for example, in the Christian calendar, where everything follows a sort of rhythm, not even natural rhythm, because it's not given to you by nature, but it's like a rhythm to life where it's not just static points and no temporal points connect. Because that's what Han's saying.
Yeah, and that's a really good summary of it, from what I understand so far, which is obviously limited because I'm just trying to figure this out still. I'm gonna put your logo down here, kind of in front of you. I kind of want to get it out of the way from up there. Sorry, getting a little ADHD over here. Got to move some things around. Putting our logos in front of us because it looks cool, and yeah,
I'm seeing that.
Yeah, and then I wanted to open up the space here so that we can see the sunset. Because the reason I picked this background is just because I love it. Now, what you're saying about this, could you just elaborate really quick on what the scent of time is? What's the scent? I don't smell time, do I? So what's this metaphor? What's this metaphor?
Well, scent for Han is, he distinguishes it from perception or seeing, because with your eyes, especially with the invention of the photograph and cinema, images just flash before your eyes and you don't get to linger with them. But with scent, there's always a sort of lingering of the smell. Even after, the source of the smell is gone, it will still remain. And the idea of the scent of time really, well, his solution to the temporal crisis is to what's it called? He calls it the vita. There's vita activa and then vita contemplativa.
Yeah.
Contemplative life, and that involves lingering. I know Heidegger talks a lot about lingering, where you are, you don't see life as a movement towards something. Well, not necessarily. You don't see every moment as simply, just having no meaning in itself. And you just need to go to another moment, right? Because that is just an alienated time. There needs to be some lingering where you can just sit back in the moment and experience the world and have basically a contemplative rest. And by this, he emphasizes that it's not just laziness. And he mentions Hannah Arendt as someone who critiqued. Who she critique? Maybe she was. Well, I guess she was just critiquing the idea of the vita contemplativa, saying that no, that's just laziness. But he's saying no, it's not laziness. It is rather a. Actually, he makes a distinction between. He's saying that the opposition is not between laziness and activity. In fact, laziness and activity are two sides of the same coin. Just like acceleration and deceleration are two sides of the same coin, and that coin is atomized time.
Right.
When you can't have this full lingering experience of time, where the moments in time have sort of like an organic unity to them. So I'm going all over the place, but essentially, what it means to have the scent of time is that you have this organic, lingering time that isn't, on the one hand, just laziness, and also isn't an activity that is the other side of laziness, which I think a better word for activity would be like anxiety. And you know how people, I'm sure, I've experienced it in my life as well. You go from moments of just laziness and then extreme anxiety, you're trying to get all this work done and stuff, and then you just get burnt out.
Right.
And
that's the burnout society.
Of course,
yeah.
Yes, the burnout society.
Which, I mean, so you've read The Burnout Society. You've read The Agony of Eros.
No,
You've read...
I haven't.
Oh,
I haven't.
haven't.
I've read. No, I haven't. I need to. I don't have it, and I don't really like reading PDFs. Maybe I'll just audiobook it as you
Because
do.
they are expensive. Yeah.
But yeah, I've read Psychopolitics, Scent of Time, Agony of Eros.
Okay, because I've read those, and so all in the last like few months I should add. If I had read him back in the day, Waypoint would have been a very different book, because chapter 2 would have talked about everything you just said. Because in chapter 2 I'm talking about the virtuous circle between solitude and solicitude, which is being with others and being with oneself. The virtuous circle between these two things is like, you know, when you're with yourself and you're able to have like this critical dialogue between myself and I, right? And if you're religious, then also you've got like this, it's not just like you're in dialogue with a higher self or whatever. It's like there's also a literal higher being. But solitude, for it to become like a critical thing, where you're actually developing yourself, and it's not just, you know, interpassive or passive consumption, or, you know, scrolling or whatever, requires like tending to oneself. And so, you know, there's a culture around self-help, and like everything that works, there's a little piece of truth to it, which is that in a burnout society, we got to get by, we got to survive, and there's certain things that help us refuel, get our energy back, and stay sane. But then there's also actualizing your potential and developing yourself by exploring your talents and being in dialogue with other people. But you can't be in genuine dialogue with other people if you're not living the examined life, also having that with yourself. And so if that breaks down, then you can't have genuine solicitude, genuine being with other people either. And so social media breaks down the virtuous circle, because when you're right at the precipice, or the threshold where you would be able to pass into solitude, you're on your phone instead. And so,
right,
obviously, like, there's ways around that, but you have to be mindful of it. And so, you know, books like, that everything I just said comes from Sherry Turkle's book Reclaiming Conversation, which I only own on Audible. I've got another one of her books around here somewhere, Alone Together. But Reclaiming Conversation develops this psychoanalytic idea of the virtuous circle between solitude and solicitude. And then at the end of that chapter, and I'm using this to bring together Levinas and Heidegger. Famously, Levinas is like a lifelong critic of Heidegger, but also a student of him. And I think that there are things that they're doing that I can situate them into a dialogue for myself. Now, and I think that other people find it useful, and some people say that's their favorite chapter. At the end of that chapter, though, I say the main thing is that, you know, just practicing things like the 10-minute rule that Sherry Turkle develops, or practicing things like Cal Newport talks about in books like Digital Minimalism or whatever. These like practical, you know, rules of thumb for surviving an attention economy or a distraction, a world of distraction, are not going to be enough without a thoroughgoing understanding of time. But specifically, I just say, at the end of that chapter, I say, I didn't have a concept of time energy when I wrote this chapter, so then we have to rethink it. And obviously that'll be in future works. But what you just said is how Byung-Chul Han is perfect right here. But I think that he gets Arendt wrong. And, you know, he's very hyperbolic. He constantly tells you, this person says this person says this person says this, here's how they're all wrong. And, you know, so he introduces a topic, says a bunch of people added to it this way, that way, here's how they're all wrong. And he does it in a very short amount of time. He does a really good job, and it's very provocative. But I'm weirded out because Responsibility and Judgment by Hannah Arendt is the one that develops like this whole, she takes it from Socrates, and she's talking about the reciprocally determining conversation between myself and I. She thinks that that's the space that opens up moral consciousness and the ability to even do anything moral. And she doesn't quite juxtapose the moral to the ethical, but she would in the way that I use these words, where it's like in solicitude, in genuine being with other people, that's ethics. That's where ethics is. You know, the Buddhist, I forget this, the saying goes, you know, when with self, practice right thought, when with others, practice right speech. So ethics is when you're with others practicing right speech, but morality is it's between you and your higher self or God or whatever it is, but it's a critical space opened up by developing one's conception of ideals and then using that to work through one's values and then think about your priorities and the ways in which your interests and concerns and values are being co-opted by bullshit over in the so-called ethical world that's really just the social and not actual solicitude or commune in the way that you're talking. And so what fractures the virtuous circle for Sherry Turkle is, it's smartphones or whatever. But, if we're doing this Heideggerian Levinasian thing, there's a lot more going on there, right? Way more. But then I would still say that there's a way of thinking about it where it's like liberalism did this. And that's where I don't think it's so much like liberalism's fault. Because I'm always trying to do like this materialist thing at the same time that I'm like, am I a materialist? I'm definitely not an idealist. Like, but do these things even mean anything right now in a world where Zizek says that to do materialism, we have to go through idealism or something like that? Like it's like him and Baudu and and Laruelle and all these people are doing something really unique where they're not what your average Marxist-Leninist means by the words materialist or idealist. Yeah. And but my basic structural thing here with time energy is that the moment that time is breaking and fragmenting is at the inauguration of the factory and of a disciplinary society. And I don't know how much it's the ideas that are to blame. Obviously, they play a big part. Individualism, though, is a market ideology, right? And the reason obviously there's individualism in the sense, in like a good sense, but there's also the ideology of it where, and obviously you've got, critiques of liberalism, and so you've got some critiques of individualism, but also individualism and the hyper fragmentation of subjectivity into psychopolitics, like this movement that's been occurring for a couple hundred years now, is all part of making us replaceable, fungible, exchangeable on the market, and capital has a vested interest in it. And so I don't think it's just the ideas. The ideas are very convenient to corporate interests to make everybody, even the CEO, replaceable at the moment the person becomes more of a liability than an asset. So
right, and sorry, you can finish your.
That was it, yeah.
Well, I just wanted to comment on the the relation to capital and how what Han calls atomization, where it's like individualism but a bad individualism. Like alienation instead of liberation.
Narcissism. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like this is what's happening with time itself. Time is this is why only in modernity Benjamin Franklin said time is money, or the Puritans were the first ones to make wasting time a sin.
Right.
So there's this idea that time is you can make time into a commodity, but it has that alienating effect where you no longer can consider it like a time as a organic whole where you can linger in, just as you can't linger with something you're consuming now. You have to just go from the next thing, you have to keep getting your dopamine hits. And it's the same thing with time itself. Literally, time, when time becomes atomized, you can't linger in the moment. You can't take in the value of the moment. You have to be moving to the next thing. And it's funny, actually, I've noticed when we're talking about the subject and then we're talking about time, the exact same thing is going on with the modern subject is that same atomized void that time has become. Because for Han, with time there's
they're all 45 minutes is up there.
no, it's all good. I got 15 more.
Okay.
With time, there's trying to find my train of thought. Right, there's a sort of atomization that the subject experiences as well. This is why only in modernity, with like Descartes, do you have the idea of the cogito. And this cogito, of course, Zizek and McGowan and all those guys talk about, this is like the beginning of this idea of the void of the subject. Now, the void of the subject is that which is alienated from the rest of the world, just as the atomized point of time is that which is alienated from the past and present and can't form connections with it. So it's an exact homology here between subjectivity and time, and also capital as well. So everything, I would say that what unifies all of these things is atomization. This is what Han calls atomization. And like for me, and that's actually just to briefly develop this connection between point time and subjectivity.
Wait, you said point time, right?
Point time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Han calls the point of time, atomized time. Point time is, I would critique Han by saying, when he says that there's no acceleration, and that acceleration is just like a secondary illusion, I don't agree with that. I would say that we are still in that progressive time thing, but point time is, like, let's just look at this. Obviously, we don't experience point time. Like, we experience something like point time, but if point time is defined as the inability to perform connections between past and future, we obviously don't experience point time at its zero level, because then we wouldn't be subjects. We wouldn't be able to have this conversation. So there are degrees to which we experience point time, and that's how I think we could say that, because it's this idea that we've already reached point time that leads Han to rejecting the idea that we're in an accelerating society, and he just reduces it to the illusion, like a secondary effect of point time. But I think if you recognize that we actually haven't reached point time in its zero level, its essential dimension, then we can have space to still speak about this linear capitalist industrial time that we're still experiencing. And also, just that is why I even connected this to Zizek's Hegel in a Wired Brain, because that subject, I don't know if you've read that book, but the whole thesis is that the subject in the singularity will remain as the void of identity, like the self-relating night of the world, just like a pure I, but all of its content, like all your emotions, your thoughts and feelings, will all be lost in the singularity, but you'll still remain as that point of identity. So you will be just this void, the Lacanian barred S, stuck in the singularity, alienated from your content. And that, to me, that situation, and only that situation, would be you have hit point time at that time. Because if you're alienated from all your content, you're alienated from your experience of past and future. There's only like a pure presentness of I. And it's like a hellish experience. It's like the night of the world that Hegel talks about. So I just ranted on, but I don't know.
No, this is good. Well, and I mean, like I said, we're just throwing a bunch of seeds, see what sticks, see what grows, eh? So,
yeah.
Hey, I'm adapting to the conversation. I'm using A. I haven't even heard you use it. You don't sound very Canadian. I haven't heard a lot of Canadian dialect like I hear from.
No, I'm not like I'm like a Vancouver Canadian. I'm like a city Canadian. Again, we're basically just you guys. There's no difference between us besides the fact that we hate you.
Well, and you all look stupid.
That's probably why we hate you.
You look stupid in your hats and your gloves. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm going to read a quote from Time, Labor, and Social Domination. Oh no. Sure. Oh no, this is not going to work. Hold on. Let me pull up a screen share. What they call a window capture on OBS. So I know you watched my tutorial on how to do OBS. Have you actually done it? Have you messed with it yet?
No, I haven't yet. Because I haven't tried live streaming yet, but
it's fun. So I mean, well, and you got to do it like experiments. Don't hold yourself to super high standards when you're streaming.
Right.
All right. So let's see. So this is a book. Jonas Cheka just did a stream for his book, How to Philosophize with a Hammer and Sickle, and that was a really great stream, and it was crazy because I didn't know that he was anything more than a disembodied voice in a bathroom. You know, because he's always had like this bad microphone.
Yeah.
So, okay, time, labor, and social domination is, he's got a chapter on abstract labor and a whole section on abstract time. And he talks about the treadmill that makes things faster, where technology is able to do things more. You know, technology is able to fast forward processes in a sort of sense, which obviously makes certain people in the labor process redundant. And because there's always a crisis for profit, people are constantly being displaced, and the people who remain become more and more and more efficient, and this just widens the gap, right? Industrial capital, and for a society of a disciplinary society in Prussia specifically, and so, you know, sorry, you just glitched out. What?
Yeah, sorry, you did as well. You're back.
We both glitched.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I was just talking about, I was saying schooling, something, Prussia. Anyway, so, but I wanted to, so just read this quote from Time, Labor, and Social Domination. So, before the rise and development of modern capitalist society in Western Europe, dominant conceptions of time were of various forms of concrete time. Time was not an autonomous category independent of events. Hence, it could be determined qualitatively as good or bad, sacred or profane. Concrete time is a broader category than is cyclical time, for there are linear conceptions of time which are essentially concrete, such as the Jewish notion of history defined by the Exodus, the exile, and the coming of the Messiah, or the Christian conception in terms of the fall, the crucifixion, and the second coming. Concrete time is characterized less by its direction than the fact that it is a dependent variable. In the tradition, and I'll talk about that in a second, in the traditional Jewish and Christian notions of history, for example, the events mentioned do not occur within time, but structure and determine it. The modes of reckoning associated with concrete time do not depend on a continuous succession of constant temporal units, but either are based on events. For example, repetitive natural events such as days, lunar cycles or seasons, or on temporal units that vary. The latter mode of time reckoning, which probably was first developed in ancient Egypt, was spread widely throughout the ancient world, the Far East, the Islamic world, and was dominant in Europe until the 14th century, used units of variable length to divide day and night into a fixed number of segments. And I don't remember if Byung-Chul ever gets into this, but basically he's saying, like, everyone, so you've got different kinds of societies have existed prior to the one that we live in, and the dominating form of time in other societies, and it varies in different ways, but the dominating thing here was that people had variable measurements for time, so that your day stretched and contracted not on the basis of like value production, but on the basis of either the length of the concrete day, right, determined by the seasons.
Right.
You know, which, you know, then your life, if you're a farmer, is structured around that. If you're a hunter-gatherer, your life is structured around that. Your rituals are structured around that. Your rituals are meant to prepare you for what's to come with the changing times of the year or whatever. This whole idea that, you know, if we were having this conversation at 1 a.m. and someone's like, this is the morning, you're in capitalist time. That doesn't make any sense. This is not morning time. This is literally the middle of the night. Shut the fuck up. This makes no sense to say that. It's so annoying. And it's like, but it's, you know, it's because you're on someone else's time is right. The point, right? And it's not a culture that has your interests in mind. And so,
like, just to comment on that, just to comment on that really quickly, it's like, there's this idea of like, when you have a time that is based on your, you know, rhythm of life, that like the daily existence, and not on some universal clock time. I mean, that's the difference between the organic life and the alienated capitalist life. And that's why, he's not a philosopher. He's like I don't even know, like a historian, Lewis Mumford. He talks about how clocks were the most important invention that led us from the Middle Ages to modernity, because when you have clocks, you're able to create like a regimented society where everyone is universally under the domination of this one notion of time. And it's not, time is no longer based on your daily experience of the world. It's based on this universal background of time, essentially.
It's not based, as
no,
they say.
It's unbased.
That's actually, if we were to like be slightly more meme literate than Byung-Chul Han, instead of point time, we'd say cringe time versus base time.
Right. Yes.
And we'd say that shit is cringe. Yeah. So, and I like that you bring that up, because I was just dunking on Lewis Mumford for being too much of an idealist earlier on this same stream. And so here you are bringing him up. I love Lewis Mumford, what little I've read of him. But the important thing, and you know, and he's obviously so influential on McLuhan, which is really, really important, because I don't think that we can understand. It's impossible to live and examine life without critical media theory when we live in the most saturated information surveillance state era that could have ever existed, you know, in the history of humanity. So it's like, we got to do that. And I'm not saying that McLuhan is a critical media theorist in how I would use the term, but he's an important part of that. He's the background conditions of that, because you can't even understand media without first reading Understanding Media, the book. And so I've actually done an interview with his grandson, Andrew McLuhan, and we'll hopefully have one again someday, because it's really fun talking to Andrew. And actually, you could probably pretty easily get Andrew onto your show as well. Tell him I say hi. I think he and Pete Rollins are both a couple of people you should talk to, because I know that you were talking in your Patreon that you're like, who should I bring on? You should bring on Peter Rollins and Andrew McLuhan. And when you bring on Andrew McLuhan, you should either read, there's three ways about it. One is reading The Media is the Message, The Medium is the Message, Understanding Media, or the Playboy article. There was a Playboy article where he talks, you know, because he was a bit of a rock star and he's a Canadian. I'm sure you knew that, right?
I didn't. No.
See, Canadians don't have any cultural identity. That's how you know. The guy was more famous in the United States than he was there. But of course, all of you people, there's so many Canadians on YouTube, and it's great. But it's so funny because it's like,
no, Cadell, Theory and Philosophy, we're all Canadians.
Yeah, so is half the people on the Breadtube side of the thumbnail that I had for the stream. So is the person probably winking in the chat right now. So yeah, there's, but so, you know, the Surfs, Thought Slime, Mexi, Swoletariat, I've got a couple of people that I'm like, I don't want to get their names wrong right now, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But there's a bunch of people on the Breadtube side of things. So it's like, it's kind of like The Thing. It's like if you are involved with politics, you're the sportsification of the political, of trying to turn matters of life and death, of sharing this earth with other people, into a sport, and then just doing commentary and getting money for it. And you live in Canada, you're not going to be able to interest You're not going to be able to interest Canadians talking about Canadian politics, and so you better just come on here and talk to American progressives. Is basically
right. Essentially, yeah, I'd agree. And on that point, I have to get going now. I got hockey now.
You got life. Cool. Well,
yeah.
Let's bookmark The Thing. The word linear is important to juxtapose to cyclical.
Mm-hmm.
Cyclical can't be understood without ritual. Ritual.
Oh, and I just want to mention, sorry, that like the linear, I don't accept the dichotomy between linear and circularity. I would say the issue is more completion and incompletion, and that's why if you're going with linear and circularity, you have like Giorgio Agamben talks about how the big break in time was Christianity when we have this linear view, and I'm thinking no, it's not really, because you don't have the massive change in the way of life from the Roman Empire to Christianity. You just don't. What happens in modernity is, I mean, essentially, here you have your circle of completion, and you still have this circle regardless of whether it's a linear time. Christianity just introduces a line here instead of a circle in the circle, but you're still complete. You still have completed time, because even if we're going through these events, I mean, there's an end to history. But in modernity, you break apart this whole circle, and now you just have a pure infinite line. But this infinite line isn't there with Christianity. So I would just say the difference is more between completion and incompletion versus linear and circularity, because both of those can be both linearity and circularity can exist within the completion worldview.
That's good. All right, and I would hate to add to this. Should we just tease
Yeah.
people? Should we just tease people and say, I'll explain how Mumford was wrong. Basically, the clock with constant hours has been invented in other societies, notably China. It existed for hundreds of years there before it existed in the West, and it didn't become the way that they measure everything, even though they had the ability to do it. And you could say it was because it was an expensive contraption, but more importantly, it's just like it didn't fit to their form of life, and so. An inventor doesn't develop an invention for something usually unless it's going to meet someone's needs or a form of life, meet the cultural zeitgeist of the time. So yeah, and what I'm gonna do is once you log off, I'm gonna go run in the house and grab some food and eat it, and then come back, and then I'll close out the stream by reflecting on this conversation. But while I run and get my food, I will be playing a section of what I was just playing for you, which was that part of the abstract time chapter from Time, Labor, and Social Domination, where Pistone is talking about the Chinese clock and all of this stuff, and it's really good. So definitely check it out later. And then, but for now, thank you for coming on. I've been looking forward to meeting you. This has been a great opportunity.
Thank you for having me. I look forward to our next conversation. I hope we have more time next time.
That's always the hope. All right, take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, now it's messing up because I got to get this camera fixed. Was anybody here for that? Is anybody here? Chat. Anybody here? What's going on? Let's get this going. Sorry about this camera glitching out thing. I'm going to get off of Discord and turn on my camera. So it's not going to glitch out anymore. I don't understand what the dealio is with it glitching like that. It's really not too great, but oh well. So that was Telos Bound. I feel disrespectful for having already forgotten his name. I suspect what it was, but I'm not gonna even try to get it wrong. I don't want to. So I just need to work on that, and I'll get better. Because he's just been Telos to me, for all this time. It's kind of like for people who they know my name is Dave. They still call me Plebe. Telos is not a bad name, though, but I would like to still call him by whatever he goes by. Was it Tony? It wasn't Tony. Anyway, anybody in chat remember what he had said at that point? Who else is in here? Is anyone in here? Hey, if anybody doesn't speak up in chat, I'm probably not coming back for long. Just saying. Let's see. Can I get window capture back in here? Can I get camera back in here? Video capture. What is going on? What is going on? Where did my video capture go? Uh-oh. Don't know what's going on with my camera. You can't see me. Let me start a new device, I guess. Here we go. Properties. Oh, it says no signal. Oh, it's trying to go through a different camera. I have two cameras in here. It's pretty cool. All right. Just drop me on top of my logo here. We'll be back in business. How's it going, folks? How's it going? Did anybody enjoy that? I hope so, because I know that is a conversation for the history books. So he said he's a Christian, and we haven't really gotten into all of this stuff. But I would I want to ask him questions that I know Damon Garcia would want to ask him. I want to ask him questions that I know the Warnell family's pastor would want to ask him. Because the Warnell family pastor is a Nazarene who is not an Eastern Orthodox kind of person, and is not really into philosophy and doesn't really see the point of philosophy, or at least actually has at least a curiosity about it. Isn't against it like you would think some pastors are. But then there's like Aaron Berkowitz, you know, and he's a Presbyterian out here. He's a socialist, and he's into philosophy, and he's part of the Dead Parrots Philosophical Society. And I've never gotten to have a conversation with him on Theorytube, but I did have a 3-hour conversation with him on People in Our Lives, and it's a great conversation, and I wish Tealowsbound would listen to it, or I hope he will. And I also hope you check out the Pastor Chris conversation, because that's my parents' pastor. And so I try to have ongoing dialogue with people who are responsible for the ideologies of the people who I love, or, you know, the people who I love, who are in my life. I feel like they are, you know, they're usually under the influence of some people who feel responsible for their spiritual well-being, and so because, you know, that gets it gets interesting, and so I just try to have people like that on People in Our Lives, which is a show just for getting to know the people in that kind of a setup. Oh no, somehow the screen here is completely inverted. Oh, I know why this happened. Transform, flip horizontal, back in business. What up, everybody? All right, chat. Soda Cabbage says, I shared your stream on a short discussion about time. Cool. Maximilian says, good stuff, or bra gracieux, as we Swedes say. Hey, that's cool. Deleuze and Guitar says, I have to rewatch this stream. A lot I gotta learn. Folks, I have to admit, there were points of when I was listening to Telos there where I was like, am I following along with this? I think I'm following along with this, but am I really registering the implications of what he's saying? We didn't even get into ritual and tradition, and why people who tend to care about philosophy of time have at least a respect for tradition, have at least a respect for ritual. And so I don't talk about this publicly, but I'll tell you about it right now. I have a basic respect for people who want to practice this or that tradition, so long as they are, I don't know, participating in the open society to some degree. So I do think that people who want to homeschool and homestead need to still socialize their children, and their children need to have access to opportunities and resources outside of that, and that if those children at the age that they are able to decide or start thinking for themselves about like their own interests in education, if they say that they want to go to a school in the city or town or whatever, I think that they should be able to do that, even though I think that the schools in the towns and the cities are sad. Like, I think the state of education is sad. I wish that everybody was able to travel to other countries. Everybody, not just like some rich privileged like kids in some private school, but I wish everyone was able to do foreign exchange programs. I wish that at the age of 10, you were already getting introduced to the basics of other languages. I mean, I know a 4-year-old who plays Duolingo and is learning Spanish and will say Spanish words to people that he sees in the grocery store, and he's my nephew, and he's doing excellent, and he's just doing it on his own because it's gamified and he likes it. And, you know, if kids were kind of allowed to thrive a little bit more with gamified schooling, where they had mentorship and people who were able to kind of like help them explore their interests, and there were resources that automated a lot of the stuff so that the teachers were kind of just able to kind of set kids up so that those kids could like thrive, that would be awesome. And right now it's not like that in a lot of places. In a lot of places, if you do not immediately excel in this or that area, then you're shamed. And if you're not shamed explicitly, you're shamed implicitly, because a lot of people consider themselves above your station or consider themselves more deserving in society on the basis of having gotten a better grade in some class, which isn't about the subject material, which isn't about the field of knowledge, which isn't about understanding so much as, you know, the studying, the regurgitating, and more importantly, forcing yourself to be interested in things that you're not interested in. And so someone gets a little jaded, is a little critical, and then taps out and starts smoking weed in high school, and then thinks that they're a loser who doesn't deserve, like, or isn't even capable of the life of the mind, or of, you know, living above the station that they are at in a class society. And it's because schooling is a legitimation narrative as it's currently orchestrated, is a legitimation narrative for meritocracy. And it has very little to do with the love of learning and the love of discourse and the love of understanding. And so, you know, I think that people who want to be experimenting right now because they're nonplussed about the situation, more power to them, especially considering the fact that, and this is what I was ultimately going to get into if we talked a little bit about ritual. Maybe I'll just have to talk about it more later. But it's just the bananas, monkeys, ladder thing. Y'all familiar with this? Is anybody familiar with the monkey ladder banana thing I'm talking about? I did this with Anne. I was like, do you know? She was like, what? Monkey what? Let's see. We've got some new people talking. Okay, so after Delu said holla and Maximilian said ah, and Soda Cabbage says, is that not unschooling? Not the type where people claim they are unschooling and just do nothing. Yes, you're right. Except that I don't consider the standards of the critical pedagogy people to be very high. I feel like Illich and Freire and people from that moment, as well as bell hooks, there's so many like sort of hippie new left kind of assumptions about human nature going on that are a huge problem. But they are in the right direction. They are definitely going in the right direction. But yeah, they get used as critical pedagogists like Illich, Freire, and Hooks get used in a sort of way as a legitimation narrative for showing up unprepared for class. In the case of a lot of professors on the university campuses who were influenced by the New Left. So they have like this, oh, we're post-hierarchical, oh, we all sit around and talk, and oh, the learning is on you and it's your job. Yeah, but they're not really helping, they're not getting to know those students and then engaging the interests and really coming at them where they're at and developing them in the way that they would if they had time, energy, which they can't. And so the lecture style is still better than that in a lot of cases, which is a bummer. It's a real bummer. Maximilian says, I just became an uncle. Love making the tiny human laugh. Oh my gosh. I have some really, really adorable footage that I'm going to show you all from when I went in the house like a minute ago. It was more like an hour and a half ago. But I'm going to show it to you. Because Rosalind is one of my like 5 favorite human beings. Whoever's listening to this, you're one of the other ones. Don't get jealous. But, I mean, I would be pretty jealous. Yeah, how you compete with Rosalind. But as a sort of, I'm sort of in an uncle role here. It's amazing. Rosalind is just an absolute delight. And so is Atticus. I don't know if you were watching the video earlier when I was showing everyone listening to audiobooks while working in the goat yard shoveling shit. And Atticus is out there helping, and then like he'd just be like, Dave, and like talking to me and hanging out. And half the time I'm ignoring him because it's always when I'm around him. And so at a certain point, I just kind of tune him out sometimes. And I try not to do that. I try to at least respond, but you know, what can you do with kids? You just got to survive and maintain your sanity. But he is precious, is what I was trying to get to. Let's see. Let's. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm about to call this this poll over with. Does everyone know what I'm talking about with this poll? It's been up in the chat. It said, oh yeah, remember, if you're going to be here and you're going to be AFK, don't lurk, introduce yourself, let us know that you're around listening, playing games, or working. 1, if you're playing games, 2, if you're working, and, you know, that's all I have to say about that. Also, if you're not doing one of those 2 things, let me know what you're doing. I like to do this experiment and see, because people are like, either they don't, you know, that's what they're up to, or they're doing something else, but it's usually 1 or 2. Okay. This is from earlier. I told you I was working out. Yeah, let's see. So I'm not doing a lot here. This is, I'm probably only doing, and this is while I was listening to stream and I was on chat. Like I told everyone I was doing some lifting. So yeah, there we go. But that's not the one I want to show you all. Actually, Ashley was doing it too, which was pretty cool. Oh, the video of Rosalind's not actually on this phone, so we're not actually going to watch that right now. I told you all we were going to watch that right now. We're not going to watch that all right now. But yeah, sorry, I got a little distracted when... oh, thank you. Thank you for deleting that, Deleuze and Guitars. Don't love the trolls. I'm aware of the Berry Monkey Cage thing. Okay, so this is not the Berry Monkey Cage thing, I don't think. It might be similar, it might be related. So what I was talking about with ritual, though, and the reason that... Because some people will just be like, why would you talk to someone like... why would you talk to some people like the Warnells? Why would you talk to some people like your parents? Why would you talk to some people like Telos Bound? Why would you talk to people who care about tradition, who care about ritual, who care about religion? Why would you do that? And I think that anybody who thinks that they understand evolution is an idiot, because evolution works like algorithms do. They're blind. You know, it's blind. Evolution is blind. And so there's a lot of things going on that are not reducible to language. And Byung-Chul Han interprets, his whole way of doing ritual, and he has a book called The Disappearance of Rituals. Ritual is how you have a sense of continuity. It's how your world endures and doesn't just melt away, right? Marx talks about how capitalism turns everything into air. Well, it's true. And so rituals, even if it's like a ritual, like in the morning you get up and you brush your teeth and there's certain little rituals, but most of the rituals that we participate in are kind of like anti-communal rituals, and that real rituals involve a degree of self-negation, that they are, there's a degree of anti-communication. It's not about, he says that it's about community without, he says that right now online in the information economy, we have communication without community, and a society with ritual is one that has community without communication. And I like the way of thinking about it that way, because obviously you can see how that gets how ritual gets co-opted by institutions with their own vested interests and, you know, their own bureaucratic self perpetuation, and therefore like their own kinds of interests get involved, and then the rituals a lot of the time become like just bullshit. And a lot of times, and something that drives me kind of nuts about the evangelical trend in the United States is that one of the rituals they love the most is statements of belief. And so what most of the time is happening is like epistemological gaslighting. Epistemological gaslighting. You're being told to turn your brain off. And they're just like, oh, it's about faith. And it's like, this has nothing to do with faith. This has everything to do with running away from genuinely thinking, running away from like really struggling with the hard questions. And there's a lot of cowardice involved. And I don't know about cowardice, but, you know, privileging of comfort and whatever just kind of allows you to... It's more like a lot of religion's been turned into a sort of self-help ideology. Like if you want to be a part of AA, you have to believe in a higher power, and you have to say, I am a this, I was an alcoholic, you know, I am an alcoholic. You have to say, I am an alcoholic. If you want to be a Christian, you have to say, I believe that God walked around this amount of time ago and then got killed and rose again, and it was in flesh and blood, and that meant this and that and the other thing, and therefore I'm saved, and I have to say these words to a prayer now, and then I have to become a lifelong subscriber to this institution over here that basically just deals out a short dose of weekly upliftment that is really just kind of like a self-help ideology put in a sort of like Christian jargon. And then there's this whole question of like, well, maybe that's what some people really actually need. Maybe it is. I don't know. Who am I to judge? But what I was getting to with the monkey thing is just to say that, so it's like this experiment where they take I'm going to pull up the picture of it, put it on screen. We've got the time. I've got to go get some food and then I'll play this audio piece in a second, but I'm going to pull it up so you can all see. Monkey, banana, ladder, experiment. And this gets translated in two ways depending on what your presuppositional framework is, whether it's secular or religious. And I've seen this meme because I, try to not just be in one echo chamber all the time. I've actually seen this picture used in completely contrary ways. And that's always fascinating when ideology is able to use something for its own purposes. And then you see that that's true regardless of the ideology. Like everyone's able to use this for their own way. But the fact that everyone's able to use this study to prove or to sort of like legitimate what they believe or whatever, is itself interesting and tells us something about ideology that's important. And it's important for just being able to figure out who you are and what's real. It's just important for being able to think. And so here we go. I'm going to put it on the screen here. 5 monkeys, it's called. Oh no, there's no background, so it's going to be hard to see. Here's what I'll do. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm just going to put this screen on timeout for the time being. I'll share that screen later, maybe. Yeah, I'll share the screen once I'm getting the audio going. So anyway, yeah, so you have a monkey that's climbing up the side of a ladder. There's bananas on the top, and there's 4 monkeys on the ground freaking out because they're getting sprayed by a hose. Okay? And so every time a monkey goes up on the ladder to get the bananas, they all get sprayed by the hose. And so eventually they learn to not climb the ladder. But then they take one of the monkeys out and put a brand new monkey into the room. That monkey goes, bananas, and so it starts to climb the ladder, and all the other monkeys beat it up. Over and over and over again. They keep doing this until they've replaced all the monkeys from the original time, and now there's no more spraying. Nobody gets sprayed anymore, but the monkeys still beat you up if you try to climb the ladder. So none of them have been sprayed. None of them have been hosed, yet they keep climbing up the ladder. Or, I'm sorry, they keep stopping their peers from climbing up the ladder. And so it's like, we don't do that. That is not what we do. We do not climb the ladder because bad things happen when climb ladder. And so there's a way that atheists use this, and there's a way, or like sort of like people use this to say, see, so all these rituals and beliefs of traditional, practices or and cultures are therefore probably like defunct based on old shit that is so removed from its original event that you don't even it just doesn't mean anything anymore. Like the fire hose could be out of commission, and you climb that ladder and you eat those bananas, and everyone else is down on the ground being ignorant and backwards, and here you are eating bananas, and there's no hose anymore, so we're fine. And then the other way, the other way this meme plays out is where people say, well, see though, there can be times when you don't have language to describe something that's been programmed into you by a set of traumatic experiences. The real, in the Lacanian sense, cannot, it's that which escapes the symbolic and the imaginary. The symbolic and the imaginary, are tangled with the real and have try to think about the real. But the real and trauma being beyond language and scientific syncretic description and predictive models is something to keep in mind. And so that's my case for what I call scientific superstitionalism, which is just that if you believe in science, you should have a basic respect for cultural practices that you don't understand. As long as people can escape or leave that culture if they don't want to be a part of it, and people aren't trying to use the state to shove it down our throats in a theocracy, which is currently what's happening with evangelicalism in the United States, which is terrible, then as long as that's, as long as it's more like the Amish, where they let their 16-year-olds who've been sheltered go do whatever, alcohol and drugs they want. Amish people party, they fuck, they go down hard. Like, they have a good time out there on the countryside, right between the rural farms and the cities. They'll go into the cities. They're allowed to get apartments in the cities, get jobs in the cities, and become filthy hedonists if they want, get into philosophy if they want. Amish people get to do what they want. my thing is that I think that Amish people are not allowed. And by the way, that period of life for an Amish person is called the Rumspringa. And I think that all traditional societies need to have some form of Rumspringa, or else, I don't know. I just don't know. But I think that people need a way to escape into the city, and that cities cannot all be trying to make their view of reality that is very, 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 very young in the grand scheme of things, something that is a universalized way of life that everyone adheres to, because that's just literally colonialism at work. It's literally just imperialism. And so it's Yankees shoving their culture down everyone else's throats. And the United States has at least 11 distinct cultures besides the ones that have been genocided. Okay? And when I say 11 distinct cultures, Yankees is only one of them, but part of Yankee culture is this colonizing imperial, like everyone's got to do things our way. It's not like this. I forget what the live and let live mentality is, but it's more of a Western one in the U.S. And then you've got oh my God, some of the cultures in the United States are ones that I don't want to be affiliated with at all. Other ones, yeah, but Colin somebody, I forget his name, wrote the 11 American Nations, or I think it might just be called American Nations. Definitely worth a read if you're interested in the conversation of like cultural diversity and imperialism and how. But more importantly, if you want to get into the philosophical, theoretical nitty gritty, and not have to read like say Being in Time or something, and you want to read someone who's like an anarchist / democratic socialist, like anthropologist who's really dope and writes really good stuff, and knows his Nietzsche and knows his D&G, but also just doesn't talk about that stuff because he's focusing on field work. James Scott's your guy. Got to read Seeing Like a State. And especially, I mean, the whole book is like a case study in how cultural practices and forms of knowledge are legitimate a lot of the time. A lot of times we don't know if they are or not. It's not our business to decide. And at some point, and most of them get eradicated. And there's really rich forms of knowledge that are lost that give you a sense of belonging in the place that you're living in. So localized forms of knowledge. And the example he gives is like, when the settlers came to the United States and were trying to plant corn and it kept failing, it's because they were using almanacs from Britain that were saying, oh, you plant these seeds in March or whatever. And the natives were like, no, you dumbass, fucking white guy, no, you do this. You wait until the leaf of the oak tree is the size of the squirrel's ear. And okay, then you think, how good is that? Like, it's actually so genius. This actually works between altitudes on the East Coast. Apparently, according to James Scott, like he's saying that works between altitudes. So if you're on a mountain, like plateau where you want to grow some corn, or if you're like low altitude, it would be later or earlier in the season that you would plant the corn. But the size of the squirrel ears, even though it's different species of squirrel that are in high and low areas, and the size of the oak trees, which also changes according to altitude, changes in a way that's homologous and consistent enough that you can still use this as your, it's time to plant. And so it's like, we have Groundhog Day. This is a ritual that has no basis in our world anymore, right? It's just fun. It's just a fun thing we do. And most of our, holidays are just fun things we do. That time to get together with the friends or the family. But it's not a part of our material life. And we've become, obviously, super severed from our material life because most forms of life, especially in the United States, are predicated on the exploitation and a parasitic reliance on noble forms of work that are underpaid, so that some people can get overpaid and they think that they deserve it because they got an A in some class, or whatever. Anyway, so the monkey's in the ladder, and that there you go. I've done it. I've done the explanation. We can clip it and ship it. I never have to talk about it again, hopefully. But it's why I have just a sort of respect for the Amish. And I think that conversations with people like Ben and Ashley and Aaron Berkowitz and I think that this is good. This is a good, worthwhile thing to be doing because a lot of progressives are like Nazis. They literally just want to eradicate every form of life that does not meet their highly modernist, individualistic, consumerist mode. And it might be serving you. One of the things we didn't get to bring up was the fact that, but traditional societies often say you can or cannot be this way or that way. And that's very oppressive for some people. And it can be more oppressive and it can be less oppressive. So what do we do about that? Okay, well, err on the side of not like having to kidnap people's kids and give traditional people who are usually superstitious and rightfully so, the idea that you're coming for them. Just don't do that. If you're doing that, you're creating fascism. I genuinely believe that. And and I've been researching this stuff for a lot longer than you have. So and unless the generic you that I just used picks out somebody in the audience who's researched this for longer than me, and you go, shit, Dave, I've thought this, I've been down this train of thought, I've read a lot of stuff around this, and I actually think you're wrong. You're going down a dark path. Do let me know. I don't think I am going down a dark path. I think that I'm trying to be tolerant and think realistically, and I think that the Marxist historian Hofstadter, is that his name? JP Hofstadter gets this totally right. He says that he wrote, this is the guy who wrote 4 volumes. It was called The Age. He wrote on different centuries and periods of history, and it was like the age of revolution, the age of capitalism, or the age of imperialism, the modern age, or he wrote all these different like giant histories and histories about the left, histories about capitalism. He's a Marxist, like I said, and then he's just like, yeah, I think that the biggest lesson that we've probably learned is that it's self-undermining to tell people that we're going to abolish the things that give their life a sense of continuity. That we're going to abolish their family, or that we're going to abolish, their country. And that, so, it's an interesting problem, because in some cases there might be countries that need to be abolished. There might, who knows? But we're not statesmen. We don't have to turn off our brains and subscribe to some line right now, because there is no line that even has a possibility of getting us out of the mess that we're in. And any line that people have drawn that they've got to uphold still today, that was drawn a long time ago, that doesn't like kind of correct for the excesses of the Bolshevik Revolution and telling everybody, hey, Germany, we're coming for you. We're going to abolish your everything. We're going to kill your priest and rape your daughter. Like, we're coming for you. It was literally, it's like, I'm just saying, I like that. Everyone always is like, oh, you're justifying things now. No, I'm not. I'm not defending anything. I just think that we have to be strategic, and don't give an ignorant peasant a legitimate cause to take up arms against you. That's what I'm saying. All right. Also, like I was just saying with the James Scott stuff, that ignorance is not always as ignorant as we think. And we need to be a little bit more wary about the fact that our scientific, secular, progressive assumptions are very young, very, very young. It's very, very soon to tell in the grand scheme of things. So there you go. There's the monkeys. Now I'm going to play the thing on capitalist time, and I'm going to be in the chat, checking in on the chat while I play this. I'm going to step away for a moment. What I'm about to play, I've got a new question for you. I want you to rank the difficulty of what I'm about to play on the screen. All right? Are you all down? I hope you're all down for a new poll. Also, I want to turn off this disable, and I'll just delete it. Delete the monkeys. All right. God works in mysterious ways, says the Losing Guitars. Going back up, Jesus said to cut off your parents. Winky, winky. Actually true, in a way. It was in a way. I hear about gamifying tasks a lot in behavior science circles. Yeah. Inequality equals bad, says Maximilian. Wait, what are you talking about? You're saying unfair distribution as reward despite same actions performed causes resentment? Yeah, totally. But also, it creates more resentment when the same actions performed are not really in anyone's interest, and it's arbitrary bullshit, and you're being told that you have to care about 1 o'clock. You have to care about math at 1 o'clock every Tuesday and Thursday. Like that you have to, otherwise you don't deserve, to live a decent life. And then people say, you'll be a janitor. There's nothing wrong with that. That's noble work. The fuck is wrong with you? You'll be a farmer. I've seen memes that joke about people who get philosophy degrees and then go do organic farming. And I'm not the kind of person who thinks that localism and organic farming is the solution to everything, but it is like touching grass as a way of life. Like, going with that meme. Anyway, yeah, Deluzing Guitars had never heard of Monkey Ladder Banana. Soda Cabbage says, I have a good relationship with... Oh, here, let me put it on screen. Sorry, folks. Whoops. Let's see if I can get this solved. Where's my display capture? Window capture. I wish you could all see what I see, but the part of the problem is that I can't even see for myself. There we go, back in business. Okay, let's bring the chat up here. So yeah, I have a good relationship with parents, but my inability to help steer them in a better direction makes me feel ineffectual, like I couldn't convince anybody. If you're trying to convince your parents, you haven't learned unconditional love and how that is the most important thing in life. And it's because we live in a society that is telling us that our goal is to win friends and influence people, or to sell them on whatever it is that we believe, or to steer them in the right direction. And this is just evangelicalism. This is just Yankeeism. This is conditional parenting. It's all downstream from conditional parenting. You should read Unconditional Parenting by Alfie Kohn, and then let me know if you think that what I just said is unfair. And give me a good email about it, and I'll talk about it on stream if you want. And if you don't want, I'll still think about it. But I would definitely appreciate that. theoryplebe@gmail.com. That's your homework assignment. Soda Cabbage goes on, I enjoy theology and biblical studies, but it's impossible for me to, in an especially conservative evangelical context, but that may be me. No, I think you need genuine distance. And I think you need to be able to experience autonomy. And I think you need to be able to explore things on your own. And I think you need to be able to have a space within which to disagree. And for me, with my parents, it had to get to the point I had to give up on changing them. Then I had to wait years and years. And then I had to learn how to have conversations with them without triggering them. And turning on their ideology brains and connecting with them on a human level. And then whenever my mom, because she's very antagonistic, and the part of me that's antagonistic comes from her, whenever she tries to provoke a conversation about, and it starts to go in that direction. Like, I remember one time she said something about our cultural heritage, and I was just scoffed, and I was like, are you kidding me, Mom? What heritage, Mom? Are you talking about apple pie and hot dogs, Mom? She's like, freedom. I'm like, freedom, Mom? And obviously you all know what I would say to that. But I try to restrain myself because it doesn't help. And she doesn't, you know what I mean? It doesn't work. It just doesn't work for us to have a relationship. My mom doesn't have to change. The professional managerial class of this country needs to change. They need to feel ashamed about themselves. The ruling class needs to be abolished. And this whole media industry that cultivates hate and resentment against my parents and gets old grandma Democrats in my life, 3 of them, saying that we're going to have a civil war and have to go to war with the American Taliban and all this shit. Delusional, terrifying. They have no concept of history. It's evil, and they're brainwashed, and they are part of something absolutely wicked. 100% more wicked than anything your parents have ever believed. Okay, so that's the real concern. Humanize the working class, focus on the ruling class. That's it. Ruthless as systems, kind to individuals. That's it. That's the end of it. I have strong feelings about this because people still come on that old video. They come on it where what they have to say is that the old video where I talk about growing up in a cult or whatever, I took it down because I don't know if I took it down. It might still be up, but I took down a lot of videos because it's not because I have a problem with most of what I said, but it's just the framing. Because I was pandering to certain people, I think, or capitulating to certain people. it made it so that all these people would come and be like, oh yeah, and they'd always talk like the biggest problem in the world is that my parents believed the things that they believed. They always act like that's the biggest problem in the world. Totally just, it just feels good for them. They get their jouissance from it. They get their pleasure from it. They're addicted to it. And everyone should read Hate Inc. And we need to focus on the ruling class. And more importantly than the ruling class, more important than talking about Biden and Bezos, we need to be talking about the structural understanding of the situation that we're in, because otherwise our sense of proportion and stake is completely distorted. And then everything we do is a waste of time. All right. So everything you do is not a waste of time as long as you stay critical and you keep learning. But you got to take yourself to task and then think these things through. So if anybody of you have a book or an article or a video that you think would take to task anything I'm saying, do share it with me. I'll take it seriously. I'll eventually talk about it, write about it. Who knows? Anyway, so Soda Cabbage had to go. Oh, no. You didn't have to go. You said, so yeah, I really get you on the religion stuff. Awesome. Yeah, and you need a way to get out, but I see people who were sheltered sometimes fall so hard. Yeah, well, there's no one there to catch them. Liberals want you to fall when you run away from home. They want you to end up like me, running away from home, not knowing anything about reality, getting in trouble with the law, going to jail, getting reprogrammed, and then eventually they'll help you. They'll help you at a shelter. They'll help you at some nonprofit. They'll help you with food stamps. But there's not lighthouses in the cities that can help people who've not been socialized get their bearings in the new symbolic order that exists within the urban sphere of capitalist-driven life. And so I feel very strongly about the idea that like you leave home with a certain set of presuppositions that you're rebelling against, but you don't have any new frameworks or even real critiques of what you are coming from. And then you're just thrown into the world and treated like you were socialized into it, held up to a standard by the justice system as though you were, and it's just an absolute wreck. And it's all just a part of like getting you to think that you deserve your station in society, where this is the definition Thrasymachus has of justice in the Republic. Wait. No, he was on to like might makes right. Was it earlier on that he says that justice is people knowing their place and staying in their place? And Socrates is arguing with him, thinks that justice is a real thing, not just might makes right, or not just people knowing their place. But the most brutal and like I don't like it forms of theories of justice really are these statecraft ones that say might makes right, know your place, and that's what our punitive system is all about. Is about reinforcing in you the sense that it's all your fault. It's your fault that we're structurally stultified. It's your fault that we are conceptually deprived or deficient. It's your fault that there's all this psychological gerrymandering, that you don't have any supports to catch you when you actually run away from home and go into the city. It's your fault when you try to get distance, that you actually don't have the conceptual supplies to be able to work through your presuppositions so that you can actually get distance from the stuff that you're getting away from, which is, by the way, obviously still what's lacking for most Amish people who are doing their Rumspringa. So, New Civilization Project, for me, is about part of it is about a healthy respect between the urban and the rural, and a working relationship where we can have experiments and we can have homogenizing commerce, and that maybe not commerce, I don't know, but definitely like city life though, city life and city and urban and rural life. But I mean that's what I want. But the history of everything tells me that half of you listening would rather demonize peasants and rural bumpkins or peckerwoods or rednecks or whatever it is. You'd rather scapegoat them instead of the ruling class. You'd rather say that it's their fault that we live in this situation, and you'd rather die on that hill because it feels good. It's lazy, and it's pathetic, and it's half my problems with half those people on the thumbnail. So I think that at the end of the day, when there's a crisis, they're going to come and they're going to rape and pillage the countryside like they have for thousands of years. People in cities are parasites. There's just levels of it. And you can say, oh, the farmer is a parasite off of the goats. The farmer is a parasite off the chickens. The farmer is a parasite off the carrots. The The farmer's a parasite off of the corn. The farmer's a parasite off of the land that's being settled that was stolen from natives. You can just keep going. And I think that the Unsettling America, is that what it's called? The Unsettling of America by Wendell Berry. Yeah, it makes the argument that, look, you can only do what you can do. And in every society, there are people who do noble work, and they try to privilege nurture over exploitation, because these are twin aspects of everyone's soul. And certain institutions and practices and jobs foster and exacerbate the parasitic and exploitative side of human nature. And we'll even find ways of enjoying ideology that perpetuates class society. And that instead of looking at the history of humanity as a history of a story between oppressed people and oppressors, we need to look at it as a story of exploitation versus nurture. And we need to celebrate every instance of nurture, even if it's sometimes a person who we disagree with in some ways. If they are cultivating soil, if they're trying to educate children, if they're trying to work intergenerationally, if they are in conversation with the old and the young, if they're full human beings and not just individualist consumer subjects, we need to have a respect for difference, for difference, for people who don't turn rich soil into dirt that becomes worthless and cursed. Anyway, it's a good book. You should definitely read The Unsettling of America. Anyway, Soda Cabbage says, I'm speaking generally, not about Amish, but other homeschool kids, for example. 100%. Totally agree. I don't know Amish people very well. I've read articles, you know what I mean? Haven't had any interviews with them yet. Would I be allowed to record? I don't even know. But anyway, Maximilian says, difficulty from Tetris to Mario Sunshine. I've never played Mario Sunshine. So is Mario Sunshine really easy? Yeah, let's close out the poll from before and then ask the question about time, labor, and social domination, because that's what I'm playing for you all next. Let me speed through chat. Delosing Guitar says, I'm game. Soda Cabbage says, I'm actually down with what you're spitting right now. It's fair. Hey, that's great. I'm glad to hear somebody's down. Maximilian says, uh-oh. Maximilian says, plant spokesman Andriy Tuz told Ukrainian television that there is a nuclear fire inside. The firefighters cannot get near the flames because they are being shot at. Wendell Berry, The Unsettling of America, is also what Maximilian said. Yeah, definitely check it out. It kind of gets really into like a sort of like Christian theology thing towards the end there, because Wendell Berry was always someone who lived between the rural and the urban, between the progressive and the conservative, and was about trying to understand and develop an understanding that would help people combat the most noxious forms of exploitation. And what he was focusing on was farming, because he was on a farm. And when he left Kentucky and went to the East Coast for school, he realized how out of touch people were and how people just didn't understand people from where he was from. And so if it wasn't for his writing, we wouldn't have Bill McKibben and Naomi Klein quite the way that they are, because they were both very influenced by Wendell Berry, as was Vandana Shiva, the I'm not going to try to say the Spanish term for the, peasant movement that is a movement for land. Anyway, 7 people voted. Was your rating of After Virtue based on listening or reading comprehension? A lot of people said I just got here. A lot of people said listening. Nobody said reading. And nobody said literally, never thought about it. So thank you. That's fair. That's helpful. We'll keep assuming that we're talking about listening, even when I don't have room to clarify it in the description. And so let's ask the new poll, and then I'm going to play what the poll is about. So the poll is about between 1 Harry P and 10 being and time, what difficulty is Moish Pistone time, labor, and social domination? Questions. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put an 8, a 9, 7, 6, and 5 here. And we'll find out. I love asking these kinds of questions. This is really helpful for me to get a sense for where you're all coming from. And you can all ask questions. Just remember that. You can ask clarifying questions. I have to run because I cannot put off my stomach any longer. I would just play the section of this piece that deals with the Chinese clocks thing, but I think what I'm going to do is slightly more complicated. Yeah, Campesino. Thanks, Maximilian. Yes. La Via Campesino. Yes, absolutely. It's a land sovereignty movement, and it's an international movement, and Vandana Shiva is doing work similar to Wendell Berry. And there's YouTube video you can find where Vandana Shiva is talking to Wendell Berry. We should play that sometime. It's beautiful. Anyway, what are we doing? Oh yes, time labor. Okay, yes. Oh, this is meaty. This is definitely meatier than Alistair McIntyre, in my opinion. So, you know, there's that. There's my opinion. So this is going to be fun. I'm really excited to be sharing this with you all. It's not going to make sense to a lot of people on the first pass. Don't worry. You got to work at it. But these chapters on abstract labor and time are fucking awesome, and we need to tarry with them. And I said when I get back, I'll give my quick little recap of the telos-bound conversation and everything that's been said, and then I'll close out. No meme review after all, not today. Swole, you're not that late. Well, yeah, you are. I had a whole conversation with a traditionalist, and it was really good, and you should check it out. And then I also did all this kind of apologetics for being tolerant of other people. So you should definitely check that out. All right. And then let's see. I need to find the part. No, I'm just going to play the whole freaking thing. Listen, do something with your nervous, agitated energy and just listen to it halfway like you're window shopping. Don't worry about understanding everything. You'll get it over time because I'll keep talking about it when I get back. So don't worry about that, all right? Roger that. Okay. Closing out. I'm going to take chat off the screen, and here we go. I'm going to take away the Byung-Chul Han book, and I'm going to go ahead and put time labor, social domination, the book cover. I'll put that up on the screen so that people who are just popping in for a second at least are familiarized with what's going on. In an ideal world, I would have mods who are like chatbot proficient, and there would be something that explains what's going on while I'm away, and people would see the command for that message on the screen, and they would type it into the chat, and then they'd get the lowdown, they'd get the scoop, they'd know exactly what they're coming in on, and that'd be dope. But we're not quite there yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this and be right back. I'll play it slow. Swole doesn't like it when I play this fast.
Moishe Postone, abstract time. In discussing the magnitude of value, in discussing the magnitude of value, I have examined the Moishe Postone, abstract time. In discussing the magnitude of value, I have examined the social as well as the necessary aspects of socially necessary labor time. But which sort of time are we dealing with? As is well known, notions of time vary culturally and historically, the most commonly expressed distinction being that between cyclical and linear conceptions of time. For example, G.J. Whitrow points out that time understood as a kind of linear progression measured by the clock and...
Oh yeah, and by the way, Swole, you missed, I worked out on stream for a moment. But not in the dorky way where I did it like live. I actually just used the GoPro while I was listening to something I had pre-programmed for the stream, and then I went and did a quick workout and came back and then picked up where I left off basically, which was awesome. And so it was really sick. I really am a big fan now of this new kind of hybrid thing I'm doing.
For example, G.J. Whitrow points out that Moshe Postone, Abstract Time. In discussing the magnitude of value, I have examined the social as well as the necessary aspects of socially necessary labor time. But which sort of time are we dealing with? As is well known, notions of time vary culturally and historically, the most commonly expressed distinction being that between cyclical and linear conceptions of time. For example, G.J. Whitrow points out that time understood as a kind of linear progression measured by the clock and calendar generally superseded cyclical conceptions of time in Europe only within the past.
BRB.
Several centuries. 35 I shall consider various forms of time as well as various conceptions of time and distinguish them in another way, namely, whether time is a dependent or an independent variable, in order to investigate the relation of the category of socially necessary labor time to the nature of time in modern capitalist society and to the historically dynamic character of that society. I shall term concrete the various sorts of time that are functions of events. They are referred to, and understood through, natural cycles and the periodicities of human life as well as particular tasks or processes, for example, the time required to cook rice or to say when Paternoster. 36 Before the rise and development of modern, capitalist society in Western Europe, dominant conceptions of time were of various forms of concrete time. Time was not an autonomous category, independent of events, hence, it could be determined qualitatively, as good or bad, sacred or profane. 37 Concrete time is a broader category than is cyclical time, for there are linear conceptions of time which are essentially concrete, such as the Jewish notion of history, defined by the Exodus, the exile, and the coming of the Messiah, or the Christian conception in terms of the fall, the crucifixion, and the second coming. Concrete time is characterized less by its direction than the fact that it is a dependent variable. In the traditional Jewish and Christian notions of history, for example, the events mentioned do not occur within time, but structure and determine it. The modes of reckoning associated with concrete time do not depend on a continuous succession of constant temporal units, but either are based on events, for example, repetitive natural events such as days, lunar cycles, or seasons, or on temporal units that vary. The latter mode of time reckoning, which probably was first developed in ancient Egypt, spread widely throughout the ancient world, the Far East, the Islamic world, and was dominant in Europe until the 14th century, used units of variable lengths to divide day and night into a fixed number of segments. 38 That is, daily periods of daylight and darkness were each divided equally into 12 hours that varied in length with the seasons. 39 Only on the equinoxes was a daylight hour equal to a 2 nocturnal hour. These variable time units are frequently referred to as variable or temporal hours. 40 Such a form of time reckoning seems to be related to modes of social life strongly dominated by agrarian, natural rhythms of life and work that depend on the cycles of the seasons and of day and night. A relationship exists between the measure of time and the sort of time involved. The fact that the time unit is not constant, but itself varies, indicates that this form of time is a dependent variable, a function of events, occurrences, or actions. Abstract time, on the other hand, by which I mean uniform, continuous, homogeneous, empty time, is independent of events. The conception of abstract time, which became increasingly dominant in Western Europe between the 14th and 17th centuries, was expressed most emphatically in Newton's formulation of absolute, true and mathematical time, which flows equably without relation to anything external. 41 Abstract time is an independent variable. It constitutes an independent framework within which motion, events, and action occur. Such time is divisible into equal, constant, non-qualitative units. The conception of time as an independent variable with phenomena as its function was developed only in modern Western Europe, according to Joseph Needham. 42 Such an understanding, which is related to the idea of motion as a change of place functionally dependent on time, did not exist in ancient Greece, the Islamic world, early medieval Europe, India, or China, although constant time units did exist in the latter. The division of time into commensurable, interchangeable segments would have been alien to the world of antiquity and the early Middle Ages. 4.3 Abstract time, then, is historically unique, but under what conditions did it emerge? The origins of abstract time should be sought in the prehistory of capitalism, in the late Middle Ages. It can be related to a determinate, structured form of social practice that entailed a transformation of time's social significance in some spheres of European society in the 14th century and, by the end of the 17th century, was well on its way to becoming socially hegemonic. More specifically, the historical origins of the conception of abstract time should be seen in terms of the constitution of the social reality of such time with the spread of the commodity-determined form of social relations. 3. As noted, in medieval Europe until the 14th century, as in antiquity, time was not conceptualized as continuous. The year was divided qualitatively according to the seasons and the zodiac, whereby each time period was considered to exert its own particular influence. 44, and the day was divided into the variable hours of antiquity, which served as the basis for the Hori Canonicae, the canonical hours of the Church. 4.5 To the extent that time was kept in medieval Europe, then, it was the Church's time that was kept. 4.6 This mode of time reckoning was transformed dramatically in the course of the 14th century. According to Gustav Bilfinger, modern, or constant, hours began to appear in European literature in the first half of that century and, by the beginning of the 15th century, generally had displaced the variable hours of classical antiquity and the canonical hours. 4.7 This historical transition from a mode of time reckoning based on variable hours to one based on constant hours implicitly marks the emergence of abstract time, of time as an independent variable. The transition in time reckoning to a system of commensurable, interchangeable, and invariable hours is very closely related to the development of the mechanical clock in Western Europe in the very late 13th century or the early 14th century. 4.8 The clock, in Lewis Mumford's words, dissociated time from human events. 49 Nevertheless, the emergence of abstract time cannot be accounted for solely with reference to a technical development such as the invention of the mechanical clock. Rather, the appearance of the mechanical clock itself must be understood with reference to a sociocultural process that it, in turn, strongly reinforced. Many historical examples indicate that the development of a mode of time reckoning based upon such interchangeable and invariable time units must be understood socially and cannot be understood in terms of the effects of technology alone. Until the development of the mechanical clock and its refinement in the 17th century by Christian Huygens' invention of the pendulum clock, the most sophisticated widely known form of timekeeper was the clepsydra, or water clock. Various kinds of water clocks were used in Hellenistic Ive and in Roman society and were widespread in both Europe and Asia. 50 What is significant for our purposes is the fact that, although water clocks operated on the basis of a roughly uniform process, the flow of water, they were used to indicate variable hours. 51 This generally was effected by constructing those parts of the clock that indicated the time in such a way that, although the rate of the water's flow remained constant, the indicator varied with the seasons. Less frequently, a complicated mechanism was devised that allowed the flow of water itself to be varied seasonally. On this basis, complex water clocks that marked the variable hours with ringing bells were constructed. Such a clock apparently was sent as a gift by Caliph Harun al-Rashid to Charlemagne in 807. 52 In either case, it would have been technically simpler to mark constant uniform hours with water clocks. That variable hours were marked was, therefore, clearly not because of technical constraints. Rather, the ground seems to have been social and cultural. Variable hours apparently were significant, whereas equal hours were not. The example of China clearly indicates that the problem of the emergence of abstract time and the mechanical clock is a social and cultural one, and not merely a matter of technical ability or of the existence of any sort of constant time units. In many respects, The level of technological development in China was higher than that of medieval Europe prior to the 14th century. Indeed, some Chinese innovations such as paper and gunpowder were seized upon by the West, with important consequences. 53 Yet the Chinese did not develop the mechanical clock or any other timekeeping device that both marked equal hours and was used primarily for that purpose in organizing social life. This seems particularly puzzling inasmuch as the older system of variable hours, which had been in use after about 1270 BC in China, had been superseded by a system of constant hours. One system of time reckoning used in China after the 2nd century BC was the Babylonian system of dividing the full day into 12 equal, constant double hours. 54 Moreover, the Chinese developed the technical ability to measure such constant hours. Between AD 1088 and 1094, Su Sung, a diplomat and administrator, coordinated and planned the construction of a gigantic water-driven astronomical clock tower for the Chinese emperor. 55 This clock was perhaps the most sophisticated of various clockwork drive mechanisms developed in China between the 2nd and the 15th V centuries. 56 It was primarily a mechanism for displaying and studying the movements of the heavenly bodies, but it also showed constant hours and quarters, KO. 57 Nevertheless, neither this device nor its marking of equal hours seems to have had much social effect. No such devices, not even smaller and modified versions, were produced on a large scale and used to regulate daily life. Neither a lack of technological sophistication nor ignorance of constant hours, then, can account for the fact that the mechanical clock was not invented in China. What seems more important is that the constant double hours were apparently not significant in terms of the organization of social life. According to David Landes, there was little social need in China for time expressed in constant units, such as hours or minutes. Life in the countryside and in the cities was regulated by the diurnal round of natural events and chores, and the notion of productivity, in the sense of output per unit time, was unknown. 58 Moreover, to the extent that urban timekeeping was regulated from above, it seems to have been with reference to the 5 night watches, which were variable time periods. 59 If this was the case, what was the significance of the constant double hours used in China? Although a full discussion of this problem lies beyond the bounds of this work, it is significant that those time units were not numbered serially, but bore names. 60 This not only meant that there were no unambiguous ways to announce each hour, for example, by drum or gong, but suggests that those time units, although equal, were not abstract, that is, commensurable and interchangeable. This impression is reinforced by the fact that the 12 double hours were linked in a one-to-one correspondence with the astronomical succession of signs of the zodiac, which are certainly not interchangeable units. 61 There was a conscious paralleling of the daily and yearly course of the sun, with the months and the hours bearing the same names. 62 Together, this system of signs designated a harmonious, symmetrical cosmic system. It seems, however, that this cosmic system did not serve to organize what we would regard as the practical realm of everyday life. We have already seen that the Chinese water-wheel towers were intended not primarily as clocks but as astronomical devices. Hence, as Landes notes, their accuracy was checked not by comparing the time with the heavens, but a copy of the heavens with the heavens. 63 This apparent separation between that aspect of the cosmic system inscribed in the Chinese clockwork mechanisms and the practical 6 realm is also suggested by the fact that, although the Chinese measured the solar year, they used a lunar calendar to coordinate social life. 64 They also did not use the 12 houses of their Babylonian zodiac to locate the position of heavenly bodies, but used a 28-part moon zodiac to that end. 65 Finally, as already noted, the constant double hours used in China apparently did not serve to organize everyday social life. That Su Sung's technical device made no difference in this regard suggests, therefore, that the constant Babylonian time units used in China were not the same sorts of constant time units as those associated with the mechanical clock. They were not really units of abstract time, of time as an independent variable with phenomena as its function. Rather, they might best be understood as units of heavenly, concrete time. The origin of abstract time, then, seems to be related to the organization of social time. Abstract time, apparently, cannot be understood solely in terms of invariable time units any more than its origins can be attributed to technical devices. Just as the Chinese water wheel towers effected no change in the temporal organization of social life, the introduction of mechanical clocks into China in the late 16th century by the Jesuit missionary Matteo Ricci was without effect in this regard. Large numbers of European clocks were imported into China for members of the imperial court and other high-ranking persons, and inferior copies even were produced there. However, they apparently were regarded and used essentially as toys. They seem not to have acquired practical social significance. 66. Neither life nor work in China had been organized on the basis of constant time units, or became so organized because of the introduction of the mechanical clock. 67. The mechanical clock, then, does not, in and of itself, necessarily give rise to abstract time. This conclusion is further reinforced by the example of Japan. There, the older, variable hours were retained after the mechanical clock was adopted from the Europeans in the 16th century. The Japanese even modified the mechanical clock by constructing movable numerals on the dials of their clocks, which were adjusted to indicate the traditional variable hours. 68. When constant hours were adopted in Japan in the latter third of the 19th century, it was not as a result of the introduction of the mechanical clock, but as part of the program of economic, social, and scientific adjustment to the capitalist world which marked the Meiji Restoration. 69. One final example from Europe should suffice to demonstrate that the historical emergence of constant hours of abstract time should be understood in terms 7 of their social significance. The Libros del Saber de Astronomia, a book prepared for King Alfonso X of Castile in 1276, describes a clock that was to be driven by a weight attached to a wheel internally divided into compartments partially filled with mercury, which would act as an inertial brake. 70. Although the mechanism was such that this clock could have shown in variable hours, the dial was to be constructed to indicate variable hours. 71. And although the bells that were to be attached to this clock would, because of the nature of the mechanism, have struck regular hours, the book's author did not see these as meaningful time units. 72. The dual problem of the origins of time understood as an independent variable and of the development of the mechanical clock should, then, be examined in terms of the circumstances under which constant and variable hours became meaningful forms of the organization of social life. Two institutionalized contexts of social life in medieval Europe were characterized by a heightened concern with time and its measurement: monasteries and the urban centers. In the monastic orders in the West, prayer services had been temporally ordered and bound to the variable hours by the Benedictine rule in the 6th century. 73. This ordering of the monastic day became established more firmly, and the importance of time discipline became emphasized more strongly in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. This was particularly true of the Cistercian order, founded at the beginning of the 12th century, which undertook relatively large-scale agricultural, manufacturing, and mining projects, and which emphasized time discipline in the organization of work as much as in the organization of prayer, eating, and sleeping. 74 time periods were marked off for the monks by bells, which were rung by hand. There seems to have been a relation between this increased emphasis on time and an increased demand for, and improvements in, water clocks in the 12th and 13th centuries. The water clocks presumably were needed in order to ascertain more accurately when the variable hours should be struck. In addition, crude forms of timers, outfitted with bells, which may have been mechanically driven, were used to awaken the monks who rang the bells for the night service. 75 In spite of the monastic emphasis on time discipline and the improvements of timekeeping mechanisms associated with it, However, the transition from a system of variable hours to one of constant hours, and the development of the mechanical clock, apparently did not originate in the monasteries, but in the urban centers of the late Middle Ages. 76 Why was this the case? By the beginning of the 14th century, the urban communes of Western Europe, which had grown and benefited greatly from the economic expansion of the previous centuries, began using a variety of striking bells to regulate their activities. City life was increasingly marked by the pealings of a broad array of bells that signaled the opening and closing of various markets, indicated the beginning and end of the workday, heralded various assemblies, marked the curfew and the time after which alcohol no longer could be served, and warned of fire or danger, and so on. 77 Like the monasteries, the towns, then, had developed a need for greater time regulation. However, the fact that a system of constant hours arose in the towns but not in the monasteries indicates a significant difference. That difference, according to Bilfinger, was rooted in the very different interests involved with regard to maintaining the older system of time reckoning. At issue was the relation of the definition and social control of time to social domination. Bilfinger argues that the Church may have been interested in measuring time, but was not at all interested in changing the old system of variable hours, the Horae Canonicae, which had become closely tied to its dominant position in European society. 78 The towns, on the other hand, had no such interest in maintaining that system and, therefore, were able to exploit fully the invention of the mechanical clock in introducing a new system of hours. 79 The development of constant hours, then, was rooted in the transition from a churchly division of time to a secular one, according to Bilfinger, and was related to the flowering of the urban bourgeoisie. 80 This argument, in my opinion, is underspecified. Bilfinger focuses on the factors that hindered the Church's adoption of a system of constant hours, and notes the lack of such constraints among the urban bourgeoisie. This implies that the system of constant hours resulted from a technical innovation in the absence of social constraints. As I have indicated, however, the technical means for measuring constant hours existed long before the 14th century. Moreover, the mere absence of reasons not to adopt constant hours does not seem sufficient to explain why they were adopted. David Lenz has suggested that the system of constant hours was rooted in the temporal organization of the man-made day of town dwellers, which differed from that of the natural day of peasants. 81 However, the differences between an urban and a rural environment, and between the sorts of work done in each, are an insufficient explanation. After all, large cities existed in many parts of the world long before the rise of a system of constant hours in Western European cities. Lenz himself notes of China, that the pattern of life and work in the cities and the countryside were regulated by the same diurnal round of 9 natural events. 82 Moreover, the urban workday in medieval European towns until the 14th century, which was marked off approximately by the Horae Canonicae, was also defined in terms of variable natural time, from sunrise until sunset. 83 The transition from variable to constant time units in the European urban centers in the 14th century cannot, then, be understood adequately in terms of the nature of town life per se. Rather, a more specific reason, one that can ground this transition socially, is needed. The different relationship to time implied by the two systems is not only a matter of whether or not time discipline plays an important role in structuring the daily course of life and work. Such discipline, as we have seen, was very much a feature of monastic life. Rather, the difference between a system of variable hours and one of constant hours also is expressed in two different sorts of time discipline. Although the form of life developed in the medieval monasteries was regulated strictly by time, this regulation was effected in terms of a series of time points, which marked when various activities were to be done. This form of time discipline does not demand, imply, or depend upon constant time units. It is quite distinct from a form of time discipline in which time units serve as the measure of activity. As I shall show, the transition to constant time units should be further specified in terms of a new form of social relations. a new social form that cannot be grasped fully in terms of sociological categories such as peasant life and urban life, and that is bound to abstract time. Jacques Le Goff, in his investigation of this transition, which he describes as the transition from church's time to merchant's time, 84 from medieval time to modern time 85, focuses on the proliferation of various sorts of bells in medieval European towns, especially the work bells, which appeared and spread quickly in the cloth-producing towns of the 14th century. 86 On the basis of Le Goff's discussion, I shall briefly suggest how the work bells might have played an important role in the emergence of a system of constant time units and, relatedly, of the mechanical clock. The work bells themselves were an expression of a new social form that had begun to emerge, particularly within the medieval cloth-making industry. This industry did not produce primarily for the local market, like most medieval industries, but, along with the metal industry, was the first that engaged in large-scale production for export. 87 The craftsmen of most other industries sold what they produced. But in the textile industry there was a strict separation between the cloth merchants, who exuded the wool to the workers, collected the finished cloth from them and sold it, and the workers, many of whom were pure wage earners, possessing only their labor power. The work generally was done in small workrooms that belonged to master weavers, fullers, dyers, and shearmen, who owned or rented the equipment, such as the looms, received the raw material as well as the wages from the cloth merchants, and supervised the hired workers. 88 The organizing principle of the medieval cloth industry, in other words, was an early form of the capital wage-labor relationship. It was a form of relatively large-scale, privately controlled production for exchange, that is, for profit, based upon wage labor. And it both presupposed and contributed to the growing monetarization of some sectors of medieval society. Implicit in this form of production is the importance of productivity. The merchant's goal, profit, depended in part on the difference between the worth of the cloth produced and the wages they paid, that is, on the productivity of the labor they had hired. Thus, productivity, which, according to Lanz, had been an unknown category in China as opposed to business, 89, was constituted, at least implicitly, as an important social category in the textile industry of medieval Western Europe. The productivity of labor depended, of course, on the degree to which it could be disciplined and coordinated in a regularized fashion. This, according to Le Goff, became an increasingly contentious issue between textile workers and employers as a result of the economic crisis of the late 13th century, which strongly affected the cloth-making industry. 90 Because workers were paid by the day, conflict became focused on the length and definition of the workday. 91 It seems that it was the workers who, at the beginning of the 14th century, demanded initially that the workday be lengthened in order to increase their wages, which had declined in real value as a result of the crisis. Very quickly, however, the merchants seized upon the issue of the length of the workday and tried to turn it to their advantage by regulating it more closely. 92 It was in this period, according to Le Goff, that work bells, which publicly marked the beginning and end of the workday, as well as the intervals for meals, spread throughout the textile-producing towns of Europe. 93 One of their primary functions was to coordinate the working time of large numbers of workers. The cloth-producing towns of Flanders of the time were like large factories. Their streets were filled in the morning with thousands of workers on their way to the workshops, where they began and ended their work to the stroke of the municipal work bell. 9411. Equally important, the work bells marked a time period, the workday, that previously had been determined naturally, by sunrise and sunset. The workers' demands for a longer workday, that is, longer than the daylight period, already implied a loosening of the tie to natural time and the emergence of a different measure of duration. To be sure, this did not mean that a system of standard, equal hours was introduced immediately. There was a transition period during which it is not clear whether the hours of the working day continued to be the older variable hours, which changed with the seasons, or were standardized initially at a summer length and a winter length. 95 Nevertheless, It could be argued that the move toward equal time units was potentially present once a regularized and standardized workday no longer bound directly to the diurnal cycle was constituted. Historically, the workday had come to be defined in terms of a temporality that was not a dependent variable of the seasonal variations in the length of daylight and darkness. This is the significance of the fact that the focal issue of workers' struggles in the 14th century was the duration of the workday. 96 The length of the workday is not an issue when it is determined naturally, by sunrise and sunset. That it became an issue and was determined by the outcome of struggle rather than by tradition implies a transformation in the social character of temporality. The struggle over the length of the workday not only is, as Anthony Giddens notes, the most direct expression of class conflict in the capitalist economy, 97, but it also expresses and contributes to the social constitution of time as an abstract measure of activity. Temporality as a measure of activity is different from a temporality measured by events. It implicitly is a uniform sort of time. The system of work bells, as that is have seen, developed within the context of large-scale production for exchange, based upon wage labor. It expressed the historical emergence of a social relationship between the level of wages and labor output as MEK 12 Mediterranean and the region dominated by the Hanseatic League, increased them. Thus this was placed on time as a measure. This occurred because of the crucial question of the duration of labor in production, and because factors such as the duration of a commercial voyage or the fluctuation of prices in the course of a commercial transaction became increasingly important objects of measurement. 98 It was within this social context that mechanical clocks were developed in Western Europe. The introduction of striking clocks placed on towers and owned by the municipalities, not the church, occurred shortly after the system of waste bells had been introduced, and spread very rapidly throughout the major urban ized areas of Europe in the second quarter of the 14th century. 99 Meehan. Eichel clocks certainly did contribute to the spread of a system of constant hours. By the end of the 14th century the 60-minute hour was finally established in the major urbanized areas of Western Europe, replacing the day as the fundamental unit of labor time. 100 This account has suggested, however, that the origins of such a temporal system and the eventual emergence of a conception of abstract mathematical time cannot be attributed to the invention and spread of the mechanical clock. Rather, this technical invention itself, as well as the conception of abstract time, must be understood in terms of the single quote practical constitution of such time, that is, with reference to an emergent form of social relations that gave rise to constant time units and, hence, abstract time, as socially real and meaningful. 01 As A.C. Crombie notes. By the time Henry D. Vick's mechanical clock, divided into 24 equal hours, had been set up on the Palais Royal in Paris in 1370, the time of practical life was on the way becoming abstract mathematical time of units on a scale that belongs to the world of science. 100 Although abstract time arose socially in the late Middle Ages, it did not become generalized until much later. Not only did rural life continue to be governed by the rhythms of the seasons, but even in the towns, abstract time impinged directly upon only the lives of merchants and the relatively small number of wage earners. Moreover, abstract time remained local time for centuries. That large areas share the same time is a very recent development. 103 Even the 0 hour, the beginning of the day, varied widely after the spread of the mechanical clock, until it finally was standardized at midnight, that is, at an abstract time point independent of the perceptible transitions of sunrise and sunset. It was a standardization of this abstract 0 hour which completed the creation of what Bilfinger calls the bourgeois day. L04 The progress of abstract time as a dominant form of time is closely tied to the progress of capitalism as a form of life. It became increasingly prevalent as the commodity form slowly became the dominant structuring form of social life in the course of the following centuries. It was only in the 17th century that Huygens' invention of the pendulum clock made the mechanical clock into a reliable measuring instrument, and that the notion of abstract mathematical time was formulated explicitly. Nevertheless, the changes in the early 14th century that I have outlined did have important ramifications then. The equality and divisibility of constant time units abstracted from the sensuous reality of light, darkness, and the seasons became a feature of everyday urban life, even if it did not affect all town dwellers equally, as did the related equality and divisibility of value, expressed in the money form, which is abstracted from the sensuous reality of various products. These moments in the growing abstraction and quantification of everyday objects, indeed, of various aspects of everyday life itself, probably played an important role in changing social consciousness. This is suggested, for example, by the new significance accorded time, the increased importance of arithmetic in 14th century Europe. 105 and 13 The beginnings of the modern science of mechanics, with the development of the impetus theory by the Paris school. 106 The abstract form of time associated with a new structure of social relations also expressed a new form of domination. The new time proclaimed by the clock towers, which frequently were erected opposite the church bell towers, was the time associated with a new social order, dominated by the bourgeoisie, who not only controlled the cities politically and socially but also had begun to wrest cultural hegemony away from the church. 107 Unlike the concrete time of the church, a form of temporality controlled overtly by a social institution, abstract time, like other aspects of domination in capitalist society, is objective. It would, however, be mistaken to regard this objectivity as no more than a veil that disguises the concrete particularistic interests of the bourgeoisie. As with the other categorical social forms investigated in this work, abstract time is a form that emerged historically with the development of the domination of the bourgeoisie and has served the interests of that class. But it has also helped to constitute those interests historically, indeed, the very category of interests, and it expresses a form of domination beyond that of the dominating class. The temporal social forms, as I shall show, have a life of their own, and are compelling for all members of capitalist society, even if in a way that benefits the bourgeois class materially. Although constituted socially, time in capitalism exerts an abstract form of compulsion. As Aaron Gurevich puts it, the town had become master of its own time, in the sense that time had been wrestled from the control of the church. But it is also...
I just wanted to say that the thing that gives me hope every day in a world where there's so many reasons not to hope, there are people choosing to spend their time listening to this agonizingly dense text, which 100% of the votes say is a 6 in between 1 and 10 in terms of listening comprehension on a scale of Harry Potter to Being in Time. So give it up. That's actually way more understandable than I would have imagined. That means that, I guess for the time being, the audience here is one that doesn't consider this like so excruciating. But then again, we lost people. That's the thing. These are purging exercises. These are effort buffers. We're weeding out the wheat from the chaff in terms of people. Look, it's totally fine to not be into this stuff, but if you're not ready for it. But what we don't want to do is be throttled by people who say it's too hard. I'm willing to break it down and make it understandable. But we have to fucking get through it first. And the idea that I should go study it in isolation and solitude, or try to achieve that when it's really difficult, instead of just immersing myself in it and kind of making it a social activity, is I don't know. I've tried it. That's a lot of time with my headphones on, not hanging out with other people. And I'd rather hang out with other people half the time. I mean, I'm still doing this on my own, obviously. And the nice thing about the GoPro is I don't have to stream anything live. So I just have it for later. And so, anyway, bringing it all back around to Motion Stone, we're going to continue playing this out to the end. But, yeah, so Soda Cabbage said, yeah, this text is interesting. And Deleuze Guitar said, every day is a bougie day. Yeah, the nature of time is bougie fucking time, yo. So tomorrow, I'm waking up early, and I'm going on a trip with my love, the love of my life, and we're going to go to North Idaho for a trip that will be vlogged to some degree. We'll see. We'll see how this works out. But what I wanted to show you all was, do I have it? Where do I have it? Where are those files that I need? I just want to give you like a little glimpse, because I know we're gonna finish this out, and I'm gonna do some other stuff. But while we're here, let's see if I can find the files. Actually, here, I'm gonna just keep playing, and then I'm gonna look for the files. Let's keep going.
But it is also true that...
Oh, and what I was saying about the people who are still here. I'm just glad that you're at a point in your life where this is what you think is what matters, because I'm at a point in my life where I think it's what matters, and maybe someday I'll be like, no, there are other things that matter more, and that's fair. But for right now, this is what matters, and it's easier to do it in company. You know, junkies love company, all kinds of things love company. But what I love, and I'm a junkie for, what my death drive has sort of fixated on is theory, and so you can be here with me for that, and that's great. I'll probably play a little Minecraft. Maybe, we'll see. Depends. Because I kind of want to listen to a section of a book. It's a chapter called Liberal Time, and it's a lot more easy to understand. And I have big criticisms of this author that we'll be listening to. I've got big criticisms. But yeah, before I wind out, switch gears, I can go into a little bit more of a casual mode here on this marathon. Oh my gosh, it's like 8:37 here. I should wind this down pretty soon. I can't stay up too late. I do have to go early in the morning. So no, I'm gonna just go ahead and just say no to Minecraft and no to Liberal Time. Liberal Time is something we can get to in the future. Right now I really should be closing out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let this finish, and we'll talk about that and the conversation with Teal's Bound and how I feel about it, and close this thing out. Because, I mean, I've been streaming for like 14 hours. I mean, I slept overnight. I wasn't streaming while I was sleeping, but I could have streamed while I was sleeping if I had a good mod team, and this was all planned out in advance. So, it's a matter of time. But, yeah, let's do this.
But it is also true that it was...
it wasn't the clock.
It
wasn't the clock. It was the social relations. Was a really good quote or summary on Soda Cabbage's part.
The temporal social forms, as I shall show, have a life of their own, and are compelling for all members of capitalist society, even if in a way...
I'm going to speed this up and do another poll and ask you all how much harder it is with it sped up. So, and I don't want to just gradually raise it a little bit. I'm going to raise it to as fast as I like it, just to finish this out, and then I'll summarize what is said, okay? But seeing as so many of you thought that, literally 100% of you thought that the difficulty level of this is at 6, I figure I can speed this up. But I also don't want to gradually do it. I just want to slam out the end of this, and then hear from you all how hard you thought it was then. All right? Let's do it.
The temporal social forms, as I shall show, have a life of their own. The temporal social forms, as I shall show, have a life of their own. The temporal social forms, as I shall show, have a life of their own, and are compelling for all members of capitalist society, even if in a way that benefits the bourgeois class materially. Although constituted socially, time in capitalism exerts an abstract form of compulsion. As Aaron Gurevich puts it, the town had become master of its own time, in the sense that time had been wrestled from the control of the church. But it is also true that it was precisely in the town that man ceased to be master of time, for time, being now free to pass by independently of man and events, established its tyranny, to which men are constrained to submit. The tyranny of time in capitalist society is a central dimension of the Mershon categorial analysis. In my consideration of the category of socially necessary labor time thus far, I have shown that it does not simply describe the time expended in the production of a particular commodity. Rather, it is a category that, by virtue of a process of general social mediation, determines the amount of time that producers must expend if they are to receive the full value of their labor time. In other words, as a result of general social mediation, labor time expenditure is transformed into a temporal norm that not only is abstracted from, but also stands above and determines individual action. Just as labor is transformed from an action of individuals to the alienated general principle of a totality under which the individuals are subsumed, time expenditure is transformed from a result of activity into a normative measure for activity. Although, as we shall see, the magnitude of socially necessary labor time is a dependent variable of society as a whole, it is an independent variable with regard to individual activity. This process, whereby a concrete, dependent variable of human activity becomes an abstract, independent variable governing this activity, is real and not illusory. It is intrinsic to the process of alienated social constitution.
There, I just asked, it's a new poll, it's up, so check it out. I asked, now how hard is it on a scale of 1, Harry Potter, to 10, being in time? How hard is it? All right, so is it significantly harder now that we're at this speed? I don't know if Swole's still here, but I definitely want to know. Marvin said, dropping in briefly between obligations. That's awesome, Marvin. I hope that you are able to revisit parts of the stream that you missed. There's really good stuff. And I'm not doing this as a throwaway stream. Don't get me wrong. There are people who stream, as a job, and I don't have a job. So this is not a job. This is a creative and intellectual production from a hybrid life. And so this entire stream should be experienced. And if you just drop in and out, then it's kind of like how I'm talking about gutting books. Gives you a sense for it and gives you a kind of idea of what it's good for or when to come back to it, if to come back to it. And so over time, you'll get a sense for how different things that come out of these streams in the polished videos eventually may or may not be beneficial or helpful or whatever. But then, yeah, what I'm looking forward to is people who will inevitably eventually go back over these things when they're in the right spot for it. But they'll already have had some seeds sown. Their minds will already have been kind of cultivated and prepared for the rollout of what we're getting into, which is transforming everything in your life. So, Soda Cabbage says, I think parts of the text are easier than other parts too, maybe. Yeah, that makes sense. Gosh, I find the way that this author writes to be very painful because he kind of tells you what he's going to do, then he does it, and then he tells you that what he did. And he spends so much time telling you what he's going to do and telling you what he did at various parts, not these parts, that it's like it gets really repetitive and you just wish that he'd write like a continental philosopher and just spit, theory without constantly like, this is what I'm doing. But in America, there are people who want to be able to ultimately communicate with people who are responsible for understanding this world from a working class standpoint. And his entire thing is that, yeah, you need to do that, but also you can't let this sort of like idpolization of class identity make you think that your perspective is enough. You actually need to do the critique of political economy, because what keeps happening ever since Marxism, really transmogrified in the Second International and then through the Third and Fourth, is there are it's easy for people to kind of just like, oh, it's about representation of or by or for like the working class, but like there's like this forgetting of like, oh yeah, but the working class perspective is not enough. And I know, like, for instance, Kent, a Marxist friend of mine, said that this is a problem even for him in a lot of his circles that he runs through with Marxists who are basically just populists, right? And I've said things about how I hate the anti-populist left on Twitter and elsewhere, but that doesn't mean I'm a populist. But I just think that anti-populism as a rhetoric and as an organizing principle is predicated on gaslighting and humiliating and disenfranchising and scapegoating the working class. That's not necessary. That's all. That's not the same thing as saying, I'm a populist. Vosh said, I'm a populist, for like while Bernie was still in race, and then all of a sudden he was like shaming people who wanted to do a People's Party. It's like you can say you don't believe that it's going to go anywhere and it doesn't have a hope of winning or whatever, but to shame people for wanting, to shame the audience for wanting to try to present another way. Or, for instance, my friends in the Red Republicans who are trying to get the DSA to organize around the working class and to try to create a working class party. But then people go, oh, a third party, that'll never work. And it's like, that's not the point. We're not talking about parties in that sense, right? That's a completely different thing. And so the point is you would have working class parties if you abolish the ruling class. Not that I would advocate for such things. Absolutely not. No way. I've already talked about my conception of the internet. I would never say anything like this. All right, so anyway, soda cabbage. I have said such things, though. But my whole thing is, I think that there's a whole... I'm a lot more skeptical of what that means to a lot of people than I am willing to use the word and be confused as someone who is one of those people. There's just a lot of these words that people make into organizing principles or whatever, and it's like they're not genuine organizing principles. Like democracy versus authoritarianism, or autocracy, as Biden is talking about. That's not the distinction. Abolish time, says Soda Cabbage. I've been doing capitalist, realist time breaking exercises with Anne. We'll eventually talk about our experiments in vlog form and on stream. Because that's also something that I want to do, is Anne's going to be on this stream a lot more. And so will other people that I'm having conversations with on a daily basis. I'm gonna start blurring a lot of lines, and I'm gonna retain certain strong, steadfast, clear boundaries and stuff in that process. But there will be ones that are blurred, and one of the ones that's being blurred is this distinction between IRL and online, and starting to treat online as a repository. Just pretty much as a repository, putting signals out so that ultimately you can get to know people in real life. But more importantly, that the internet is not where you meet the majority of the people that you communicate with, but it's how you keep communicating with the majority of the people that you meet. And that you control the way that that happens because you have autonomy and hybrid literacy. Hybridicity, says Deleuze Guitars. Yeah, so Deleuze Guitars is thinking about doing a chat bot. Listen, Deleuze Guitars, I had the best idea. There's this book over here. Hold on. Oh, I've got an idea. Hold on. Does this... Hold on, is this thing on? You can all hear me just as well with this microphone, right? Sound check, sound check. We in business? Is this microphone working? We hot? I forgot that it's just there in the background. But it frees me up to do what I'm doing right now, which is looking longingly at this bookcase. It's actually not longingly, it's searchingly that I'm looking at this bookcase, because what I'm trying to find right now is, well, I got distracted talking about this microphone, and now I'm like, wait, what am I looking for? Oh, yes. So Deleuze Guattari. Your name is Deleuze Guitars. First of all, I feel the way I do. I feel the same way about Deleuzians as I do about Canadians. I can't love you as a collective. I have to get to know you on an individual basis, and only then can I say that you're cool. And I think Deleuze Guitars is cool, and I think that Deleuze Guattari are cool, but the way it's become a meme online is another thing. And also certain fundamental assumptions of these guys' system or way of thinking also ultimately have to be thought about more. But before we can even have that conversation, we have to understand them. And since you are ostensibly a Deleuzian, and you're already interested in programming a robot reader, I'm like over here thinking, okay, so yeah, I've got a bunch of D&G up on this shelf. Well, not a bunch. I mean, preferably it would be like this much here. Like you see how there's like a few books right here. Okay, it's Deleuze's Difference in Repetition. I've read it once. Anti-Oedipus, I've read it once. 1,000 Plateaus, I read some of the plateaus, listened to some of the plateaus, have had conversations with people in groups about the plateaus. I took a class with Levi Bryant at the New Center on difference and repetition. And that's when I read it with Michael Downs, and he wrote a really good essay, probably the best, like most rigorous academic style work that he's done. And he wrote it on that, doing a critique of pure reason from the perspective of Deleuze through difference of repetition. It's amazing. But the book that I'm not finding, that I'm looking for, is the one that it's by, is it Bryant Adkins is the name? I hope that's not the wrong person. I might be getting my secondary source authors' names mixed up. But it's the author of a book that's not a Deleuze and Guattari like dictionary. There are dictionaries. And what I was going to initially suggest is that we program a robot reader with all of the dictionary, like summaries drawn from quotes from the dictionary books for Deleuze and Guattari, where it's just like people can type body without organs, or, you know, the virtual, extensive, the intensive, you know, etc. And they'll get, the command bot will just like lay out for them a quick summary, and then they can ask, like, I think that there would be like, for instance, you have a command function. So people who don't know how this works, you can basically get a robot to work your chat so that people can use an exclamation point and then type in the code that you give them, whatever word you want, okay? And when they submit it, it will pop up whatever you've commanded to have pop up at that point. So people could say sites, and then it would pop up all the websites that we think that people should go to and subscribe at, or whatever. You could be subscribe, and then it brings up all of that. That's a basic function that we need to have, so that I don't ever have to tell you again to go subscribe at nsplebe.substack.com or nspublishing.substack.com or patreon.com/ I think thedangerousmaybe.com, or patreon.com/ thedangerousmaybe. I'm pretty sure that's what it would be. Anyway, I don't want to have to say that again. It's just a lot to have to say it. I don't like to have to say it, and so I want to automate it. And also, you know, obviously I can take video clips and then when I put a bunch of streams together and then I play that on my stream, and we're going through stuff that I've recorded previously and I'm showing it on stream for a marathon, I can have commercial breaks of my own in there where I'm making plugs for Free Mikey, for instance. And I think that that's a great idea. So, I mean, it's one of the things that I'm playing with, is the idea of having a more polished production where I'm trying to automate as much as humanly possible so that anybody who joins me for a 12-hour stream leaves changed. In a positive way, hopefully. So anyway, I'm not seeing the book that I wanted to find. Oh, there's Deleuze's, D&G's What is Philosophy? But I think the Brian Atkins book is the one that I would most want to program into the automaton. Yeah, so anyway, Soda Cabbage says, when I have discussions with imaginary people in my brain, a refrain to a materialist analysis they have is free will, or they object to the idea of capital, etc., acting on people, etc. I know, it's so funny. It's like, yeah, you've got free will to operate within a system. It's like you got free will to operate in a... It's like you have got freedom of movement in a world that has gravity. Okay? The question is, how heavy does gravity have to be? Because in the case of the social, the laws are not immutable. Or there might be some that are. And so that's like an important part of the question, you know. We got to figure that out. So yeah, I'm bummed that I'm not finding the book that I wanted to on the shelf. Ooh, but I forgot. I actually need to look at this one later on the trip when I go up north. Oh, I'm excited about this trip. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna finish playing what was playing. So I really suspect that the only kinds of people who are going to get anything out of these streams are people who are multitasking, or like ADHD or something like that, because I know I'm all over the place and I try to skip back when I go back to a text, but you have to understand my brain works this way. I have like 100 things that I'm constantly bouncing between, and it's because what I realized, there's a study that they talk about where you think the same thought like thousands of times every day, and you don't even realize it. They do these studies on people, and then I was instantly like, well, I need to hack my mind then, and I need to reprogram myself more purposefully, because otherwise, what is the messaging that I'm taking in every day is the messaging other people want me to be taking in. I want to be taking in I want to kind of hack that and change what my background is. And so it's like Ashley earlier, she said, yeah, I bet when you went to bed you had dreams about poop and that book After Virtue. And because I was out there like mucking the the livestock containment area over there and keeping it clean, and doing that while listening to books and stuff like that. And it's like, and I was like, that's literally just, I mean, it's cool because that's always what's going on with me. I go around with my headphones on, and then people don't know that that's what's going on. They probably think I'm listening to music or something. No, I'm like, well, I do listen to music sometimes, and I also sometimes record books with music in the background. That's another thing. You just got to speed up when you record. Otherwise, later, if you want to speed up the recording, then the music gets sped up. So you got to make sure at the point that you're recording the audio of the book that you speed up the book to exactly where you want it, and then you play the music at the normal speed, and you'll be able to, get that playback the way you want it. But I love it. It's the best life. I've only really been doing this for a couple of years, and things are exponentially better as I get a grasp of it. But I mean, the last few years before I kind of like started doing certain things that I'm doing right now were pretty miserable in various ways, for I think in part because of the compartmentalization I had going on in my mind about media and people and all kinds of things that I feel like this stream has called into question in a lot of different ways. And I feel like a lot of different people who are kind of along for the ride who are like, this is all interesting, and I don't know if I agree with everything, but I'm, in fact, I disagree with this or that, or I think I do. And then also, but that stuff's just objectively interesting, and thought-provoking. I'm gonna have to think about it. There'll be other things that you just don't even notice, but I promise if you come back to this stream in the future, you're gonna be like, holy shit, there's more here every time I come back to this stream. I promise you that, because I've condensed hundreds of hours of research into this stream. Hundreds of hours of research. Hundreds of hours, while everyone else has been streaming and making video essays. Hundreds of hours. Objectively, hundreds of hours. So, I've been doing it while mucking livestock and chainsawing dead orchards that had their water cut off to them. And so I was just like out there cutting applewood, making firewood. I've been doing so much of this manual labor stuff, but for the last 2 months I've just had time off, and that's been awesome because I'm getting to build a production studio and read Capital Volumes 1 through 4. So I'm really excited about that. By the way, we'll probably take 5 people into that reading group for Das Kapital, Volumes 1 through 4. Currently, Solitariat, Ted Reese, and Astrid are in on it with me, but it's kind of stalling out because I got sick, and then I haven't bounced back, and I've been traveling now, and so that's that. Just stay tuned. All of this stuff about critique of political economy, you got to watch the conversation I had with Mikey about that. Honestly, command function CPE should be something that brings up the conversation that I had with Michael about Marxisms and stuff. I had that a month and a half ago. It's really good. I hope everybody in the chat has seen that. But it's definitely canon now. Canon now. Just like the Lacan lectures. Canon. You need it. I need it. We all need it. The fact that it exists is just, what a privilege. What a privilege. Saves us so much time. So, Deleuze Guitar says, I'm adding Brent Adkins to my list of books to add to a corpus. Good. Because what he does in that book is he breaks it down concept by concept in a way that I find more useful than when I've tried to read the dictionary books that are on Deleuze. Also, there are some really insightful behavior science podcasts out there for hacking the brain. Pete Judo is an up-and-coming one I really enjoy watching. Here's if you send me an email with all of this stuff as like reminders and things like that, and maybe some links and things, that'll accelerate my process of getting into all of this stuff. And this is true with everybody about everything for always. Articles, videos, whatever it is that you want to share that this made you think about, and you want to hear me talk about, or somehow bring into the conversation or whatever. Okay, I'm open to it. Theorytube@gmail.com. But where was I going with that? Oh, totally lost my train of thought. Because I'm just saying, oh yeah. Here's how this is going to go, though. If you don't send me an email about it with the reminders and stuff like that, I'll probably get to it when I'm in Finland. I don't plan on editing any vlogs or any streams. I'm just going to keep them in the raw form until I'm in Finland. And I'm going to be there for an extended stay. Well, this is my goal. Bauer, if you're watching this, we need to talk. I wanna do the editing of my vlog and stream content when I'm there with you, and I get to visit Mike Watson, so that's cool. That's gonna be a good time. In fact, I gotta respond to him. He just had COVID. Finland is not a NATO country, but leaning towards NATO supposedly, and is like on the edge of everything going on right now, and so it's kind of precarious, but they're doing drills, right? So think about how an entire generation of our parents was, or maybe older than our parents, was impacted by having to climb under their desks because of like these, bomb drills. There's people having to go through that right now. And so it could be us any day now. You never know. Stock up on food. Anyway, Deleuze says, I really enjoy Manuel Delanda, a self-professed techie, and Todd May lectures, but I'm not necessarily attached to Deleuze specifically, but I'm very keen for any bot idea around his obscure vocabulary. Yeah. And ultimately, I want to have a bot system on Theorytube, or and on the New Civilization Project. I just want to have like a master bot. Actually, you know what? I wonder if there's a way of making a master bot account that could have permissions to a bunch of people's channels, and then it could just be like open source developed. What about a document that is shared, and then people can program their own? But we can start setting up. Hey, Deleuze and Guitars, that's what we'll do. I'm going to start it right now. You email me, and I'll share this document with you. I'm going to start a Google Doc. I'll share permissions to anyone who wants to help program the bot. We'll do it open source style, and you can use it for your own streams too. So people, this is like the only way the internet's cool. And it sucks to do it off of Google. I understand, but what are you gonna do? For now, this is the way it be. So yeah, I'll get that together. Now let's keep listening.
It is intrinsic to the time expenditure is transformed from a result of activity into a normative measure for activity. Although, as we shall see, the magnitude of socially necessary labor time is a dependent variable of society as a whole, it is an independent variable with regard to individual activity. This process, whereby a concrete, dependent variable of human activity becomes an abstract, independent variable governing this activity, is real and not illusory. It is intrinsic to the process of alienated social constitution affected by labor. I have suggested that this form of temporal alienation involves a transformation of the nature of time itself. Not only is socially necessary labor time constituted as an objective, temporal norm, which exerts an external compulsion on the producers, but time itself has been constituted as absolute and abstract. The amount of time that determines a single commodity's magnitude of value is a dependent variable. The time itself, however, has become independent of activity, whether individual, social, or natural. It has become an independent variable, measured in constant, continuous, commensurable, and interchangeable conventional units, hours, minutes, seconds, which serves as an absolute measure of motion and of labor qua expenditure. Events and action in general, labor and production in particular, now take place within and are determined by time, a time that has become abstract, absolute, and homogeneous. 109 The temporal domination constituted by the forms of the commodity and capital is not restricted to the process of production, but extends into all areas of life. Giddens writes, the commodification of time holds the key to the deepest transformations of day-to-day social life that are brought about by the emergence of capitalism. These relate both to the central phenomenon of the organization of production processes, and to the workplace, and also the intimate textures of how daily social life is experienced. L1 degrees I shall not, in the present work, address the effects of this temporal domination on the texture of experience in everyday life. LLL instead, I shall discuss some of 15 the social epistemological implications of our investigation of temporality thus far. Then, in part ill, I shall return to the question of the social constitution of time in capitalist society by investigating the temporal dualism of the underlying social forms of capitalism and, on that basis, outlining the conception of history implied by Marx's categorical theory. The opposition between abstract and concrete time overlaps, but is not fully identical, with the opposition between time in capitalist society and time in pre-capitalist societies. The rise of capitalism does, to be sure, entail the supersession of earlier forms of concrete time by abstract time. E.P. Thompson, for example, describes the domination of a task-oriented notation of time in pre-industrial societies, and its supersession by the timing of labor with the development of industrial capitalism. L12 in the former case, time is measured by labor, whereas in the latter it measures labor. I have chosen to speak of concrete and abstract time in order to emphasize that two different sorts of time are involved rather than merely two different modes of measuring time. Moreover, as I shall elaborate in Chapter 8, abstract time is not the only form of time that is constituted in capitalist society. A peculiar form of concrete time is constituted as well. We shall see that the dialectic of capitalist development is, on one level, a dialectic of the two sorts of time constituted in capitalist society and, therefore, cannot be understood adequately in terms of the supersession by abstract time of all forms of concrete time.
Wow, that was good timing. I was just thinking, though, that I feel tired. And I don't stream as well when I'm tired. I know I don't. And that's part of the reason that I do all of these pre-recordings, you know? And so I said I was going to go try to find a file, but I'm tired. And that being tired is part of the reason that I could not find you that file. So I'm going to hang out with the chat for a minute more and then close out because I want to respect my tiredness. All right, so let's see. The whole thing about this new way of streaming and vlogging where I don't even worry about editing and I just collect and accumulate and back up and have a data stack of well-categorized B-reel and A-reel streams and also of like interview, you know, which obviously include interviews and all kinds of other kinds of segments and everything. But then also this whole vlogging element that I'm doing is really exciting. And so it's like, you know, we're blurring some compartmentalization, using media in ways that feels new to me at least. And the whole thing about like this book thing is like, welcome to my world. So like when I'm not on stream, I'm off doing exactly what you're seeing. That's what's up. You can't steal my job when my job is shoveling manure. So I have power all of a sudden that a lot of streamers and vloggers and video essayists and news people and just, people who have a stake and sort of it is in their interest, I guess, to advocate for and try to uphold a class society that makes people feel like all of the things that we've already been over. And they're afraid to lose their jobs, and I'm not. So, what's up? What's up? Feels good to say that. Lampe is somebody who streams on Twitch and is a friend of mine, and he moved to Oregon, which is just over the border from me, by the way. And he said he's been thinking a lot about when I got rid of my Patreon and put out the video about exiting, like it was about a year ago. And he said he's been thinking a lot about it because he's watched the way that the audience in one of these, like, oh, you've got a ton of people in your Patreon and they all want to influence the influencer and you don't even know who they are, and so there's all this weird shit going on. He said that watching how that impacts stuff has been really interesting in light of the fact that I left. And it's like I know how to use these things and I think that they're important tools, but you don't want to be used by these tools. And I think that Mikey's a perfect person for Patreon because he'll take your money and he'll do his thing, and if you are smart, you'll trust him. And just that's the end of the story. And he is going to keep putting out in ways that nobody in the world is able to just yet. And he's going to teach us how to do it. And so you should definitely be one of his patrons, but you can't expect a lot of he's a Gen Xer. He's not going to be there like it's the beloved community or whatever. That's my job. But even then, it's still just my fucking welcome to my room. I don't know if you remember old Theorytube videos, but I used to have that kid yelling, "Get out of my room" at the beginning of my streams, because it's just a reminder to people, hey, you know, if you don't like it, you know, hey, there's two kinds of not liking it. There's just like not liking it, then there's like enjoying not liking it. I like people who just don't like it and kind of know what they like and they move on. I can respect them. People who enjoy disliking something, hey, we see that you are in the grip of some jouissance, and fair enough. We all have our, you know, vices. Anyway, so Tools and Guitars also said something. Google Docs is an underused organization learning scripting tool. Absolutely. In fact, folks, let's just make this public here. So now that we're done listening to Moish Pistone, I'm still going to say something about Telos Bound and then close out. All right, but let's go ahead and pop up. So there's this whole thing. You'll be able to see it on screen. It's kind of trippy to see it on screen right now, but I brought OBS onto the screen. OBS is the control interface for like everything that happens on a stream. It's open source software. Eventually, if you stay around, you'll learn how to use this stuff yourself, so that at least you'll know where to go if you want to do this, that, or the other thing. So anyway, oh, it's cool. Look, I have like a green face. I look like I'm a character in that Guardians of the Galaxy, you know? I look like that one guy, the sort of adoptive father / kidnapper bandit guy who is like Starhawk's, is it Star-Lord? Whatever his name is, his you know, his pirate daddy-o. That's who I look like on the screen. Anyway, let's see, filters. So I just right click and I open filters on the screen and now I've got color key on here. I'm just gonna go ahead and close out color key, go ahead and close out color correction, and now click close, and now we're back to normal, and I can see we're back to normal. And now I can take OBS out of here, off of the I've got two screens that I'm facing, and one screen is just on screen capture, and that's what you see there. Anything that's on that screen is in this box that I'm like cropping the sides of right now, and you just crop the sides of that box of the window that's actually on your computer. You just crop the sides of that by holding down Alt and then dragging, and it's really cool, and it's very useful to know that. And a lot of people don't know that, and a lot of people use OBS and still don't know that, and it's really cool to know that. Streamlabs tries to make it so you don't have to do any of this stuff, but then you're not going to be literate, and so you shouldn't mess with it. You should just do it yourself. So what are we doing now? Oh, yeah. Okay, so here we go. So I just started this Google Doc here. It says TheoryBot open source. Okay, let's turn that into a title. Is everyone able to see all right? Let me double check to make sure that you can all see this all right. Here, I'm going to make it bigger. Okay. I've been meaning to do this already, to program the robot for this stream. Let's do it, though. Let's have a quick conversation about it. We're in, we're out. We'll do the rest of it later. We're not going to set up Nightbot or anything like that right now. All I'm doing is setting up the open source document that people can collaborate on. So all I'm going to do is give it a title, size, and then I'm going to give it a subtitle, and then I'm going to make that subtitle italics, and then I'm going to make this font some other font. Berkshire Swash, that's what it'll be. TheoryBot open source. Let's use the logo for the Pirate Bay. I use this logo in my book. And I'm going to use the clipping tool that everybody has on Windows, where you just you can open the clipping tool by just pushing the Windows button and then pushing the letter C, and then L, and then I, and then it's, if you say clip, it'll pull up the snipping tool. And if you type snip, it'll pull up the snipping tool. And there's probably ways of making a shortcut, but if you find the snipping tool, just open it, and then you click on new, and then you just go ahead and snip whatever it is that you want. and then you can paste it into Google Docs, and it's literally that easy. And I know you're just gonna be like, what? Are you serious? Yeah, I'm dead serious. It's that easy. Check this out. Yeah. I'm gonna make that like the letterhead. Oh, except that I don't want it to say the Pirate Bay. I want it to just be a pirate ship. Okay, snipped it again. I could have just cropped it, but I just wanted to snip it again. And then make it larger. This content is not very useful for people who are listening, I'm sure. But I'm just basically in Google Docs, and so basically I can't put the picture where I want it, but right here you can do the in front of text positioning. As you see my cursor, click that, and then you can kind of put it wherever you want that way. And there we go. So Theorybot open source. I'm gonna go ahead and hyphenate open source. Change the size of this slightly. I'm gonna make, instead of like sitting here and loading up a ton of commands, I'm gonna instead just make it look cool. And then let's go. So welcome to this document. This is for people who want a theory library of gosh, I'm just gonna go ahead and not worry too much. I'll come back and edit this later, so I'm just gonna spitball for a second. We're not gonna overthink how I say it. I'm just gonna actually skip ahead and just do an example. Okay, and then I'll do so command, and then what's the command here? The command is table of contents. Okay, actually, I'll just paste it. Oh gosh, I should have pasted it. So if you do Control Shift V. Oh no, I thought you paste without formatting by doing Control Shift V. Copying and pasting in Google Docs. These actions are unavailable using the edit menus, but you can still use Control C, X, and V for copy, cut, and paste. Oh, okay, weird. So I can't paste without formatting? I don't understand. I guess I'll just paste it with the formatting. Why not keep it that size? But let's change it to red. Let's change commands to red. No. Let's change the background with a Sharpie. Let's change the background to red and then change the text to white. All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and just go paste and do this a few times so that we've got a bunch of these so they're easy to paste on top of. Oops. Not like that. Okay. There we go. And then between these should be regular text. Ipsum, Laura, whatever. This is where the I'll just actually, no, you know what? I'm just go ahead and do it right now. So here we go. So first we'll have dictionary terms. Then we'll have thinkers. Then we'll have key concepts of the month. Then we'll have book recommendations. Then we'll have are you all following what's going on here? Do you understand how cool this is? By the way, we're going to play the copying is not theft song while I keep typing. If you haven't heard it before, welcome. Oh my god. I thought Destiny and Jackson Hinkle were debating. So that's why I said, oh my god. So anyway, this must be funny for anybody who's like in that world and is like, oh, is there a critique of Breadtube happening here? And then they click on this and this is all we're doing. So yeah. The critique is very spread out, everybody. It'll be a long time till it's put together, and I'm not in a rush because I've got nothing but time. So check it out. Oh, what are we doing? Oh yeah, copying is not theft.
Copying is not theft. Stealing a thing leaves one less left. Copying it makes one thing more. That's what copying's for.
Copying is not theft. If I copy yours, you have it too. One for me and one for you.
That's what copies can do. If I steal your bicycle, you have to take the bus. But if I just copy it, there's one for each of us. Making more of a thing. That is what we call copying. Sharing ideas with everyone. That's why copying is fun.
Good. And we're going to play the attribution song as well, just because I feel like it's obligatory.
Always give credit where credit is due. If you didn't write it, don't say it's by you. Just copy the credit along with the work, or else you'll come off like an arrogant jerk. Always give credit where credit belongs. We know that you didn't write Beethoven's songs. Pretending you did makes you look like a fool. Unless you're Beethoven, in that case it's cool. A transparent system makes cheating unwise. The simplest web search exposes your lies. No one wants their reputation besmirched, which happens to liars when they are web searched. Proper citation will make you a star. It shows that you know that we know who you are. Plagiarization will only harm you, so always give credit where credit is due.
I love it. Does anyone else love it? I hope that everyone else loves it. I also will not get copyright struck for playing that. Can you imagine if I did, though? Like, there's this sort of hardcore punk band called Straight from the Path, and I got struck. I got struck for playing Nazi Punks Fuck Off when they yelled that. I got struck for that, and then I was said on Twitter, I was like, why did that happen, or whatever. They were like, so sorry, it's not our fault. And it's like, yeah, no, it's like this giant company that you're attached to. It's really too bad. I like underground music. That doesn't mean I don't listen to stuff that isn't, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying I mostly listen to underground. I'm not that cool. I mean, I have experienced a lot of underground music, but I'm not that cool, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not like in the know in like the underground world right now. I would say I'm mostly out of touch. I try to keep tabs on it, but I support it, and I support every local scene, and I wish the best for every local scene. Boise sadly doesn't have a very good local scene. I don't know if the Spokane scene is struggling right now, but I love the Spokane hardcore scene. So just gotta say that. The metal hardcore scene in Spokane, Washington is amazing, and there is no community to speak of in Boise. Because people come to a show and they think it's great or whatever, and then they literally leave right after. Or I went and saw This Will Destroy You, and everyone was talking the whole time because it's an instrumental band. And it's like, God, oh my God, you can't do this. Let me show you. Let's just, while I type for a second, I'm going to play some This Will Destroy You in the background. And all I'm trying to say is I love copyright-free music. I really do. This Will Destroy You might get me copyright struck, but it won't take me down. I just want you to listen to this. This is beautiful. But the thing is Boise music goers are so out of touch that they talked. I'm talking like 200 people. I could hear people talking. I am not used to that. It was just humiliating. I was like, I cannot be associated with this music scene. This is not a scene. This is sad. Sad. You know, to have a good scene, you have to have some key players. And those key players have to know how to communicate about the norms. And Ryan Levy in Spokane is able to bring a certain stability and resoluteness to the scene, and because he's got integrity. Whereas the guy who preceded him molested a bunch of people, including myself. It's not a joke. And so I'm not even going to say the guy's name. He was drunk. I was drunk. It was a long time ago, but it was an experience that a lot of people had. And so, but Ryan works, like, you can tell that he is a principled person. And I'm saying that when a music scene lacks some key players who are able to talk to people from all over the musical spectrum and work with local artists, but also be a part of like the national and international dialogue in the scene, without that, like, there's no guidance, and people just go to shows as consumers. And it takes people who are like, because I mean, I just went and saw Dirty Honey and Van Halen's like son's band, and it was a great show, but then everybody left right afterwards. I went outside. Okay, so I went out between sets, and my trick is to bring a pack of cigarettes to a concert. Don't bring a lighter. That way you go outside, pull out a cigarette, walk up, ask somebody for a light, and then you'll be friends with them. And that's always worked, and that's good. I like that a lot. And smoking culture is really nice. And then we usually talk about sharing and about how smokers have like a share ethic that's really cool. And so, I did that with Anne in between sets, and it was great. And then we went out there again right after the last set. Like, we were the first ones out the door, and no one else was in the smoking area. Everyone just left. They made a beeline for their cars and then drove home. And it was like 10 p.m. It's like, y'all couldn't have hung out for 15 minutes? Sad consumers. Imagine people talking while you're listening to this. Some people just don't listen to music, and if it's not like a 4x4 beat that has a beginning and an end with like a certain kind of pattern in between beginning and end, and if it doesn't like have like a catchy hook and chorus and bridge and all this other shit, like, that's easily like oh yeah, it's this song, it's catchy. If it's not like that, then like they just can't enjoy. Some songs require a longer attention span, just like some books require a higher like comprehension level. And it's just like, I don't think, like, when you listen to bands like this, it's like, it just seems like it's going all over the place maybe, or wandering, or kind of lost. And there's a sort of nostalgic lost kind of sense to some of these songs that really resonates with me. But if you're hanging out, chit-chatting at the concert while this is playing, you're wrong. And I know that this is a huge digression from what we were doing before, but I just wanted to play this in the background, even if I don't know if I'll get copyright struck. It doesn't really matter, because I don't need this to be monetized, and that's the main thing that would happen is, the algorithms might treat me differently and whatever, but it's not going to be, it will not hurt my channel, And anyway, so we're going to play some This Will Destroy You. And I'm just saying, if you're hanging out chit-chatting while this is playing, it's like you're doing it wrong. But you can watch on screen with me and help me brainstorm what I'm doing. So far, I have a pretty cool setup. I don't know if anybody can see on screen what's going on here. Ashley did a little smiling face with a halo, and Deluzing Guitars has some hearts. So nice of you two to communicate that you're still here. I love that. It is weird to think, I'm just talking to people in the future. And that's part of the problem with streaming, with video essays, is that it's weird to talk when you're recording it, and then you're going to like edit it, and then you're going to put it out later. And there's no like immediacy. Sometimes immediacy is fun. I like this idea of like this cooldown period between the GoPro and then when we decide whether or not to even stream whatever it is. I like that cooldown period, but I also like the immediacy thing. I think that people need it. Like, so that way people can respond in the moment and add to the thing. We were finding out about what's going down in Ukraine. We were finding down what was going down in Sweden. We were finding out updates about this nuclear reactor and this plane that got blown up, and that was all really just wild news. Jules and Guitar said some other stuff that I did not see. Oh, snap. There's a couple things I missed here. Google Docs is an underused organization learning scripting tool, then said Guardians of the Galaxy for the algorithm. Hashtag Guardians of the Galaxy for the algorithm. True. Sci-Fi's creator, Alexandra... Sci-Hub's creator, Alexandra Elbekyan, just got raided by the FBI this week? So the Pirate Bay logo is very apropos. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. I hate to hear it. Wow. Sci-Hub Project and Pirate Bay, I see as the spiritual successors to Aaron Swartz and his legacy. You rock. Yes, yeah. You can polish the critique after post. Oh yeah, you already said. I read that one. Cool. All right, well, so I'm going to go ahead and close out the poll. It looks like the winner was number 8. So, okay, we've done a lot of polls today, and it looks like what I learned is that playing Alistair McIntyre after Virtue, people said that the difficulty on a spectrum or scale of 1 being a Harry Potter level reading level, I don't know what grade that is, someone let me know, and then 10 being like Heidegger's being in time, so if that's the scale of 1 to 10, by the way, difference of repetition, constant critique of pure reason, Hegel's phenomenology spirit, logic of science, otherwise than being, totality and infinity, all these other books like could be argued to be 11. D&G could be argued to be 11 or 12, which is fair, but I liked 1 to 10 Harry Potter to being in time. I like that. So anyway, on that scale though, people were three quarters of the audience almost, it was pretty even actually, said that the level was 6, 7, 8, and then I think that there was like a couple of people who voted 5. They thought it was right between. And so then I played a section of Moishe Fassone's Time, Labor, and Social Domination, which was a lot harder, and people all agreed that it was harder. What was the between Harry Potter and being in time? What difficulty is this? And 100% said that it was a level 6, which had me surprised. So then I sped it up to the speed that I wanted to listen to it at, and people said that the listening comprehension level had gone up to 8, and that was 100% of people who voted, only out of 2 votes though, so bummer. One of the things that we can always do is encourage people who are watching this in the future to vote for themselves in the comments. I do want to know. If I could have a living poll on a video, I would, and there might be a way to do that elsewhere, like on the Discord or what have you. Anyway. So, bringing it back around now. Are we bringing it back around now? I do think so. I do want to close this out soon. We've got the Theorybot / open source. I said just plug these into your streams and add a banner to your stream with the command ! Table of contents. All right. And so do you know what I'm talking about, everybody? Does that make sense when I say that? Do you get it? Doesn't make sense. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to snip table of contents here. And then I'm going to import it to the stream. Let's save it to bells and whistles. I've got a folder called streaming bells and whistles. And I need to reorganize it so that I can get reoriented with what is actually in there. But for the time being, I'm just going to go park this right here and call it table of contents, which is exactly what it is. And then I'm going to drag that file from Quick Access in File Explorer and drop it into my OBS, and now you can actually see it on the screen. Boom. Now, it's not going to work yet. So if anybody tries to do it right now, it's not going to work yet. If you do the command function table of contents, I would be surprised if it works yet. Would be surprised. But what will happen in the near future, and I mean in weeks time, when you come on here, if you type table of contents, what I'm telling you is that it's going to spit out a quick little listing here of things. First, it'll say exclamation point thinkers, exclamation point key concepts of the month, exclamation point book recommendations, exclamation point dictionary terms. And dictionary terms, I think it's going to go like, watch this. Okay, I dragged over it, then I selected I'm going to push Control Z and repeat what I just did. So it says table of contents there. I just copied and pasted table of contents, but I want to keep the formatting. So what I did was I took thinkers right here. Control C is copy. Now I go down here and I just drag over that, and then it's Control Shift V for paste to the formatting that is there, and that's how to do that. So now it says thinkers, and so then underneath that one we're going to have some regular terms that will be like Deleuze and Guattari, Marx, Levinas, Heidegger, Lacan, Arendt, and then I would also I would probably do a revolutionaries list, and I would separate. So I do, yeah, revolutionaries and radicals. So some of the thinkers are radicals, but for the most part, the ones it's like you can say that Deleuze and Guattari are like radicals, but it's like most people who are in RadTube, I don't know if they're gonna like love it. You know what I mean? What is going on here? Why is there so much space between these things? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. So let's see. Deleuze, Guattari, Marx, Levinas, Heidegger, Lacan, Arendt. And I would do something. I'd do a category like I'm gonna say key thinkers, and then I'm gonna do fuck. Oh, this is all of a sudden really difficult because I realize that I'm categorizing, and it's really complicated to categorize these people, because it's like, do I put Byung-Chul Han, Slavoj Žižek, Marshall McLuhan, Immanuel Kant, but also like Judith Shklar and Martha Nussbaum, and like Alenka Zupaknik and Joan Kopchek. I'm just saying all the women's names. Or Dr. Adolph Reed for that matter, or Christine Louise Detzoli for that matter, or Moish Pistone for that matter, right? And then separating them all from Rosa Luxemburg. That's why I was sitting here doing, well, we have revolutionaries and radicals, then we have key thinkers, and it's like revolutionaries and radicals. I could just say political philosophy and statecraft. There we go. That takes care of that. That's fair. Because this kind of spans Machiavelli to Rosa Luxemburg. But I still put Marx under the thinkers list, and obviously they're mostly like continental philosophy people for me. And so if people want to do extension packs, if they want to add their own, if they want to do whatever they want to do, they can do whatever they want to do. I will have an analytic philosophy. Let's see. Key thinkers, branches of philosophy, right? Then what we would do there is we take thinkers. I've got table of contents. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take branches of philosophy. Yeah, let's do branches of philosophy for fun. Take that. Go down here. Pop, lock, drop. Oh no, it didn't do it right. Let's do it like this. Control Shift V. There we go. Now it says branches of philosophy. So then I'm going to go ahead and say classical Greece. I'm going to skip the Hellenistic. I'm going to skip the Roman. I'm going to skip... I can't even spell medieval. Should I really try to write medieval out? I'm just going to skip... Gosh, that's... Let's skip it all. Just get on with it. Let's get to modernity. Let's get to the critique of modernity immediately. Yeah, critique of modernity. Except that's not a branch of philosophy. It's more of a genre, so I'll have to figure out how to categorize that somewhere else, but I do want to have it as a command function. But I want to have analytic, analytic. I want to have continental. I want to be able to explain the difference between these two things. Continental versus analytic. Cool. Which I will. I'll explain it. I'll talk about Frege and Husserl and the letters that they wrote to each other and how their disciples didn't want to have anything to do with one another and thought that their projects were all that mattered. And so Russell Brand, I mean, Bertrand Russell, different British guy. Frege's student, Bertrand Russell, didn't take Heidegger seriously at all, didn't take Hegel seriously at all, didn't take any of the continental stuff seriously at all. Then along comes Wittgenstein and basically rewrites Bertrand Russell's philosophy, but better. And then basically Bertrand Russell's just like, holy shit. And then Wittgenstein like rethinks it and like actually critiques the whole thing and destroys logical positivism, which is what Bertrand Russell was like doing his whole life while he was like working outside of the continental framework. Basically, it ran into a lot of problems that are problems that Heidegger was talking about, and Wittgenstein found that out on his own by thinking it inside out. And then Bertrand Russell spent the rest of his time being a peace activist at a time where being a peace activist would have meant hands off Nazi Germany, and it's interesting. And so, I mean, to a certain point, Gandhi was as well. There was this peace moment. Anyway, then analytic philosophy, we've got Quine, Kripke, A.J. Ayer, all these, Popper. I just wrote it out. Why not just say it so I don't ever have to write it again? I'll never have to say this again, right? In fact, this video part could actually be, there could be a link to this. When people do the command function analytic, it could pull up what I'm writing out right here, as well as a link to me talking about it. That is all clipped together and polished in the future. But basically, I'm just going to put Quine. Oh yeah, Frege. Russell, not Brand. Quine. Popper. Does Popper count? I think he's a critic of logical positivism. Is that even fair? I don't know. I don't know. I'm ignorant. Help me out here. All right. I was so turned off to analytic philosophy when I was at a department that was teaching it that I kind of focused on the things that I found more interesting. And I still got A's in my classes, but I had to work my butt off for them because I wasn't interested in it. And I was annoyed by it. And everything interesting I ever tried to do, they're just like... It's a different kind of brain, these guys. But I wish now that I'd taken it more seriously. If I could redo any of those classes, I would do them, and I would learn from them as much as I could possibly learn from them, you know? Oh yeah, I told you I was going to play some music. So here we go. This is your wind down for the evening, all right? No. So yeah, there's a good conversation happening in the chat, basically. I think somebody thinks that we have to program the robot, and they're talking about GitHub and all this stuff. I don't know if we have to do any real programming for the Discord or not. You know what programming I actually need in the real world, though, is a Raspberry Pi that people can get this light hooked up onto, as well as maybe the camera, so that when I push the Stream Deck button that mutes me on the OBS, it also turns off the light in the camera, and that way it's like I know when I'm on and I know when I'm off. That'd be really cool if I had like a hard basis to like know that that's the case. Like, to know. Imagine if you have a button and you push it and you know that you've gone dark. You don't have to sit here and think, okay, camera, stream, mute button on voice meter, audio levels, and maybe the camera still being on, not muted on OBS, and like there's just all these different things to have to keep track of, while at the same time you're communicating big ideas and trying to have a conversation with people. So it's just like a lot to keep track of, and to streamline and sort of like automate that whole process there, and just to be able to, the light, it goes off, it goes on, it goes off, it goes on, like when I push the button on the software. That'd be really, really, really cool. I want that. I want it. I just realized what I was doing. See, I was just talking about all the things that you have to keep track of. And audio levels is one of them. And I turned down the music on my headphones while I was talking, but I turned it down from the wrong place. There's so many different, like, look, this is voice meter, just so you all like know, like, this is voice meter. There's a lot to keep track of here. And so yeah, anyway, I don't even know what I was saying. Doesn't matter. Let's get back to it. So no, I was addressing chat. We're not going to need to do any programming here. Nightbot is plug and go. This document is just a bunch of commands that people can copy and paste into their own Nightbot. If you want to create a theory bot and you know people who would want to do a GitHub, and you know what I mean? Like, if you, look, I think that would probably be the coolest thing in the world. But what I'm doing lays the basis for it. I think what Delusional Guitars just said was, let's see, there is what did you say? So Delusional Guitars is categorizing philosophers on a Google Sheet. Not the best, but I think something can emerge from a Google Sheet. That's awesome. That's good. Soda Cabbage says, sometimes being asked to explain words you see often but don't use often IRL can be intimidating. Someone asked me to explain capital, but thankfully it was over text. I was high one time and somebody said, and so I was talking shit about people who go around talking about systemic this, systemic that, but they don't know anything about, you know, a structural critique of the system that we live in. So like they really don't understand what structure means, or what system means. And the person I was saying it to was like one of the Red Republicans, and so, you know, he knew exactly what I was talking about, or at least, you know, presumably did. But, you know, I'm all high and I'm not thinking about breaking down what I was saying, right? And there's a guy who isn't really into any of this stuff who overheard me. You know, he lived at the same house, a roommate, right? And his name was Judd. And Judd's like, what is it, Dave? So what is it then? What's the structure then? And I'm just like instantly like, oh shit. Just a working class dude. And he's not into this stuff at all. And he's like, so what is it then, Dave? And I live for that question. Because it puts me on my toes. And I go, oh snap. Do I even have an idea of what I'm talking about? I have to think about this for a second. And I think the answer I had was pretty good. I basically just talked about it with time energy. I talked about how your entire week is obviously structured by the fact that you have to work 50 hours a week, and that it would be structured very differently if you only had to work 20 hours a week or 10 hours a week. And so people who don't have to work for a living, who just live off of other people and go to meetings all day, people who are part of the parasitic classes, the society is structured in a way so that they can just farm our labor. And because all of our good chunks of time, like all of our 6-hour chunks of time, are basically fractured throughout the day by the way that our time is currently structured, it means that we are basically robbed of an opportunity to be able to explore and develop ourselves and to be able to do the things that we want with the people we love. And he said, gotcha. Clip it and ship it. And that would be my that clip right there would be my clip for the question. Yeah, let's go to key concepts of the month. Let's go to key concept. I decided to say of the month because maybe they'll stay. They'll always be. Some of these will always be the key concepts of the month. But this one specifically. So I made it so that people who are viewing this document, what structures are, what structures be? There we go. What structures be? And I made it so that I'll probably change the title of that, but for now I'm going to keep it ironic and just keep going. Anonymous someone is in the chat. People, please use signatures when you suggest comments to this document. And what you can do is suggest additions, or you can email me. And if you email me and you tell me who you are and you're someone who I would trust to share it, I'll just give you editing privileges. So Delusa Guitars and anyone with mod privileges is someone that I would give that permission to, and then this is all yours. You can add to it, and the best part is you can copy it and then start your own document and then change how you do it if you want. But for now, this is going to be good to go off of. So what structures be would be this stream, which I need to figure out. Okay, so really quick, let me run back into my files where I'm backing everything up, and let's double check, make sure. What am I calling this series? This is, I think we're on experiment 24, right? Because HYBRITERACY was experiment 23, and it's part of a live stream marathon that I've been doing for the last 24 hours. We've been from experiment 21 through 23, or 22 to 24. I think maybe it was 24. This one is experiment 24. Okay, so the one we're doing right now is experiment 24. So let's just go ahead and put right here, experiment 24, clip the part about what are structures, and share that link right here. It's about, how far in are we into this stream? We've been going for 8 hours, 57 minutes, so I'd say it's probably 8 hours and 40 minutes in. 8 hours, 40 minutes in. Alright. Yeah, I've been streaming for 8 hours, what's up? But I also started streaming when I woke up, and I slept in, I stayed up late last night, so we're making good time. I just have to go because I do have to wake up in the morning, and I should probably check on Anne, but she knows where I am, so she can always pop into the chat probably. I didn't realize it was getting so late though. I should probably at least touch base with her. So, oh, my phone is at 1%. Wonderful. Did everyone just hear that like static go shh? Funny story about that. I'll tell you eventually. No. I keep forgetting my own password. hey, I would play your message right now, but I also don't know if you want that played over stream. And so, just like the good old days when I was streaming, you got to let me know through text message if you want me to play it aloud or not. But I'm guessing you're probably going to bed, because you probably have to wake up super early and everything. So what time will you be coming to pick me up? And what do you need from me? Just let's have a conversation going in the chat side here. But anyway, I love you, and I might not look at my phone again while you're awake. So, before you're asleep is what I meant. So I love you, and you could pop into stream, say hello if you get a chance. But if not, no worries. It's been going for 8 hours, and well, we're at the 9-hour threshold right now in 7 seconds. Yeah. So anyway. Bye-bye. Okay. There we go. So yeah, no need for programming is ultimately what I was trying to say, because we're just gonna take all of these, and people can input them onto Nightbot themselves. So you can give administrator privileges to Nightbot, and then Nightbot does everything else. All you have to do is input these commands into your Nightbot, and then it'll work this way. So it's gonna be good. And Dills and Guitars basically said that Plebe is wireframing the general idea of this bot on the Google Doc. Yeah. I think he made it the doc public, but I think he wants this first bot to be a plug and go, no code bot. I don't know. Yeah, for now. Plug and go meaning use an already made bot and enter your data and commands. I think plug and go meaning using YouTube's native bot or Nightbot. I don't know much about the no code bots. Raspberry Pi is a great project for you, plebe, to learn some basic programming. Word. Well, this has been started, and that's the most important thing. I think everyone gets the idea. You know what I can do? I can turn it down on voice meter. And that'll give me more control over it. That's good. Yeah, getting back in the habit of using voice meter correctly is interesting. Okay. Oh, key concepts. You know what a key concept is, everybody? HYBRITERACY. Hybrilitariat. Okay. So this is kind of me closing out a long stream. I have a lot to say. In close. But I also want to keep it brief and just close out strong. So I'm not going to get too lost in the weeds. I'm going to add to this. Everyone else is going to add suggestions to this. If you email me, I might invite you into the Google Doc. You'll be able to add to it. just remember that for me, all messaging online, whether it is through all forms of media online for me, exists in a place outside of my conception of time, and I do not consider myself obligated or pressured to respond to people, and sometimes that rubs people wrong. But also I do try my best, and I try to be clear about what's going on and not just like give people like the fucking weird ass gaze where like you say something to them and they don't respond. You know, I try not to do that, but I also like try to get back. I try to go to things like I've got messages from people that I haven't looked at for a month, but I've been talking to them for 7 months, and we've got an ongoing dialogue, and sometimes we talk for a lot of hours, you know, and so it's just like, you know, some people are on 1 month cooldowns, some people are on 2 month cooldowns, some people are on 3 day cooldowns, but it's mostly just about time, energy, attention, priority, and giving people the respect that they're due. So I'm not going to listen to people the way I listen to books, just going around all the time, just listening to people. But I will, you know, checking in on texts and checking in on voice messages all the time or whatever. I don't do that. It's either books or people, and I'd rather communicate with real people in real time, or when I have the time to give them the attention that they are due. And if I respect you, I might take longer to respond to you, you know, because like it's a good question. And sometimes I try to give someone like I'm busy, but I also just I want to normalize the expectation that there's not an expectation to respond quickly, and also that it's okay to double check and be like, hey, did you get my message like 2 months ago? But just wait a couple months unless it is an emergency, you know. All right, so we had Telos Bound on. That was a great conversation. We talked about tradition. We talked about ritual. But we didn't talk so much about those things as we did about time, because that's the precondition to even having the conversation about why someone like him would care about such things. But, you know, he wanted to focus on time, and I just went straight for Dugan. I wanted to know, and I got some answers. And so that's good. And I feel like you know, a few people have already sent me DMs and stuff asking me like how I feel about this conversation and everything. And like, did you feel like you hit it off? Did you feel like you guys understood each other? Did you feel like that was worth doing? Do you think it was productive? Do you think it could have been harmful? Blah, 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 blah. No. First of all, no, I don't. To the last question. But more importantly, like, I think I can appreciate and feel where a person's coming from when they are genuinely interested in this stuff. And like I said, we're not talking about some, you know, 25-year-old, 30-year-old person who hangs out on a stream like all day, every day, basically normalizing not reading and illiteracy, and taking things out of context and doing things for cheap thrills and taking dunks on things and drama mongering. We're talking about somebody who somehow came out of like a crappy high school, but came out swinging and already dropped a book and is only 18. And he's got really good content going up, and there's just going to be a lot more of it. We've got a lot to look forward to from Telos Bound. So I'm a fan. Absolutely. But when I say fan, I'm not a stan. I'm not like, you know, I see this person as a person who's helping, who helped expose me to Byung-Chul Han's The Scent of Time, as well as these Agamben pieces on time. This is stuff that my buddy Brian Weeks is going to just love. He's going to love this because he's been reading so much Agamben, and when he sees these tie-ins, he's gonna like it a lot. He tried to read Psychopolitics and he didn't get it. He said he didn't really see that, like, it didn't make sense. And I think if you haven't read a lot of other things, it might not make sense. And that's why I look forward to doing little book discussions for Byung-Chul Han, because like they're, you know, chapters are very short, and so you could do an 8-week course very easily, and then you just unpack it, just read and unpack it, just literally read it and unpack it as you go, and it would be a great time. And it's a lot easier to do it with that than it is a lot of these. So succinctness is something that I may have not achieved quite yet, but it is something Byung-Chul Han has mastered. And even like if you disagree with certain things that he's doing, like at a fundamental basis, like Badiou does, you'll still be like, I am so glad that this person exists and is doing this, which is exactly what Badiou is saying. So with that, I guess the broader topic of the last couple of days of streaming for the last 20 hours. I mean, okay, because you got to think, I streamed for like, no, it's not 20 hours. It's more like 15. I've been streaming for 15 to 17 hours at this point because it's crazy. So the most important thing that has been the through line of this entire conversation has been hybrid literacy. And this has given you all the broad brush strokes for a way of approaching culture war and doing critique that allows people who are serious to have conversations, regardless of presuppositions or the prioritizations of values or concerns, but in a way that's constructive, that is at the same time pointing out certain dynamics and mechanisms and tendencies that do not pave a pathway forward to working class intelligentsia, the emerging working class intelligentsia, that doesn't contribute to equipping the working class intelligentsia to think for itself, to lead itself, okay, to be literate and to lead itself. And obviously people are like, oh, well, that would take forever. I keep saying people who will be 25 and 30 years, but I'm just saying there's not a concerted conversation about that. I think that there should be a one-room schoolhouse, homeschooling, cooperative, open source software education platform, decentered and on blockchain that people are able to use for homesteading and raising their families or their loved ones in whatever kinds of communal groups that they want to form as associative experiments out in rural countrysides all over the world, and that we need to have lighthouses in the cities where people go for their time of Rumspringa, that will catch them and equip them for their next phase of life, that is one of experimentation and self-understanding and the examined life that is so important after one has been raised kind of outside of the regular confines of this post-industrial schooling farm, not farm, but like, labor power farming school system. And I'm not saying that I'm just like a big advocate for homesteading and homeschool. I'm not saying that. I think that it can be done wrong. I think it can be done right. And I'm not the judge of that. But what I am is an advocate for the people who decide to do it to have good shit at their disposal. And the best part is that I know that those people have the time and energy to build those things, and I know that the people who are within the system right now don't. And so the people in the system will still end up using those things in the same way that everybody who's making a killing on Twitch right now using OBS, which was done as open source, they likewise benefit from those efforts. And so a good thing for one is a good thing for all. And the kinds of automated systems for developing or aiding the discourse and the way that we engage with media and the way that we do this engagement, not getting stuck in one rut where, you know what I mean? Where we don't just, a person who just listens to radio all the time is in a different world from a person who just watches TV all the time. A person who only reads books all the time is in a different world from somebody who just reads newspapers all the time. A person who just lives on Twitch all the time is in a different world from someone who's on YouTube all the time. A person who watches debate bro streamers is in a different world from a person who is doing video essays. And ultimately, it's a form of consumption, and there is pleasure in it. But moreover, there are forms of group antagonism that give jouissance, that becomes addictive and fun for people. And there's a lot of ressentiment like wired into it, and failure for people to to do theory and think subjectivity and to think critique of ideology and to do critique of political economy and to do critical media theory. Those failures lead to, well, all kinds of things that I've either said explicitly already or that I've alluded to. And the stuff that I'm alluding to, there's so much more, because I said hundreds of hours of research, right? Well, because I don't just read like one side. I try to like really flesh things out and go in a lot of directions and keep moving. I do a deep dive here, and then I go over here and I do a deep dive over here, and then I do a deep dive over here, and then I go and I refresh and I refresh and I refresh. And right now I'm in a position where most of my deep dives have only shown me how little I know. Okay? So I just think that's really important. Tilo's Bound is in the chat. What's up? Yeah, I was just summarizing our conversation and stuff. But yeah, I've been streaming for like 17 hours. Soda Cabbage says, Vosh, I have read all theory. Yeah, it's a meme now. It's funny. And the thing is I told Vosh, I tried to go on Vosh. I'd love to go over those DMs because like he likes to do that, but I actually literally don't believe in going over DMs on screen like with people that you're not like actually having a conversation with. And the fact is like we had a back and forth for a while. I thought I was going to go on his stream, then he kept putting me off. I wanted to debate him on his positions on some things. He didn't want to do it. I called him out on stream a couple times. He didn't want to do it. I tried to get him to bring on Gerald Smith, lifelong revolutionary Black Panther, or ex-Black Panther, like turned sort of revolutionary socialist, like in Oakland, and he didn't. And then he, and Gerald would have set him straight on some things, I tell you, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to bring him on, and he's really oddly selective about who he brings on. And so that disillusioned me to the whole scene. I don't want to be a small-time creator. Like, here's the thing. I don't want a big audience. And so I don't want to be that person who's, like, out here trying to get onto things. You know, does anybody remember? No. I was about to say a couple of people's names and say, does anybody remember these people? And then the answer is no. Not only do you not remember them, I'm not even going to say their names. But there were people who had their moment on YouTube. They got some attention from some bigger creators. They had their moment, and then they just started, like, being, like, just super annoying and self-promoting and drama-seeking, and it got really obvious to everybody, and so everyone stopped talking to them. The people that were in their communities probably think that they got bullied off the internet or whatever, but, like, we're talking about some real interesting stuff. And so anyway, no, we don't remember them. And we don't remember them because we don't engage in that mode. And I do not want people who do not know me, who do not live in my immediacy, to have this impression of me that I'm that type of person who does that. And I know that I should not try to control the opinions of other people. But I do see a lot of small creators act in a sort of like clingy, desperate, like, oh, I deserve attention, and oh, you're accountable to my small platform, and you gotta like blah blah blah. And it's just like the wrong attitude, I think. It's just the wrong approach is all. And so big creators, like really big creators, for all future time, have to come to me. Now, if I hit up like Peter Rollins, it's because like I genuinely want to have a conversation with Peter Rollins, and I'm going to in March. I'm going to have a conversation with Christine Louise de Soli in mid-March. That's this month, everybody. I'm going to have a conversation with Christine Louise de Soli. I'm going to have a conversation with Peter Rollins. I'm going to have a conversation with Ted Reese. And I've got like 8 other conversations that might happen, and they're all part of a series of other marathons that I will be doing that are similar to this one. This was basically the stream before the stream, a series of experiments talking about hybrid literacy and the experiments that I'm doing, and getting you all oriented with where I'm coming from after 2 years of sporadically putting out barely any content, but then dropping a book. And it's a book that is more like half a book, because I'm still about to drop another book, and then there's like 6 more on the way. And then I'm working with a bunch of people to publish their books through New Symbolization Publishing, but we want to set up some kind of review board so that it's a little bit more serious than just publishing friends. And so we're kind of like gotta figure that shit out first. And so that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow and for the next week with Anne while we're up in North Idaho. And there will be a bunch of streams and vlogs that are done in the background, not online, that I will later show you as a part of a marathon stream that I'll be doing as I build a video production studio down here. And so basically what you'll be watching is me kind of doing everything that you just saw today, except instead of mucking, I'll be building a production studio, and then sometimes I'll be showing you footage from when we were up north, building a loft and helping on that farm, and then other times you'll be seeing stuff from the trip Ann and I did in Twin Peaks. And it's just going to be sick. It's going to be amazing. And this is all stuff that I'm so excited to share with you. And the best part is like I also turn off cameras and go live my life. I do. And so the point is like streaming 3 times as much, but doing half the effort. Half the effort. 100th of the effort is the goal. And that streaming is ultimately laying the basis for a bunch of polished content to come out in 2023 when Ann and I are doing a book tour that will span the length of the United States, go up into Canada, and then probably hit some places in Europe. So it's going to be a big deal. And Michael's book, Zizek at Work, and his Introduction to Lacan, and his real book, the book I was talking about earlier, as well as a few other authors I'm not going to tell you about, as well as Anne. We're all like working on our own projects, and there's a bunch of really cool stuff happening. And it's not stuff that you'll find anyone else doing. We are doing something that is completely singular. I promise you that. And it's awesome. And I'm excited. And I can't wait to show you. I just can't wait. And this bot thing that we were just programming is going to be great. And Telos Bound, if you end up going back over any of this stuff, you're going to love it. I promise. But now it's late. It's late o'clock. I'm Dear Plebe, a.k.a. David. And, yeah, I think I'm going to cut it off. All the other things that I was talking about doing, I want to do them, but I'm going to go do them on my own time. And I feel like I've kind of wrapped it all together now so that if you did actually watch the whole thing, if you've been on this journey, if you've just been in and out, you probably got a taste of it at this point. But if you end up going back over stuff eventually, we're doing cool ass shit, all right? Yes, we are. So I look forward to seeing you all in the near future. And this has been rewarding, fulfilling, and enjoyable. If anybody has anything to say right before I sign off, this is your opportunity, but I'm just about out of here. Don't forget, I do have a book. I know that someone like Lance from the Surfs will make fun of people for plugging their book, apparently. Or for that was crazy when I saw him making fun of somebody for saying, don't forget to like and subscribe. Like acting like it's grifting off of Ukraine or whatever. That's not grifting when Russell Brand gives you the reminders that YouTube Studio like tells you to give people. He's just doing the thing. He's playing by the rules of the algorithm. Like people used to take goats up onto mountains and sacrifice them for the gods. Now we have algorithms. And like I think if I actually did sacrifice one of these goats like on a mountain and do the whole thing live stream, it probably would get a lot of attention. Like the New York Times would talk about me. So I've actually thought about doing a live sacrifice of an animal to the algorithms. If I really wanted to get my message out there, I mean, it would just be an animal that was already on its way out, you know. Am I kidding? Anyway, I'm just saying, you know, if I've thought about doing that for the algorithms, then I know that people think about doing all kinds of crazy shit for the algorithms and saying, smash the like key and button and get in the comment section and let me know what you thought about this stream, and if you were listening to it at work, or if you were listening to it while playing video games, or if you were doing other things, or like I just kind of know, I want to know what kind of week you're having, because I want you to be part of the conversation going forward, because this is for people who are here for it, and everyone else can fuck off. And so I really want people who are not participating in lurk culture. I really want people who are stating their intentions, their interests, their concerns, and not concern trolling, and not talking too much, you know, in the sense of like, you know how you can bring a person into a Discord and then they just blah, 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 and everyone else is like, bleh. We're not going to have that problem, because we're going to have effort buffers at every stage of the development of the Discord. And what I mean by effort buffers is that the people who get access to rooms are people who've already learned how to clip and ship, and that they lose their subscription to those rooms if they don't do a certain amount of clipping and shipping or some kind of other thing that is useful. But you have to do something useful, or you just got to be paying. But, you know, preferably, I don't like lurker. So there are people who pay and then lurk. I don't like that. I kind of want people who pay. There's two kinds of relationships. One is like where the money comes in and there's just like, okay, thanks. And the other one is where you tell me a little bit about yourself because I'm curious, because you keep hanging around talking and then you gave me money. And it's a weird power move. So I want you to explain to me why you think that that is a good thing to do, because it's just weird. It's weird to me, but I do appreciate it. It's the people giving money is not weird. What's weird is not knowing, not even being able to have conversations with them. You know, like when I get a donation on PayPal or whatever, it's just like it's like, oh, I don't know who that is, and they didn't say anything. It's just weird. But, you know, at least they're giving their silent affirmation or whatever. But we're not here so much for the money. We're here a lot more for the liberation of our time energy and the development of our hybridly liberated selves. And don't forget that the word liberal in liberal arts is not the political category or word, but is liberation. And so the arts of liberation are the arts that come about in the space created by leisure. And the root of school is leisure. And yeah, it's kind of a difficult thing for most people to think about doing this on their free time. But that's because most free time does not provide for the conditions that are necessary to actually call that time leisure time, which is productive time that doesn't have to respect the clocks or interests of others. And so I really appreciate that you guys did spend this free time with me, and I hope that you're able to take some inspiration from what you've seen here and develop for yourself a form of life that will give yourself 6-hour blocks of time to commit to things that matter, and give things 6-hour blocks of time. And there's a lot of stuff in your life that's urgent and important, but that stuff can a lot of the times be done on the way to or from those 6-hour blocks of time. And that the things that you need to develop, those interests that you need to honor, that part of yourself that you need to develop, whatever it is, wherever you need to be working on, just remember, it's done in 6-hour blocks of time. And you need to read deep work. Just read deep work. Read Reclaiming Conversation. Read Digital Minimalism. Listen to them on Audible. You know, use a PDF reader, whatever. Just get it in your brain. Force feed it. You know, it's good practical reminder stuff. Philosophy's great, but this stuff is like how to talk about this stuff at a normie level. And so sometimes it's going to miss the mark as a result of that. But the thing is like, I would rather someone try and miss the mark than not try at all. And I think we should all be literate in that level of discourse as well. So yeah, thanks everybody for joining. This has been awesome. Telos Pound said good night. Good talking. We've laid some fertile ground. Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. Take care. See you later.